Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody from all around the world, hello, welcome to another episode of The Watchable with me, your host, Sean Lewis. That's right, we're back on the last show of the year. We're going to end it off with a bang. You doggone right, make some noise. Clap it up, get excited wherever you are. We are back with another action-packed show for you today on the final episode of the year, covering the world of boxing, sports, and beyond. All with you and your support you made this year. Oh, so special. Oh, so phenomenal. We got fights that we got to react to end this year off strong, like with NAKATANI going up against Hernandez in a fight of the year contender. There's a world of concern involving the potential matchup between INOUE and NAKATANI, which we want to see still, but now a little bit different connotations of what we may feel is going to happen in that fight is a conversation to take place. The fight was great, but in terms of the aftermath, oh boy, might have some regrouping thoughts that we had to have involving that all Japan insanely hyped up match between NAKATANI and INOUE, and also INOUE dominating the likes of Alan PICASSO in a complete sweep 12-round performance of a great display of technical ability, speed, accuracy, defense, had it all. And now it's said, and we're going to be talking about what we think is going to, not just with that fight reaction, but also pound for pound now, who in the world is the best in the world to end off the year going into 2026, as well as other fights awards, fights of the year, pound for pound number one, who is the fighter of the year. We're going to talk about all that and more right here with you on the show. We appreciate all of you tuning in and joining on the show. If you haven't already, be sure to go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Come on, be a part of this empire. Come join this conglomerate, this media mogul, this absolute insane endeavor of building the hottest community in all of the world. All with you and your support, we can make this possible. So please join the empire. Come and subscribe. Leave a like on the video if you haven't already. Helps to push helps the algorithm to push our show to the masses around the world. Also, if you can, hit the notification bell so you know whenever we post right here on YouTube and on every podcasting platform imaginable, like with Apple and Spotify, you name it, we're there. And also be sure to share the show with everybody that you know so we can keep on building up this empire together. All with you and your support, we can make it possible, and you make this show oh so incredible. And if you want to support the channel, if you have the means to, we are made possible by viewers like you. We got Cash App, PayPal, links down below in the description, as well as super chat, super gifts, whatever you can give. If you can't support, would mean the world to me. Absolutely help pay some bills, keep the lights on, and invest back into the show to make it bigger, better, and stronger, always for your viewing and listening pleasure. But the biggest thing, just sit here, watch, interact, react, and let's have a great conversation show. And let's have a phenomenal show as we're ending off this year on a high note. Oh, yes, indeed. And I can't wait to see. We also got people in the chat. My apologies. We also got people in the chat already. Like with, let me see. Is that Sally? Is that Sally? Senaver? If I'm saying it improperly, I do apologize. Trying to make sure we are a global audience. We got people all around the world. It's gonna take me a little bit minute to make sure I can say your name correctly. But how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. We're so happy that you're here. I'm Turkish. I'm from Istanbul. Love your broadcast. My name is Salih. Okay, so Salih, thank you for tuning in all the way from Istanbul. Hey man, I told you we're global. I told you we go all across the world, and hopefully you're enjoying the content. Hopefully you keep on wanting to come back, and hopefully you're learning some things from me. Little old me, I may not have much, but what I have is a voice for entertainment, at least hopefully. Hopefully I make your day a little bit brighter, a little bit better. And I'm just making it all around, all-encompassing entertainment for you to sit down and enjoy with friends, family, by yourself, just to make your day go by a little bit quicker. But with all that being said, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for listening. And we got boxing to cover. We got sports to delve into. We got a whole host of content that we got to discuss, and a lot of debates that we probably going to have on this show. So without further ado, it is time to step into the ring for the last time of the year. Oh yes, Oh, yes, ring the bell. Let's get it started. Yes, sir, round one of this show going underway as we have a smorgasbord of topics to cover. We're going to talk about the fights that we had over the weekend on the last major card of the year with NAOYA and Nakatani headlining the Night of the Samurai. If you didn't get to see it, we were up at 4 in the morning. That's right, 4. I'm sorry. We were up at 4 in the morning. Rather, I was up at 4 in the morning. The card didn't start at 5. When everybody else got up, it was 5 o'clock all the way to 9. We went and called every single fight on the Riyadh season card over in Saudi Arabia early in the morning, and it was worth the wait. It was worth the watch. It was worth the coffee that we had to drink. And everybody who tuned in, thank you so much for coming up and being a part of that incredible broadcast. We had a lot to say. It was fun. I tell you what, but it was also very eye-opening for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons being the effects of, in regards to the fights that happened with Nakatani versus Hernandez. More specifically, we're going to touch on the most controversial fight, first and foremost, between Nakatani and Hernandez, because that fight, people saying it's a robbery. Hey, oh my, indeed. Was that fight a robbery or was it not? That's the biggest question going into today. And also, we got a bunch of people in the chat. Real quick, let me see what you all got to say in the chats down below. Listen, I have to say, there is a lot of American hate for NAOYA. We're going to get into that. Why there's hate, there shouldn't be. There really shouldn't be. People have actually started to come around on that guy after the Cardenas card, if I'm being completely honest, but it still swayed back into another pendulum, a little bit of ire, a little bit of disdain, a little bit of disrespect. We're going to touch on that as well later on in the show, no question about it. Saying that I forgot the hand wraps as well. When NAOYA was saying people were saying his hand wraps were wrong. Alan PICASSO said his hand wraps, or his team rather, said something was wrong with his hand wraps. Mind you, they did the same thing for NAOYA a couple other fights ago. Even Stitch Duran, one of the most prominent one of the most prominent cutmen in the history of boxing, especially in today's generation, came out and said years ago, hey man, the wraps, they're not a problem. They really ain't. As long as they're a half-inch above the knuckle, or whatever the measuring length was, everything else is all good. They just, all of it is, again, to make it not as explicitive, as you said it in the thing, all of it is a bunch of mess. It ain't really real. So, it's a common thing. It's going on with NAOYA more than a couple times. All of it is floozy. It's no real weight to it at all. So they just people trying to get over on an advantage against a dominant star. So you have let me see, when PICASSO and his team agreed on the reps, yep, they did. NAOYA started it's starting to reach America. Absolutely, a lot of Americans are starting to appreciate him because a lot of them watch their fights. Yes, they do. There's always be Americans. There's always going to be haters around the globe, not just here in the States. There's haters, detractors all around who always come when a great fighter is becoming great. No question about it. But again, we're going to touch on it anyway later on. We got to make sure we touch on Nakatani first and foremost, because this is the fight that has everybody up in arms and really debating, hey man, did Nakatani really deserve to win a unanimous decision? Which honestly, I don't think he did. If you want to argue he won, cool. It was a competitive fight. It is on the bracket of a fighter of the fight of the year contender. Even though it's the end of the year, hey man, that fight was a barn burner. Ebbs and flows, went from a swinging pendulum of momentum from Jujo Nakatani in the first 5 to 6 rounds all the way to Hernandez going through being able to dominate, and I mean dominate, one of the 10 best fighters in the world. On my pound list, Nakatani was number 7. And when I tell you that was shock in all, watching that fight, Nakatani, as we break down the fight, for those of you who couldn't watch it live, Nakatani was able to do honestly whatever he wanted to in the first 5 rounds, probing with that jab through the guard of Hernandez, circling on the inside to make sure he can line up that straight left hand of his, which was working, landing uppercuts, ducking under the offense of Hernandez, making it seem like it was going to be another routine walk in the park. Seemed like Hernandez was starting slow, and he couldn't get any real footing because of the movement and because of the offense, and then at that point in time, the volume of Nakatani. It seemed like Hernandez in the flat-footed style wasn't going to be effective. Lo and behold, once round 6 came along, everything shifted. Every doggone thing shifted. All of a sudden, Hernandez was starting to pick up the pace, and his relentless body attack that looked like he was working a heavy bag just was coming to get in the face and get to the pocket of Nakatani. And at some point in time, it started to feel like, man, Nakatani, he can't get away. The movement ain't working. He even obliged to work on the inside with Hernandez, further helping out Hernandez's ultimate goal of wearing down Nakatani, breaking him down with relentless stamina, pressure, and body shots, and causing him to go and falter by the time the later rounds come about. And that's not even almost. That's exactly what happened. If we're going to be completely honest, that's exactly what happened. We saw Hernandez come through and completely decimate on the inside the likes of Yuto out. It seemed like it was outworking. Everything wasn't even landing clean for Hernandez, but still, it was having a massive effect on the fatigue and on the body and on the head of Nakatani. We saw Nakatani at the end of the fight having a welt size of a golf ball over his eye. Why? Because he was getting hit that much. Both of them combined for upwards of 1,000 punches. And if I'm going to be completely honest, Hernandez, there was some times in the fight that he was actually taking some lows. And if he did just keep on throwing like he had started to throw in the first 5 rounds, but he would have crossed 1,000 punches by himself. It was insane. It was ridiculous. I would never expected Hernandez, who was 20-0, 18 KOs on his resume, had made upwards of, I think, what was it, 4 or 5 people retire and quit on their stools. Every fight but 2 had been done by knockout. Most fights had ended within 7 rounds or less. This was a brother who, even if the power wasn't the thing that was putting people out, it was the pressure that was just making people say, yo, I can't do this. And now, one of the best in the world had to do with that same level of pressure. And this is why I told you all, this fight was not going to be easy. None of these fights that Nakatani or Inoue were getting into in lieu of their mega fight with each other, they were not going to be easy in the slightest. You could not overlook these folks, because if you did, you were going to be sorely mistaken. I said it, and doggone it, I was right. I was right. Hey, I don't toot my horn a lot, but I was right on that. I was right, for better or for worse. I was right. And Nakatani really had to. I mean, he had to fight. He had to fight. And it got to a point where because he willingly obliged to work on the inside and try to dog it out with Hernandez, which he's done before in the past, when it backfired, he was stuck in mud. Not because he couldn't still move, but because he had gotten to a point where he was essentially he got too fatigued to some degree. It was like I couldn't get out of this firefight even though I wanted to. And he did try to. After he got to like rounds 8 or 9, he started trying to move again. He started trying to use his legs, use his head movement, use his feet to gain some distance. Use that jab of his to try to get Hernandez to not be able to completely dominate the inside affair and use that link to his advantage. He tried to, but then ultimately he kept getting stuck back in the same trap, almost like a vacuum. It was like there was a tether between Hernandez and Nakatani by the time the 7th round came about, and he couldn't get away if he tried. So it was a barn burner. It was an absolute slugfest of a fight. Wasn't pretty, but my gosh, it was entertaining. And Nakatani won by unanimous decision. Now, if you think Nakatani should have lost, hey, I get you absolutely. I had that fight as a draw. Or if you're going to give Nakatani a win, it's 1 round. 1 round and 1 round only. Hernandez, same thing. 1 round and 1 round only. But I don't care how good of a judge you think you are. 118 to 111. As a scorecard in this fight is completely unjustifiable. Completely disgusting. In every regard. That is horrible. Whoever got that scorecard should be banned for a year. Next year from judging. That was one of the most incredulous, stupid ignorant and blind scorecards I have ever seen this year. Dare I say that I've seen it in a mighty long time, in the past like 3 years. It's ridiculous. I don't know what fight was that judge watching to have it so that Nakatani won every round except for maybe 2. What fight was that? There's no way that you felt that way after round 5. There's none. It's impossible. It's impossible that was going to that was the case. That's the other 2 scorecards. Hey, more feasible into the realm possibility if you felt Nakatani won. Like, okay, fine, cool. Even though there's a good argument, he might not have won that fight. There's a good argument he might not have won that fight. Because even when it came down to winning the last couple rounds to get success, he was splitting rounds still with Hernandez. Because he wasn't able to he didn't feel like he was controlling the fight, which was crazy. One of the biggest, not just punchers coming up from 115, 118, now 122, but also from one of the better savants in boxing from an offensive perspective and defensively. If I'm going to be completely honest, because he sometimes gets underrated in that regard, he could not control or regain control once Hernandez started picking up the pace. So I don't know how would you again that judging was stupid and absolutely ridiculous. It was bad. It was bad. It was bad. It was bad in so many ways. My gosh. But let me come read what you all got to say on the matter. Junto's weakness is not keeping the distance. Once Hernandez was in there, he couldn't keep himself out. Yeah, he couldn't. He couldn't. Like I said, he was stuck in glue. It was like Gorilla Glue. It was like Gorilla Glue. Or or anime fans, if you watch the show, Hunter x Hunter, or Hunter x Hunter, as it's called, phenomenal show. It's on Netflix. You should watch it. Incredible. 100-something episodes, but you won't feel like it's 20. It's so good. But Hisoka, one of the biggest villains, but got a thing called what is it? Bungee gum? I think it's like bungee gum or something like that. One of his powers. What that means, he can latch on this invisible rope, almost like a piece of gum, on you. And then whatever he sticks to you is going to stay with you. And if he wants to keep something in range of you, it will extend to wherever. And once he wants to latch onto it and either pull you or pull himself to you, snap his fingers or whatever the word he does, bing, bang, boom, he's right next to you. You can't escape him. That's kind of like what we saw Hernandez do to Nakatani. But in this situation, Nakatani was winning the inside game. First 5 rounds of the fight. And then when he really planted his feet, because he was doing more movement, he was still being more using angles and all that stuff, absolutely landing the uppercut, no question about it. That was multiple times. And he got comfortable. Hernandez started getting more busy. And Nakatani said, okay, cool, I can keep on dominating you. And I don't got to move a whole bunch. Now I can just plant my feet and we can just gun it out. We're good to go. Lo and behold, he's not. And that's one of the issues of you're infighting when you play somebody else's game. If it backfires, it's a difficult thing to get out of the realm of almost like a domain expansion. And for those who watch, the likes of Jujutsu Kaisen, but he couldn't escape no matter what he did. He was locked in a box. He was literally locked in a box with Hernandez, and the ring was still 20 by 20. He could not run if he wanted to. He could not use a jab if he wanted to, because he played the game, and once it backfired, and once that fatigue started setting in, but it was too much, or rather, it was too little that he could do, which is crazy. And he had to just gut it out for the rest of the fight. And man, that was almost a scare, because that almost ruined what was supposed to be a mega fight of the ages. It almost did, I tell you what. But let me see, I wouldn't even be mad if Hernandez won and fought NAOYA next. Isn't that what the sport should be about? The robbery was just horrible. Now everyone is not excited for the fight. It is. Now I think people are still excited for the fight. However, this type of, mind you, unanimous decision shouldn't have been the case. Nakatani winning is not out of the realm of possibility. Understandable. It should have been at minimum a split decision if you don't give him the victory. And it should have only been one round, 114, 113, or whatever scorecard that would insinuate one round is the difference between a winner and loser in the fight. If that's going to be the case, that's fine. Because like I said, Nakatani did do a lot of work in those first 5 to 6 rounds. If you made an argument that he won every round in those early rounds, even as Hernandez started picking up steam, because Hernandez really got going in round, what, 7? 7 and on? 7 and 8 and on is when the full totality of control was when Hernandez got there. Nakatani was still having more easy to see moments and more explosive level type moments, similar to the first 5 rounds in those later 5 rounds, 5 or 6 rounds, before Hernandez completely took up. So if that's the case, then fine. No issue there scoring. And sense of if it was close. The robbery comes in place when that 118-111 scorecard. Should not have been that. It should not have been like that at all. But the fight itself wasn't a robbery because it was indeed a really close affair. It was. I'm being real. Like I said, I'm trying to be unbiased again. It was a really close affair. We're not going to act like that it was just Hernandez. Nakatani won 4 rounds, and then everything else was Hernandez without any reproach. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. It wasn't. Hernandez overperformed against one of the best in the world. I have no issue with that. He put himself in a position to win in those later last 2 rounds. Absolutely. And he controlled the second half of the fight. I have no debate. But we're not going to act like it was just simply... It was a robbery from the sense of there was no way that it was even feasible that Nakatani couldn't have gotten the knot. But again, that's why I say it was fight of the year, because it was legit. Like, Nakatani got pushed to a limit that we had never seen him push to in his first fight against a real contender at a division that he's new to at 122. I guess, again, a knockout arch at that point in time, it made for great action. But it's a controversial decision. But I don't see it as a robbery. But you can argue, absolutely, that Hernandez should have won. No question. But I don't think that's dulled down the fight that's going to be done for Nakatani and Inoue. It might have changed the perspectives. I don't think it's dulled it down because people still want to see it. There's still massive money in the ranks of that fight. Massive money. Huge amounts of money that's labeled that's scheduled to be made for that outing over in Japan in the Tokyo Dome, one of the most prestigious boxing venues of all time. We're gonna be being completely honest. It ain't even a fight. It ain't even a venue that holds a bunch of fights. Like I said, last time they had a fight in the Tokyo Dome for boxing wasn't the doggone Inoue versus Neri. Before that, it was Mike Tyson versus Buster Douglas over 25-something years ago. I think like 30 years ago, longer than that. So like that, trust me, they ain't gonna push that fight off. People still gonna want to see it. But I guarantee you things may have changed in terms of the outcome, which, again, we're going to talk about. Absolutely. Let me see. Mark H., how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show with us on today. Let me see what you got to say. If it wasn't for that card, it wouldn't be so much controversy. It was a really close fight. And yeah, absolutely. And again, I need a bird. I almost forgot to say what's up to you. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show, Bert. Appreciate you joining in. I forgot to say hi when you first chatted. I was just reading and we were in the flow. My apologies. But we're still working through. We're still doing fine. And when it comes to this card, like I said, this was the issue. How you doing? I mean, I'm doing good. Like I said, we ended this year off strong. That's why I got so much energy. I'm trying to make sure I give y'all the best show possible as we get ready to cross over. What is it, Wednesday? We get ready to cross over New Year's Thursday. It's going to be New Year's Day, so we're trying to give you all we got to make sure we ain't leaving nothing to chance as this year comes to an end. But, so I'm doing great. Hopefully you're doing fine as well, and hopefully everybody else in the chat is doing incredible in their own regards also. And again, if you're doing great, hey, leave a like on the channel. If you're doing great, leave a like anyway. You know why? Because it might help you brighten your day. It's showing up a bright mind, if you know what I mean. but this was... Again, we're getting ready to transition into Inoue's performance and to talk about Nakatani and Inoue, how that fight's going to go. Bam, as a conversation, whether or not we'll see that fight now happen, because there's been a lot of buzz now after the Nakatani performance that people want to see Bam Rodriguez. But again, we're going to address all of that. It's a lot of stuff we're going to be talking about. But the last point on this Nakatani fight, this was the issue, rather the danger of this type of massive card when we have a mega fight in our midst, like the trend. You had Wilder versus Anthony Joshua, same card, somebody messed up. Divine Garcia, Devin Haney, same card, somebody messed up. Ryan Garcia lost. Card before that, Wilder lost. We've had some situations where it's been too close for comfort, where these Plant versus Rescindy, so it wasn't a Riyadh season card, and Charlo versus I forget who Charlo fought, but there was supposed to be a matchup to lead to the mega fight, and then Plant lost. This is a common theme that we've seen when you put a game guy against a game guy in lieu of a mega fight. Now, it should be that that's how it works out, that we get, hey, you face stiff competition, you face stiff competition, and then y'all get the big payday after going up against your respective comp, against each other. Great. But it don't work out all the time because you can lose. That's the risk, and that was the risk with this card. You get on this card, especially when we had season, you're going to be pushed, you're going to be tested. That's the reason why I was saying this was a scary card, because I didn't know if we could see NAKATANI and then we lose either one of them, because both of these guys were legitimate, dangerous threats that people, because they might not have seen the divisions, may not have known them. But boy, it was, it was insane. It was scary, man. It was indeed very scary. Let me see. Best Boxing Talk Show. Also, thoughts on Keyshawn and Ortiz fight. We're going to touch on that. The Keyshawn Ortiz fight, which I think is going to be a very, I'm going to say it, I dare say I'm skeptical. But I'll tell you why later on. Bring this question back up, because we can also got championship round stuff. But I'm going to touch on this later on in the show, because again, Keyshawn Davis is incredibly ripped up in terms of muscle and excited for this fight. But at the same breath, brother, cleaning house, going up against a cat who gave Teofimo Lopez trouble, major trouble, is a concerning effort. Especially when you got Bomac in your corner, hypothetically, with this revamped organization that you've put yourself in, trying to be a better fighter, be a better man. No issue there, unless it's an issue. There's no issue unless there's an issue. And it might be an issue, especially with Jermaine Ortiz as you're up. You can be hyped up and excited. There's a reason why that butt is hard to beat. It ain't just because it's a fluke performance. That cat is you better bring your A game. So we're going to touch on that later on in the show, because like I said, we have a lot to cover. Absolutely. But and also, I appreciate the sentiments. Look, like I said, I'm just a man trying to do the best I can. Want to make some money, absolutely. But more importantly, want to make sure that we can make an environment of fun, such a fun debate and fun action for you all to witness and enjoy. And hopefully you're enjoying the content. And we do stuff beyond boxing as well. It's boxing seems to be our main thing, so we're going to stick with it. Hey, y'all keep coming. We're going to keep talking, and you keep supporting. We're going to make this thing bigger, better, and grander. All for you and your support. No question about it. But let me keep on reading what you all got to say. And I appreciate the kind words. No question about it. People who want Bam to move up 2 divisions for INOUE over Junto now think he'll perform like at 115. He should fight at 118 first, or throw him in with Hernandez. Now, hold on. No, wait. Hold on. Wait a minute now. Hold on. Pump the brakes now. Hold on. If INOUE, if Junto had some trouble with Hernandez, if you want that fight to happen and you want to see a test of what he can do, I would advise you to put him against some fodder at 122 before you put him in the ring with somebody really competitive. Because for Junto, yeah, he took a test at his first fight up, but he's also bigger than Bam. It seemed more feasible because at 118, Dominating the Kingdom of Come had the size of somebody at 122. So it would make sense somebody even like a Hernandez could be manageable for him, or at least that was the perceived notion, because he looks like he was built better for this division. Like I said, he's the same size as Alan Picasso, who INOUE fought. So it seemed to make sense. He should be able to handle this. Lo and behold, now we know this game is a different game. It's a different game up here at 122. It is. It shows you just how impressive it is for INOUE to dominate this level of competition for oh so long. Being, again, not even one of the bigger guys from the standpoint of height in this division. Legitimately, it's impressive. Speaks to his greatness. But I want to put that on Bam Rodriguez. Not coming up, absolutely. Let's see what he can do at the higher weight divisions, but put him against fodder once he does step into 122 before jumping straight into the big dogs, only because it almost went awry this time. Trying to find if you from a business perspective and from just a fight entertainment perspective, it almost went awry. Oh, the fight we all been waiting to see. Same thing could happen to Ben, as great as he is. Listen, pure facts, they got to stop doing that in terms of, and yeah, I get it. They got to you putting stuff in jeopardy. However, now I'll play devil's advocate. I was for putting fighters against matchups that were actually worth the time. Real stiff competition. Fights that make sense. Hey, we are the top 5, top 10. Y'all are around each other. It's similar to what they do in the UFC. There is a big fight that's on the table for you, but you do have to do the work to get there. To show, okay, yeah, you are worth your weight in gold up here at whatever division that you're in. I've always been down for that. It's just the fact that this is the reality of the situation. We are in what's been aptly coined as find out season. People are finding out how good they really are because you're being forced to fight against people that are legit quality to earn the mega paydays that you've been asking for. Crawford had to beat Madrimov before he could even get a chance to sniff out Canelo, even though, again, like Spence was going to fight him if he had beaten Crawford, but even still, we Joseph Parker had kept on winning, and beating everybody else in the world from the heavyweight division coming back. Some would argue that he should have gotten this opportunity sooner, but even still, he went through the work, and it helped make that win with Fabio Wardley, or that win that Fabio Wardley got even more impressive leading into a potential Usyk matchup. Because all of a sudden somebody went through the work and then you beat that brother, okay, we got to give you some new respect. I love going through the fire to earn the requisite comp. Not just a competition that you deserve to face, but comp in terms of revenue. What's the word? Compensation in terms of revenue that you earned with you winning and beating this insane level of competition on a consistent basis. In going into the biggest fight that you can imagine. I've been for it. But I'm not going to deny. Yeah, it's scary as can be. I completely understand. It was scary watching it. Yeah, no, it was. Like, I was stressing out. Y'all saw me on stream, but we were stressing out the Kingdom Come. We were stressing out all day. We almost bled into us stressing going into the fight with INOUE and PICASSO, which we got to touch on next right here, right now for the world to witness and enjoy. INOUE dominates the likes of Alan PICASSO in an incredible, dominant, stupendous performance. I mean, it was magical. From the standpoint of elite talent going up against an elite level talent, in terms of Alan PICASSO, undefeated at that point in time, 32-0 with 1 draw, 17 KOs, same height as Junto Nakatani, if not potentially an inch taller. One of the more body snatching level fighters in this division, with his ability to use that length and that left hook and that straight right and that uppercut to the body and head with the lead hand to go through and really do some damage on opponents. And we saw INOUE completely wash away everything that PICASSO wanted to do. He did. I mean, it was insane. It was ridiculous. It was phenomenal from the standpoint of the quality that we saw INOUE fight with. He was able to go through and not just control everything in the ring, but he was able to essentially strip away what Alan PICASSO wanted to do, as well as hurt him, as well as show elite defense. This man was going through landing 4 punches and landing like 4 to 6 punch combinations and then evading 4 to 6 punches that came directly back at him, both to the body and to the head. Tried to implement the stuff like the Philly shell as well as with the high guard. Used his explosive footwork to get out of the way and get back in range. Used that jab phenomenally to break through the guard of Alan PICASSO. Going through to the body, being able to hook downstairs with a flurry of combinations that were strong and that really started taking effect on the likes of PICASSO. Especially those later rounds. Probably rounds like, 7? Rounds like 6 or 7 is about when the real difference in quality, or rather, real difference in receding nature, the wincing, the pain, the stumbles, the wobbly legs, all of the affecting signs that the body attack was working started to come into effect in those later stages. And in all honesty, Inoue could have knocked out Picasso to the body, or at least knocked him down, if he had been more crazy enough, more reckless and relentless in his pursuit of doing the damage. Not saying that he wasn't, because again, it was a sublime technical affair. But we were seeing, hey man, or at least I was calling in the fight, there was some instances where, yo, I'm surprised Inoue's actually showing some restraint. There was some opportunities where Picasso was backing up to the ropes without Inoue even throwing a punch, just simply feigning. Foot feints, head feints, body feints, without even throwing anything, just walking forward. Picasso was at the ropes, and at one point in time, he had actually leaned with a high guard up against the ropes on that second rope, similar to what we had seen to Paul Butler like 2 to 3 years ago when he was getting destroyed by Inoue in that undisputed championship fight, where he went through and completely, essentially was overwhelmed to the point he couldn't do anything. That same situation happened. And instead of Inoue opening up the Kingdom Come, he went through and composed himself. Well, compose himself might seem like it's the wrong choice of words. He chose to back off. And it's bleeding into more that responsibility aspect of Inoue that he's trying to not just learn, but he's trying to utilize more. Get rid of that recklessness that he used to have that got him caught against Cardenas, that got him caught against Louis Neri, that got him caught when he was younger, even against the likes of Nonito Donaire. It is something, it is a identity that he's trying to iron out and refine. Because again, he knew what was coming down the line, which was the Nakatani fight. In this performance, even by Inoue standards, he said that it was bad. Probably because it didn't end in the KO, which is insane, but that's the high level of respect for the game and regards for his own fights that he has. So because of that, he said that this was a bad performance. But in actuality, from a pure boxing perspective, nah, this was a great performance. This was a phenomenal. If anything, this performance showed us there are, not just that there are levels to this game, but this performance off the backs of Nakatani's performance, while the fight is still exciting, has given a lot of people some real different perspectives as to how that fight with Nakatani and Inoue going to go. With a lot of people, I mean a lot of people, who maybe were on the fence with this fight, now leaning heavily towards Inoue to beat and potentially KO the likes of Nakatani when they do fight over in May, or maybe the fight might be a little bit later, depending on the recovery time of Nakatani with the war that he had to go against Hernandez on that same card. So I would say this was one of the better Inoue performance that we've seen this year. Mind you, he fought 4 times this year. The other better one was against the likes of Ahmed Ali, where he went and completely cleaned him out for 12 rounds without any, and that didn't end in a knockout. He got rocked in the last 10 seconds, absolutely, but he went through and against what can be seen as a better fighter, had an even cleaner performance, which is insane to say. And before we get into the other stuff, because I know we have people in the chat talking about the hate with Inoue. We're gonna get into that absolutely, the gloves and stuff, or rather the wraps and stuff. We're about to jump into that. But one last thing involving this fight, specifically the fight itself. I said this in regards to Naoya Inoue. During the fight with Alan Picasso, there is a balancing act that Inoue's trying to play between the knockout artist that we know he is, that he knows that he is, and the responsible technical savant that we also know that he is. That sometimes he forgoes for the sake of doing action, getting in not just an entertaining fight, but going for the KO because he wants to end the show. He does. He said it himself. With that balancing act, I dare say that there is the best balancing act is for Inoue to lean slightly into that more reckless agenda. Why? Because of the fact that the best performances that we've seen him do outside of the Stephen Fulton fight have been when he's taunting, when he's going and being overzealous offensively, while he still has his physical capabilities in him, using those physical instincts to be able to react to stuff instantaneously. And almost not just having fun, but legit, like, the eyes will get wide, you see the body language shift and change, but when he's in that mode, all of a sudden he's both hitting everything and also being unhittable. It's like a 60-40 difference. The responsibility's still there, but the more reckless nature almost lets him do more defensively from the standpoint of being even better in an evasive stance, while also boom, 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 putting you out with power and precision. At least in my estimation, in my humble opinion. Now that may be because I like to see this brother go through and work like he works and completely just destroy anybody in his way. Avoiding stuff by the skin of his teeth like he did against Ramon Cardenas, going through after the knockdown and all of a sudden coming in, crazy enough, hands down, baiting out the hook and then going and landing 3-punch combinations, throwing the same punch over and over and over at Cardenas when he's trying to get him out of there. And doing stuff that's like, oh my gosh, Cardenas is right there he's right there to get him, but he can't get him no more. That is the way I like to see. But again, that's just me. That's a preference. Qualitatively, for his career, yeah, this is the right decision. But while he's got it, hope he does use that more reckless identity a little bit more. Because I think that's where he shines the best. And I think if he does that against the likes of Nakatani, especially now, it'll be to his advantage. Again, my humble opinion. But I want to hear your thoughts and opinions on everything else as well. But let me see what you all got to say. Like what Bob is, what's going on with you? Hey, Bob, how you doing? Y2J, what you say? Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for listening. So glad that you're here with us on our show, on this last show of the year. We're getting ready to get into the season-ending awards, or rather the boxing awards for the year. My fighter of the year, my pound-for-pound #1 fighter, the fight of the year, in my estimation, knockout of the year, if I can remember to put it, if I can remember to talk about it, and all that other jazz. And also questions involving what needs to happen next year. We got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about, so I appreciate you tuning in. And please, leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Come on. Be a part of this empire. Be a part of this conglomerate, this mogul, this monolith of talent. Come be a part of this thing and subscribe to the channel. Share the show with everybody you know. And please keep on liking the stream to help push us out to the algorithm for everybody to see what we got going on. No question about it. But let me keep on reading what you got to say. Y2J, did you... Let me see. Did you some of America channels trying to discredit in a way saying he fought Prosper? No, be clear. I didn't say that. That wasn't me that said that. I said I was trying to tell people that Alan Picasso is real. The win against Alan Picasso is impressive. He's impressive. Y'all don't understand. Alan Picasso would beat a lot of people at bantamweight. He could get Tapales a ton of trouble. Shoot, I dare say Stephen Fulton, especially how Stephen Fulton look right now. If he came back down to 122, he could get him a world of trouble. Alan Picasso was not a joke of a fighter, as was not Hernandez. Anybody that said that he was just a fodder opponent, no, not at all. Not at all. Though we thought that the skill sets of INOUE and Nakatani both would be able to just outclass their opponents, which in general they do, both of these guys, they were legit. And it shows you what makes this division. Hey, man, when I said that this division was hot and this got a lot of talent, I wasn't joking. And now y'all got to see two people that were supposed to be fodder. Like, they showed you, hey, they worth their medal. Mind you, Alan Picasso was saying that INOUE's power wasn't even all that much. Now, it was affecting him downstairs to the body. Be clear. I think there was a little bit of lying in that regard. However, he took it. But when the onslaught came, he didn't go down. And in fact, he was still able to come back and actually land, had some good moments in that fight that INOUE had to make adjustments against. Legit adjustments. And he wouldn't quit. And he was using a lot of, like, he wasn't doing the wrong stuff. He wasn't. It was just the fact that INOUE was just that good. But he's legit. And see, he's a contender. He's a real contender. If INOUE was not in this division, Picasso probably would be further, not just further of that top 5, will be seen as a very tricky test for anybody in that division to take on. I'm serious. Yeah, but he can fight. He can fight. Let me see. Not you, brother, but a lot of U.S. fans are ignorant when it comes to smaller divisions. And you know what? Before we get into the rest of the thing, let's touch on that real quick. We also had the likes of, I believe it was Burr, that said, no, it was Rhoda, who also touched on this as well. When it comes to here in the States, and we don't want to spend long on this because we got a lot to cover, but real quick, when it comes to here in the States, when it comes to America, which is one of the meccas of boxing, it's not the end-all be-all, understandable. Again, Mexico is an incredible fodder of talent and fandom. UK, you need to speak for itself. Japan has quickly turned into for its own sect and area, but it's the boxing has become a legit huge manufacturer of revenue and outright acclaim for the country. I'm serious. Big Bang Jang over in China was the first heavyweight champion for China ever, even though I believe it was an interim title. Still, anybody with that title, it never happened before. It's gaining ground everywhere. Be clear. And it's supported very better in other places around the world rather than us. I get it. U.S. fans, though we're not the end all be all, we do help control a big portion of the needle when it comes to what makes or breaks a fight. That's just the truth. That's not me trying to put us up on a pedestal. Trust me, like I said before, we got our own problems in more ways than one. If you know, you know. If you've been following, you know, we got some issues. Oh, we got a lot of them. Lord knows we got a lot of them. But when in the realm of entertainment and sport, we are one of the leading contenders. With that being the case, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Anthony Joshua coming here and knocking out Jake Paul was a huge monumental fact that helped revitalize not just his career, which again his career was already set in stone, Hall of Famer, understandable, but getting reintroduced to over 35 million people here in the States alone. That's just one household per person. That's not to mention how many people crammed in to see that fight between Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua. But everybody here in the States is talking about it. We're reporting, and as a quick side note, we were even reporting on the fact that a week after the fight, yesterday, Anthony Joshua got into a car crash. Yeah, if you didn't know, AJ got into a car crash over in Nigeria, visiting his family off of the backs of the win against Jake Paul, knocking him out in 6 rounds. He came through, and due to trying to take over a car, there was an unmanned truck parked on the side of the road that they didn't see when they were trying to overtake the car, and they ran right into it. Killed 2 of his best friends and also trainers. But best friends / trainers, sadly 2 of them passed away in that car crash with Anthony Joshua. But if he was on the right side of the car, but he would have been gone too. That quick. Just could have been a moment of instance. Could have gone away. Completely up in smoke. And also we do need to talk about him because my gosh, mentally and physically. I know that takes its toll. Minor injuries is what's being reported that Anthony Joshua had sustained, and he seemingly physically will be able to make a full recovery with no problem. But mentally, yeah, I feel bad. Not bad. I feel empathy. I feel horrible. I feel terrible. It's a terrible circumstance. And again, we pray for him and his family and the families of the friends of Anthony Joshua who sadly passed away, which apparently they've been growing up with each other throughout this entire journey with him in his career. So it's like, I know that takes an incredible, unfathomable toll on the psyche and the emotional state of Anthony Joshua. And again, we hope and pray he's able to recover in every capacity, both physically and emotionally and mentally, because it can affect potentials on his boxing career going forward, which is not saying it's the most pressing thing right now, because again, life is way more important. But it could down the line factor into, hey man, what may go down, because this is not something you just recover from easily. It ain't. We just dealt with Errol Spence Jr. in his car crash like 2 years ago. People are still saying that car crash changed him forever. This could be another type of situation, and we don't want that to be the case. My gosh, it's a shame nonetheless. But in terms of with respect given and with condolences and prayers out to the families of everybody, absolutely, it's a horrible situation. We wouldn't have heard about that here in the States at all. If Anthony Joshua had not come over here and all of a sudden gotten introduced and everybody started to love on the brother here in America, which is a sad reality that we don't care as much about you over there or over here unless you come and do something over here. Tyson Fury, that world level acclaim didn't happen as much up until he got there. It was happening in the UK and in the boxing where he was one of the biggest faces in the sport. But once he came to the States and fought Deontay Wilder, all of a sudden everything shifted and changed. I believe it was over here in the States. Whenever he made his US debut, with the hat and fedora and all that stuff, the top hat and the gold sparkles, red, white, and blue suit, excuse me, walking down and dancing. When America saw that, all of a sudden, oh my gosh, when he beat Wilder again in the States, oh my gosh, even bigger thing. When he beat him for a third time in the States, everybody, Tyson Fury, best in the world. You can't stop him. You can't beat him. All that stuff. Sadly, we don't move until you move over here. And with small divisions, that's the case. Well, anyway, even though he's fought over there 3 times, it's still been the case. And it's a shame, but he's starting to get the acclaim, thankfully. Thank the Lord. But man, it is a tragedy that this is part of the conversation. But it's the truth of the matter, man. I hate it. America doesn't care unless you go and do something to make us care over here, where we are. Or you go, or somebody from, or if we go, if one of our fighters go over there, you upset one of our people and you beat one of our people. Then now you get all the respect in the world. When Pacquiao made his debut or came over to the States and he beat Oscar De La Hoya, that was the biggest launching off point of his career, of anything he had ever done. He was already a multi-time champion at that point in time. Once he beat Oscar De La Hoya, all of a sudden the sky was the limit for him. Because that was one of our guys. Not for the, yes, he was a Mexican boxer, absolutely. But from the American marketing machine, he was one of the most well-known athletes, period, in the globe at that point in time. And over here in the States. And when he beat him, all of a sudden, that whole spotlight shifted over to Manny Pacquiao in a way they had never done before. And then you saw where he went to. You saw how much that beloved nature shot up even more. Because now we started to care. It's a shame, but that's the truth. The lower weight classes should get more deserved eyes on them. Thankfully, people started to take heed. And now that fight with Junto Nakatani is indeed a fight that everybody, even here in the States, at least is conscious of. At least they're conscious of. Which more than I can say for the past couple of years of what it would have been. In the past, absolutely. But let me keep on reading what you all got to say. The problem I see with Picasso has no pop in his punch. That I mean, yeah, but I can't hold that against him because he's somewhat come from that Zapata cloth. He's more refined than Zapata, but somewhat from that Zapata cloth. He a volume puncher that may not have a whole lot of swat, but it's good enough to where if you get hit with him too much, yeah, he will start to affect you, and he can't take over. And so, if he can gain some muscle, or rather gain some better snap of his punches, hey, he can do some stuff. Now, granted, Inoue's got a phenomenal chin. Be clear, some of those he was hitting Inoue with some legit good shots, like actual good shots in that fight. Cleanly. And Inoue was actually able to take it, which is insane. But like the pop ain't there like like an Ahmed level pop or a Topalis level pop. If it was like that with some of the shots, the fight could have been different. But like I said, either way, a phenomenal performance, nonetheless. I'm excited for the Murtala Andy Cruz fight too. Excuse me. I'm excited for the Murtala and Andy Cruz fight too. That's one of those fights. If you know, you know. If you do know, you know. Like I said, I'm excited for it. I'm also looking for Andy Cruz to get it done. I've had some expectations on this brother, and he's been moving in a way that, yes, it's a short pro career, but also with the extensiveness of your amateur background, I've been saying, hey, brother, you need to start getting on the ball. You already, 30, 32 years old? Your prime in the pros ain't going to be long. I need you to put some pedal to the metal and get some stuff rocking. If you're going to make a move for a championship, if you want to go ahead and add the likes of Keyshawn Davis and everybody else, everybody, I need you to move. And this is that time to move, and which he's doing it now. Great, getting a championship opportunity. He's got to win it, though. I'm going to say that. He's got to win it. I got some expectations. And I'm not saying Murtala is a pushover or anything. I'm not saying, oh, it's going to be expected outright, yeah, that he should win. No, but I am saying, my expectation, Andy Cruz better take this win. He better win the championship. Because I'm going to be hot if you don't. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be hot if you do not. And it's it's crazy, man. It really is crazy. Let me see. Oh, real deal. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in to the show. So happy that you're here with us on the day, on this last show of the year. What you got to say on the day, and we appreciate you joining in on our incredible show. Well, hopefully it's incredible. We're small, but we're mighty. But we're growing nonetheless. And please, leave a like on the stream. But let me see. How about report? You're a very good analyst, boxing expert. Hey, look, I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm not all that. I'm just a simple man trying to have some fun, trying to do what I love for a career. And if you think I'm doing good, great. I appreciate it so much. I'm not all that. There's plenty of people. No more than me. Absolutely understandable. I'm just here to give my thoughts the best way I can. If you like them, great. If you don't, I want some pushback, because we love conversation. We love debate. We want to see other opinions, because that's what makes this sport great. It does. I may think I'm right. I'm not always gonna be. Some stuff, there ain't no right answer. It's just, what do you think will happen? I want to hear from you all, and you all help make this show so great. So again, thank you all for being here to allow me to get this platform in the first place. Like I said, we're growing, and it's all thanks to you and your support. No question about it. Let me see. He showed some new things there, like shoulder rolls, counters, head movement, slips, bouncing in and out. He did more so the Philly shell in that shoulder roll, even though he didn't really. If you're talking about NAOYA, that Philly shell wasn't really rolling. It was more so kind of catching. Similar, we saw Big Bang Jang, when he would block, having that more so of a cross guard, but still, kind of catching a lot of the punches that opponents would throw. That's what NAOYA was trying to do. It wasn't really working to the same effect. And when he would get into that stance, he would more so try to lean back, stationary, straight up, stationary, still squared up, leaning back with this type of guard and posture. And he was getting caught with some stuff by PICASSO. I'm not going to lie. That wasn't the best effective thing. And his best attribute defensively is that high guard with head movement. High guard with head movement, right? A high guard with the foot movement is the best way he's able to move and be safe in the ring, at least from what I've seen. Hopefully he does that more often, rather than going back to that Philly shell that, again, he ain't rolling like he's supposed to get out of the way of the stuff that he's supposed to, if you get what I'm saying. If you get what I'm saying, it's one of the only critiques I've had with it away. I've called him the closest thing to a perfect fighter if I can make one. But doggone it, that Philly shell, I don't want him using that consistently, because that is it. With the way he does it, it's not as effective as it should be. Absolutely. Let me see. It's strange to me that Joshua came out with no blood, even a scratch from a brutal wreck. Well, if you saw the pictures where the car hit the truck, the entire was it right side? Yeah, the entire right side of the car was completely almost about cut in half, if not smashed. Left side of the car was completely unscathed. Though seats got pushed back, nothing got crushed over there. Sadly, again, lives were lost, again, to Anthony Joshua's best friends, which is a complete horror. But it was almost like a clean cut, just about, from the way that the crash was described. And so that's why Joshua's side didn't have any damage at all. But the other side was completely obliterated, which again is a tragic thing. So it's no conspiracies. It's no like, oh, it was a setup. No, it was a very, a horrific, unfortunate. And shoot, I get why they would hit a truck on the side of the road, because where I've drove, especially on some of these highways, where it's dark, or rather where the roads aren't as kept as they're supposed to, and there's some hills and valleys going up and down, There's some times where I try to go and overtake somebody. Next thing you know, I'm seeing something coming up on the side of the road where I'm trying to get back in the lane, and there's no way I could have seen it early because there was no sign or anything that something was amiss or that something was there up until it's right up on you. So it's one of those just very tragic situations that just it's really sad, man. It really is a horrible thing. That's why I keep saying prayers out, because it's a despicable reality that we have to live in. At a moment, your life can change in a heartbeat. INOUE said he's not in a good mood because PICASSO's team was being disrespectful and made noises and harassing. And I didn't hear that. I know he was mad about the hand wraps, which again were not a problem. The hand wraps have never been a problem. He's done those same hand wraps in the past, and they were never a problem then. They're not a problem now. Opponents just try to make a big deal out of them because of the fact that it is to get under their skin. It didn't say that to Manny Pacquiao. Shoot, I think even Stephen Fulton and his team, they had some issues with the hand wraps or gloves of INOUE, even though we both agreed on them pre-fight and we were good. So again, it's a bunch of mess that people and opponents try to use against INOUE to get them frustrated and mad, which there's no backing on it at all, because his hand wraps are legal. Let me repeat, his hand wraps are legal by the standards of what boxing is supposed to be, at least from the standpoint of the equipment uses. So, no issue there. But like I said, that's why you don't poke the bear. Like I can imagine he was mad. That's probably why he said it was a bad performance, because he wanted to knock him out, just to shut him up and to stop him. Because last time somebody talked about his hand wraps, what happened? He knocked him out. So it was like, brother, you trying to sabotage something I'm doing right? Yeah, I'm going to take you to sleep. That's probably why I say it was a bad performance, if I'm going to be completely honest. And so it makes the issues and making issue about the hand wraps. He said, just I can definitely imagine they just wouldn't be enjoying themselves at all. We got other people in the chat. Hold on, let me make sure I keep on reading everybody. Like with Dale Anderson. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in on the show. Thank you so much for joining in on this end of the year special. Hey, Jean-Luc. INOUE said that PICASSO and his team was disrespectful and wants nothing to do with them anymore. And like we just covered it. Good gosh, y'all are either I'm behind. No, I'm definitely behind. Let me read this up a little bit. But yeah, I can imagine. Now it might have to be that if he says at 122, PICASSO might earn his way back up again, and he'll have to fight him again. But either way, like, this is why you don't poke the bear, because it's frustrating. Let me see. Also, Legendary. Hi, brother. Super Saiyan. What's going on? How you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Good to see you. Thank you for joining in on the show. Salute before the clock in. Hey, look, I appreciate it so much, and I appreciate all of you all tuning in on the show with us today. I think Crawford and Usyk showed more consistent defense throughout. Them plus INOUE have chance. Yeah. I mean, well, Usyk gets hit. Crawford does get hit because of his style. Like, he was getting hit against Canelo as well. He just was able to take it and also did nullify. I would say more so when INOUE is on defensively, he's able to compete with just about anybody. Even when he's off defensively, he's still able to be a sublime artist in the ring of not getting hit. Even in this fight, if you don't want to say he got hit too much, but he was still putting on defensive displays of seeing everything and avoiding everything, while being in front of Alan PICASSO, while landing 4 or 5 punch combinations. All three of them are incredible at both defense and offense. So I can't say who's better from that standpoint. I just know all of them, they do their thing. Conspiracy theorists think AJ was in the crash. Guys, nah, it's like I said, there's going to be a lot of stuff coming around with that Anthony Joshua situation. My whole thing is, look, just prayers out to the people. And please, how this is going to affect Anthony Joshua going forward, it's going to be something to look out for. If you think me trying to speak something bad into existence, the reality of these types of situations, stuff like that, affects you longer than just, especially when it's that traumatic. Losing people that you grown up with, 2 people in a moment, after the biggest day of your life, in terms of payday, and one of the highs of your career. Yeah, it's bad. It's incredibly bad. How is it going to affect Anthony Joshua going forward in his return, as he's trying to mentally, and he said himself, he's mentally in a better state, and physically he seems to be in a better state. And he's with Usyk, seemingly he's been able to train to get back to where he needed to be, and now his whole world just crashed around him in a moment again. This time in a way that matters more than just inside the ring. How is that going to affect him? I don't know, and I hope it doesn't, because it from the sense of more and agree, but my gosh, this can be, looking inward type situation. We don't know what it's going to do. We really don't, and it's a shame. It really is. Let me see. It's crazy how they were complaining about the raps. Didn't complain while going over the rules right before fighting. Yeah, like I said, it's insane. It is insane. Let me see, I saw a thumbnail of Inoue in locker room Picasso. Anyway, had space I get away from him. Yeah, no, he was telling people to get out of the room because he was hot. He was telling people to get out the room because they were getting mad with the whole rap situation. I understand. It's horrible. Sebastian Hernandez cooked Junto. I don't care what anybody says. And yeah, look, you have full right to. There's going to be a lot of opinions about it. I thought the fight was a draw, and it was either a draw or split decision for Hernandez or Junto. Either one of those is an acceptable thing to me. Ultimately, I thought the fight was a draw, and it should have been a draw. But, like, Hernandez, he took it to him. Hernandez proved, hey, buddy, we need to bump that box ranking up a lot, because this cat, this brother dangerous. This brother is dangerous, no question about it. But real quick, last couple of chats, then we're gonna get into the season, or rather, end of year awards. I know that's what a lot of people are here for. Absolutely. So with the last couple of chats, then we're gonna transition over into the end of year awards for the boxing world by the Welch Report and me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. You might agree or disagree, but either way, hey, we're gonna have fun with it nonetheless. I feel sorry for his next opponent. He will be 10 times better than he was against Picasso. Well, actually, that actually brings up a good point real quick. Before we delve into the world of the awards of boxing, with Inoue and Nakatani now confirmed, hey, with the reactions of that fight, fans are calling for Bam Rodriguez. They are. But the quickly in the next topic, fans are calling for Bam Rodriguez to step in the ring. They want Bam to come up to 122. We even had some people in the chat early saying, hey, I would love to see Bam get up here, fight Hernandez first, and then go and fight Inoue next, if possible. And now that fight is getting a lot more motion due to this Junto Nakatani fight, leaving a lot to be desired on Nakatani's part. Not the definitive winner that people expected to see. All of a sudden, the rise for Bam and Inoue have they've gotten up there. And even though in the press conference or subsequently afterwards in the fight, Inoue has said, hey, look, we'll see, we'll work with our manager, we'll see what happens next. However, Japanese fans will be very excited to see what fight comes next. All roads are pointing to Junto is going to be the next guy to fight against Inoue. All roads are pointing to that. As of right now, all roads point to Inoue versus Nakatani in May. Done deal. However, don't let the perceived set in stone action fool you from the fact that if the public brings it up enough, the plans can change. They can. And no question about it. They can change. They can change the heart. They can change like that. Snap of your finger. They can shift. Because now, Bam is being talked about to some degree on the same level as Inoue. That's really the best competition after what we saw with Junto Nakatani. That's the fight that really people are tantalizing for what they want to have on their plate as a big fight come next year. Especially if we see Inoue not being around at 122 for long. Make it happen. It's getting a lot of buzz. Don't be surprised, especially if the recovery time of Junto takes a minute from this fight, depending on how recovery may go. Don't be surprised if we start seeing all of a sudden Bam Rodriguez, hey, I'm moving up. Mind you, he was supposed to fight, before fight Martinez, he was supposed to fight Nakatani next in their fight, I believe at 118, before Nakatani moved up to 122. So if that was the case, he ain't far off. We've been saying this. He ain't far off from being able to be in the midst of their championship aspirations. In the midst of that three kaiju war that all of them are involved in. So since that is a fact, Bam and Inoue, while it is perceived as we still got to wait for Bam to come up in weight, Don't be surprised if all of a sudden Bam makes the move. Even Robert Garcia was saying on social media, hey, we'll get there. Don't worry. When we're ready, we're gonna be ready. We looking to take on all comers in the standpoint of inside the ring. We're gonna fight. But if the public keeps on talking, if the money starts showing up, and if Bam's cachet continues to rise, even with him out the ring, in a way that, to be perfectly honest, though we had seen him be dominant, though he is, in my opinion, one of the 5 best fighters in the world, though he is one of the most accomplished fighters in the entirety of the sport, the cachet of what his name is was overshadowed by INOUE. And to some degree was even overshadowed by Nakatani. It was. That's the truth. Not to mention tanking everybody else who was at 135. Though the density was a lot for Bam in accomplishments, the product was still outshined by other people, for better or for worse. Now he's getting talked about in the same breath as one of the few international stars that is outshining on every capacity, even the other big names in the sport. That's something that they've been waiting on for a mighty long time. To Bam and his team, Robert Garcia and everybody else around Bam Rodriguez. Don't be surprised if the noise keeps building up like this, that we see that fight happens. I dare say, don't be surprised if we hypothetically get Nakatani and Bam Rodriguez within a year. As in Nakatani in a way happened, and then potentially end of the year, or next year, we get INOUE versus Bam. Or whatever winner of that fight, they fight Bam at 122, as if it's INOUE, the last fight of INOUE's career at 122 before moving up to 126. Or for Nakatani, fighting to defend his undisputed championship as he fully grows into the division. Don't be surprised if that happens. If it does, I'm telling you, talk about a war of words and a war of monumental occasions on 2 separate instances. It would be phenomenal. It would be phenomenal. But I can see a reality where that takes place. And if it does take place, you heard it from here first. You heard it from me first, right? You're right here on the Watch Report. Hey, if that happens, you heard it from me first. You heard it from me first, absolutely. No question about it. Let me keep on reading what you all got to say. INOUE made adjustments, dodging left hook, dodging the jab, dodging the right straight. INOUE got PICASSO on the back foot. Yes, he did. Absolutely. At least he earned the draw for sure. Yes, in terms of the likes of Junto versus Hernandez, he at least earned a draw. Absolutely, he at minimum he should have earned a draw. PICASSO was lying. Said in later rounds I felt stronger. No, he did not. I didn't see that part. He did not look strong. He did not feel strong. But it was bad. 118, 110 was criminal. Yes, it was absolutely. Let me see. Legendary Jackson, the legendary Super Saiyan. INOUE needs to raise his shoulder. You have to deflect the right hand. Yes, he needs to roll on the shoulder. He's got to roll with it. Use that shoulder. He doesn't do that. It's just that's the one bad part about this game. I just don't want him using the Philly shell. Because if he does, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. And you're right, he takes more risk than Usyk, and maybe he takes as much risk as Terrence Crawford, but he takes more risk than Usyk. He does. He's one of the most aggressive fighters that we have in the sport right now. No question about that. But again, he's on that level. Absolutely. Let me see. Is it? How do I say this? I want to say Yoda. Is it Yoda? Is it Yoda Dio? I want to say Yoda Dio. That's an insane combination. My gosh, Yoda and Dio together. But how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here. I bet Bam will chicken out. No, he won't. No, I can say one thing for sure. That brother ain't talking nothing. I'll say that for sure. I don't care what. I can go through other conversations in regards to who they can beat, how good they may be. Perfectly fine there. I can tell you one thing I can't go for. Duck and smoke. Bam don't duck nobody. He don't. He don't. I can promise you that, which is a good thing. He don't duck smoke at all. Let me see. I'd rather see INOUE versus Junto first. Yeah, I would too. Let Bam get some straps at 118. Yeah, and then afterwards figure. Yeah, I'm all for that. Absolutely. Let me see. G-Ball, what's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. on today. Like what you got to say? Bam versus Nakatani. Winner gets Inoue. Now, I would rather it be now because of the scare that we had with Nakatani almost losing. I get the Nakatani Inoue fight out of the way. Get it out the way. It's reached the pinnacle. They're right there. They're in the same division. It's 40 undisputed title. Even though there's some vulnerability with Nakatani, Japan and the world is already set to have that fight completely encapsulate everything that you have. So be sure, make it happen. Don't let time go to waste, please. And then in 2026, winner of that fight, Inoue and Nakatani, that's who fights Bam Rodriguez. That's what I would love to see in my estimation. Anyway, it's awesome, but no doubt he ducked El Gallo and did he? You know what? Like, now I don't think he did, but I'm not gonna overlook the fact that there is an argument that he may have. Now he would have beat him. He would have beat El Gallo. He would have beat Choco. He would have. I firmly know that he would have. But I thought it was because he was chasing after bigger and better things, and as he continued to move quickly throughout the divisions. Hey, it wasn't a duck. That's been my standard. If you actually going through and taking on, okay, you're going after titles, or you're going after another division, or you chasing legit, like insane level greatness. That's not a duck to me. But if you want to make the argument, I'm not gonna fight you. I'm not gonna fight you because there is something that could be said for that in potential. Let me see. MS, hold on. Wait a minute. MS, what's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Hold on a minute.
We got some problems here.
Everybody brace ourselves now. I don't know what I'm about to read, cause maybe this cat might break something else. Who knows? Lord, we might just see this. Hey, MS might just say Crawford's coming back. Hey, forget what you heard. Crawford's fighting Benavidez as I close away. Everybody grab onto your seats. What MS got to say now? Let me see. Salute, champ. Hey, man, salute to you as well. Appreciate you joining in on the show. What you make of Inoue's dad trying to stack the gloves over in Riyadh? Is that the reason why Inoue's punches have been so effective fighting elsewhere, or is there nothing to it? So there's again, for me, or in my opinion, because like I said, I'm not in the room. I can only go off of what I know. From Stitch Duran, as well as other cutmen / people that control raps and all this stuff, and by the rules of boxing themselves, the raps that are quote unquote stacked are not an actual problem in the sport. They're not. Mind you, with PICASSO, Fulton, I think, also got this brought up against him, or Fulton brought this up against the likes of, or his team rather brought it up against Inoue as well before their fight. It's been a common thing that quote unquote stacking or the way that Inoue does his hand wraps is something that's illegal. But in actuality, it's not. It still falls under the limit of what you're able to do in the realm of boxing. He was also able to do it in Las Vegas. He was also able to do it like in a good chunk of in the other major cities that he's fought against, where the commissions that we all trust. Though there might not be a lot of it, but it's the most reputable ones that we can distinguish. They actually hold the rules correctly. Even under them, there was no problem with it. Whether it's been over in Japan, over here in the States, or over there in the UK, wherever the world he fights, by rule, it's not a problem. Which is why Stitch Duran was saying, because he commented on this as well, hey man, look, all that stuff is a bunch of mess. The way that he wraps his hands is not something that is illegal. The power that he has is just the power that he has. It's like when Terrence Crawford, when he busted his glove fighting against Avanese. It wasn't because the gloves were illegal. It wasn't because they were tampered with. It wasn't because that the gloves were going through and something was amiss inside of them. No, this wasn't what was it what was his name? Panama Lewis? Was it Panama Lewis that did it? Yeah. This wasn't a Panama Lewis situation when they were loading gloves into stuff. Legit. Crawford was just that strong that when the punch landed, hit the glove at a certain point, it just ripped it. That's not something that is amiss. Though people may say that. And yes, the concern is understandable. The reason for it is for ultimate safety. I get it. Just like with drugs and stuff. You don't want nothing contaminating the sport. I am not against the skepticism, absolutely. But also, There's a difference in skepticism and looking for a problem. There is a difference. And because of that, that's, it can get a little bit of art. And it can lead down into more so conspiratory stuff and then into somebody's dirty when they actually ain't. And now somebody's name gets dragged under the mud when in actuality that's not what happened. With INOUE's case, I believe everything's okay. From what I'm able to understand, everything's fine. Now, if it comes out that something's actually going amiss and all of a sudden, hey, we get new information and everything is actually, oh, this is bad, what did we change our tune? I got no problem here, wrong. I'm just going off what I know and what other people that know more than me have been saying in regards to this topic. It's the best thing I can say. And it's been something that's been held against other fighters. It ain't just, anyway, it isn't something new that anyways had this happen to him or happen against him. It's been a common thing for other fighters as well. But it's Pacquiao. Shoot, I think there might have even been a case that Miguel Cotto had something going up against him. Definitely with Margarito. And that was actually real. that was actually real with Margarito. But I believe it's not a problem. I believe that the raps are clean. Now, if we see something down the line, we'll change our tune. But as of right now, don't buy into that. Because legit, his power has been carrying from 115 to 118 to 122. Most likely to 126 with the same level, same rap. Or when he was forced to do a different rap, guess what? He's still knocking people out. So it's like, I don't see it as a problem because I don't think it was ever, at least in my opinion, I don't think it was ever a problem. And from my vantage point, let me see. Let me keep on reading. INOUE team since offers to them, they turn INOUE down. I feel when INOUE respects his opponents, his defense is on point. Yeah, absolutely. Breaking news: IBF orders Canelo versus Iglesias. That it's not happening. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Is that real? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. See, I'm scared now. I don't know what's real or what's not. Because since the world of Crawford and Canelo, that rematch no longer being on the table because Crawford retired, I don't know what Canelo's next move is. Is he actually fight? Well, lo and behold, well, you know what? Hey.
We got some problems here.
Dang it. How did I miss it? You know what? Hey, look. Y'all beat me to the punch, and I didn't even know that I was actually. I thought you were just joking. I thought you were just playing around. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. This is actually, I don't believe this. This is actually real. My gosh, this is actually real. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me pull it up on the screen on picture for you all to sit down and enjoy. If you didn't know, lo and behold, it's been out now. Hey, it's been confirmed. Shoot, we know what Canelo's next move is. I can't believe this is insane. We know what Canelo's move. Canelo's next move, as you can see.
Hey, look at this. We got some problems here.
My gosh.
We got some problems here.
He's fighting Iglesias. Hey, the IBF has officially ordered. Watch you, Jay. Bob, I thought you were joking. That laughing emoji had me thinking you were joking in regards to talking about Canelo. But no, this is real. Crawford's following Terrence Crawford's retirement, IBF officially orders mandatory challenger Oles Iglesias to face against the former undisputed middleweight champion Canelo Alvarez for the IBF super middleweight title. Well, y'all been saying Iglesias is a real threat. We've been saying he's a real challenge. We've been saying people better watch out because he's going to be coming for a title very, very quickly. And now, lo and behold, we're here. Hey, time to put your money where your mouth is. It's time to put your money. Let's go. Let's see what you got. Hey, this is. Now, granted, I think Canelo's going to win, but this is not going to be just a straight up walk in the park scenario. I guarantee you, promise you, it's going to be a fight that is going to have a lot of people really looking at the I want to say the revamp, not even revamped. It's going to have a lot of people looking at the new iteration of what Canelo's going to be, with us now seeing if he wants to stay on top, he's going to have to retool even against other fighters, because now there is a blueprint. Everybody ain't Crawford, absolutely, but if you can do something akin to that, might be an advantage that you can win. He's going to have to retool and regroup. What's he going to be able to do going up against an actual game of fighter, going up in his next fight out for another championship, which I said it was going to be quick. He's going to get the title very soon because it is Canelo. It is Canelo. But let me keep on reading what you all got to say on the day because, like I said, we got a lot of stuff that we still got to discuss. I agree. I disagree with Crawford. Something is suspicious. Gloves never explode like that in the history of this. But I believe it's happened. It ain't common. And again, if I'm wrong, please fact check for yourself. Everything I'm saying is going off of my best qualitative knowledge that I can think of. But like I said, look it up. Everything I say, look up to make sure that it's on the up and up. I do not know everything. Be clear. I only know what I know. And I'm trying to be as informative as possible. But as fans, be sure that you look up whatever you need to look up from reputable sources. It's important. To make sure that you have your stuff in order. But I believe it has happened before. It ain't common. It's very rare. Especially nowadays because gloves are a lot more secure, a lot better built than they used to be back in the day. Yeah. Yes, they might have used better, more authentic levels of leather rather than pleather or the stuff that they have right now. There's a lot of different other makes and models. Understandable. But the quality, better. Absolutely. Hand protection, better. Build quality, sustainability, it's better. Understand. But I believe it has happened before in this current iteration of modern glove technology, even though it is indeed very, very, very rare. Very rare indeed. But like I said before, look it up. Make sure I'm right on this. I don't think anything was suspicious about it because, one, I believe I've heard that happen before in the past, and two, Crawford hasn't done anything adjacent to cheating throughout his entire career that we know, that we've been able to learn from all the quality of tests, whether it's drug tests or anything else. And we know he hasn't cheated the sport. And if I'm gonna be real, just not be being condescending, why would he need to cheat with gloves against David Avanesian? Errol Spence, I can understand. Sean Porter, I can even understand. Shoot, Amir Khan, because of that speed. Maybe, I can understand. Getting below 135 in what he calls the hardest fight of his career. Even harder than Canelo. Which I actually got to show that Aiden Ross clips. But even still, why would he need to do that for David Avanesian? Of all opponents, with no disrespect. But like, on BOK Prime, to defend the title against somebody who isn't even was more of a mandatory than an actual like competitive opponent, leading into Errol Spence, which again, he was a fight to do something wrong in. It seemed like that would be the one to do for me, in my opinion. But again, that's just my thoughts on it all. Let me get reading what you all got to say. Ramon Vasquez, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. The rapping is suspicious, but anyway, beat Picasso with skill, not power. Yeah, I mean, he was landing some power. If he had gone to the body, he would have actually knocked him out. He would have. I strongly believe he would have. He committed to the body even more. But again, the raps, he's been doing this since, at this point, I'm like, 6 years. And so, these same raps, that same rapping style, has been under scrutiny for about as long. So it's not uncommon. But, I don't, like I said, I don't think there's a problem with it. At this point, if something does come up, we address it, absolutely. But at this point in time, I think it's okay for now. And now for news of the Boxing Voice, it's saying NAOYA struggled to knock and now news from the Boxing Voice is saying NAOYA struggled to knock out a prospect in Picasso. Well, that's just ridiculous. See, and again, I respect the Boxing Voice. Phenomenal show. If you go leave a like on their channel, subscribe to them. They got fighters, they got other podcasters, they got a bunch of fans that you can come and interact with. Great channel. But I listened to them when I was in college. And I was really getting into sport. Great. No issue there. Absolutely. But I disagree. Because again, just like with Hernandez, while Picasso hadn't faced off against, again, the Ahmed Dalibs or the Picassos or those other big time, box rec 5-star level fighters at super bantamweight, this ain't no prospect. 1, 32 fights in his career. And 2, he's been beating a good chunk of the borderline great level competition. Again, not the 5-star level comp, but between that 3.5, 4-star level, he's been able to still put on phenomenal displays. He has. It is real what he knows about the sport and what he's able to do. He ain't a prospect. He's not a prospect. Hernandez is more of a prospect than doggone PICASSO. Be real. PICASSO was ranked higher than Hernandez on nearly every single boxing ranking system, including the ring. If I have my numbers correctly. So, again, check for yourself. But, like, I vehemently push back on it. Vehemently push back. Now, again, if you hadn't heard of him, perfectly fine. Even if you hadn't heard of him, you can look at the way that he fights and be like, okay, this ain't just another fodder common type of guy. Anyway, we'll probably beat him, but this ain't a brother that is just taking kindly to. Because he's legit, he's real. So I don't agree with that, but I love the show and respect the show and show love to them. Absolutely. Hopefully, hey, maybe they can come on here. Who knows? Maybe we can do some collaborations. Who knows what the Welch Report may turn into? Like I said, we're all form sports platform, from the NBA to boxing to the NFL and beyond. We can cover it all, at least everything that I know. So hey, maybe we can get some collaboration going. Share some sponsors with us if you don't mind. Hey, we can do some good business, shall we? We can do some good business. But let me keep on. Oh Lord, let me keep on reading what you all got to say. I'm having too much fun. Let's keep stuff in the midst. We got to get to the award show. We got to get to the award show so we can actually give out the awards for all this stuff. Come on, let's do that first, and then we can go through and talk about whatever else you want to talk about. But let's read these last couple chats, then let's delve into the boxing awards, what I have for pound, fighter of the year, and all the other jazz. Absolutely. Let me see. Eddie Reynoso has said a few weeks ago that Canelo wasn't fighting until September. Well, again, that was because they were waiting, or they were wanting the rematch against Canelo or against Crawford. They were going to forego their normal May date, fighting on Cinco de Mayo weekend, to go and get a rematch with Canelo. That's what their camp was saying. That's what Reynoso was saying. So you're right, he did say that. However, that was with the rematch being implied. We're gonna fight again. But there was no rematch clause for this fight. Mind you, that's why I was saying this was also so impressive for Crawford, because there was no safety net. You don't get another shot if you lose this. You're just going to be the guy that lost to Canelo. You tried, you failed, you got to go back down, and this is your limit. If you win, great. And Canelo has no shot at a rematch. We were saying that in the build-up. And so there wasn't a rematch clause, regardless of who won, to get another fight again. They just anticipated, hey, we're going to run it back because, one, I'm Canelo, and two, you're at 168, and three, I'm the biggest fight you can make even now after beating me. You still want that money. I want my get back. Everything works out accordingly. But because of that, they said, yeah, we ain't fighting till September because we want that fight with Crawford when he's ready, because he takes a year to prepare. Fine, we'll wait a year. But now without that fight, with him being retired, well, there's no point in waiting around. None. So, like, yeah, back to our regularly scheduled programming up until potentially Crawford returns. And after that, if he returns, which might not happen. They'll never say never in boxing, but also Crawford might actually stick it out. Either way, until further notice, we back to fighting on our normal schedule of May and getting championships again. Let me see. Because if NAOYA retires and does not pass on the style, we might never see someone fight like him again. Well, I think we can if his dad is still training. Because the body is the engine, but the coach is the motor. The fighter is the instrument of destruction. But the coach, trainer, is the plan of attack. Cus D'Amato made Tyson into what Tyson was. Just like he made Floyd Patterson into what Patterson was. Tyson can do that style. And I assume he couldn't really teach it, but he just didn't. But Roy Jones Jr., he taught the style that he learned. And I don't believe he's as good of a coach as much as he keeps on training people, because he's not able to mitigate, or rather hone in on the strengths of a fighter within his own style to make that style work for them. It just doesn't. He tried to teach them to fight like him in every way, and they can't do it. Like you saw what happened to Eubanks when he tried to fight like him. Boom, he got knocked out. Clean. Everybody can't teach, even though they can fight. Everybody can't teach, even though they can fight. And everybody that can't teach, they might be able to actually fight. And in some cases, the teachers of that style are what keeps the style alive. Freddie Roach, a lot of people work with Freddie Roach. Pacquiao ain't the only buddy that fights in the Freddie Roach style. There's other people that do it too. He honed that for Pacquiao for that uniqueness. But it's still Freddie Roach's identity. Emmanuel Stewart's identity. That Kronk Jim identity. Bo Mac's identity. That translates to other fighters. Coach passes on the style. The fighter can do it too if the fighter chooses to train. But is the fighter a good trainer? That's the question that sometimes is not always right. Michael Jordan, phenomenal, one of the greatest basketball players ever. Number one and number two, depending on who you ask. Regardless of which. One of the greatest to ever lace him up. But as a coach and or basketball mind off the court, telling others what to do, building up a roster, he's one of the worst I've ever seen. One of the worst that ruined the Hornets from ever going off the ground. They used to be a legit good commodity in the NBA. He comes in, he drafts Adam Morrison, Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, and outside of Kemba Walker and LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball was afterwards, excuse me. But it sucked. It was a bum trying to move the game forward by building and teaching. It just wasn't in him. But playing, yeah, he got it in the bag. Everybody can't do both. Now, I don't know if anyone can do both. That's not saying he couldn't, but gonna have to kind of find out. But his dad's gonna be the one that passes on that style more than anything. More than anything. Canelo coming back, knocking out Iglesias would be epic. I want to see. I mean, I would love to see it too. Not because I ain't got nothing against Iglesias, but I would love to see the likes of NAOYA being able to come, or likes of Canelo come back with a vengeance and have, even at 36 years old, one more, not just one last hurrah, but another reign at the top, and potentially reign long enough to where other fighters move up. And now you got a new test that you can challenge in another mega fight situation. I wouldn't be mad at that. I'll be real. I would not be mad at that at all, because it's shame. It's not a shame that he lost. It is a question of whether or not he can evolve, or if what Canelo is what Canelo is. And that just isn't going to change. If that's the case, and that's the case, that's not negative. That's just the truth of the matter. At this point in time, an old dog who's been able to work with the same trick for so long, sometimes you can't teach them something new. Sometimes they don't have the capacity to learn something new because their body isn't built to do that no more. Sometimes. And sometimes it is. But either way, we'll find out nonetheless. As time goes on, I'm still trying to make sure I catch everybody else so we can actually get through this, the other half of the show, doggone it. Got to make sure I do it too. Since when is number one mandatory prospect? Like I said, I just disagree with what they had to say to the boxing wars, but still, the show itself is phenomenal. Bill Sickles were, in a way, used the shoulder roll and the massive right hand to counter. That was beautiful. It was. He just didn't do it often enough because he was too straight up with that Philly shell. I hate that. That's the thing. I think it's crazy when NAOYA fights a high-level opposition. He looks better than ever. He is akin to Salvador Sanchez. That's not me trying to bring down Salvador. But the fact that somebody can get up to that level is worthwhile. When Salvador fought people, if you were good, you weren't seeing the end of the fight, because he would go through and destroy you because he would up his level. Because he had to up his level. I hate saying he was, because that brother should still be alive today. It hurts me every time I think about it. But he was a master. He was a master in every respect. And he fought to the level of competition in a good way, not in a bad way. And that's what INOUE does. When you are up there in quality, or you show, okay, there's something to prove, he styles on you. Louis Neary, knockout artist, he went through it and destroyed him. Stephen Fulton, pound for pound, French top 10, destroyed him. Ahmed Ali was the second, no, Ahmed Ali was he was the best fighter in the division outside of INOUE. He was number one. He was the biggest comp. He was the biggest threat. For about a couple of years, people saying he was ducking him. And he went through and he had a better performance against Ahmed Ali than he did against PICASSO. And both of them were complete 12-round sweeps. Both fights were 12-round sweeps. And he did even better against the bigger threat than he did against PICASSO. And he actually attempted to be more responsible against PICASSO. The level that you fight is the level that he elevates to. It's an insane trait, but it's a trait that he's got. It's a trait that he's got that it's just ridiculous. Also, let me see. Hold on. We got paid. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a second. We got paid today. Yes, sir. We got paid today. I appreciate you, Mr. Miyagi. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for the €10 super chat right here on the show with us. And hey, if anybody wants to go and outgive him, hey, feel free to go ahead. We got Cash App, PayPal, links down below in the description. Super chats, gifts, stickers, all the stuff you can offer, and so much more. Even though I still don't know. I still don't know what everything is. But hey, if you want to, you want to show him who's boss, go ahead, check him out. And get some more. I'm just being funny. But for real, Mr. Miyagi, thank you for the €10 super chat. Helps out the channel immensely. I appreciate the support oh so much. Let me see what you got to say on today. Salute Jean-Luc Welch. Salute to you as well. Send INOUE to train with Tank to perfect slip countering. And that is the area of INOUE's game that I think he needs help. Get guys like PICASSO out of there with less risk. You right. It would help. If I was to send him to somebody to train, in all honesty, and this is going to sound crazy, if I was to send him against somebody to train, I would send him to train a little bit with Shakur or James Toney. I would send him to learn some stuff, either from Shakur Stevenson today, with how that Philly shell's able to work. Right now, he's the best master at that, from learning how to, whether it's slip countering and or straight up Philly shell. That, either with Shakur, Tank is a good option, but I wouldn't want the over patience of Tank to rub off on INOUE as a stylistic nature. Mind you, he will lose 4 or 5 rounds before ultimately going through and looking for the knockout with a perfect game plan to knock you out. That's how he fights. I don't want INOUE to fight like that. That's not where INOUE can be at his best. I still want him all guns blazing early on without giving up rounds, but still being defensively responsible. He can learn to slip counter from the likes of Tank, absolutely. However, James Toney and Shakur, especially how Shakur handled the Zepeda fight, would be a better advantageous affair of getting used to using slip counters, and more so, if he wants to go into that Philly shell style, and if he wants to use it more often, learning how to operate in that properly so that less risk and high reward are still available, but you're not compromising the pace at which you like to fight. Tank would compromise that by the sake of who Tank is as a fighter. Not negative, it's just that's what he is. Patience and an over counterpuncher. James Toney was a counterpuncher savant. Whether it was pull counters, slip counters, roll unders to get shots in the body, all of that is still in the game, but it is backed by a more offensive mindset. I would love for that to be taught to INOUE. Because my gosh, if he learned that, shoot, man, that would be incredible. At least for me. At least for me. That would be my bread and butter. But Tank is not a bad idea. But I wouldn't want to do it because of those reasons, that it would the negative aspects of Tank, of the style in which he fights to give up rounds, might rub off on Inoue. Not saying that he couldn't still do the same thing, but I wouldn't want that to compromise the best aspects of Inoue as a fighter. That's why I wouldn't do it. But it's not bad at all to have that as a means to do, because it could help. Absolutely. If you really want to learn, hey, if you really want to learn slip counters, might as well train with Bam. If you really want to learn how to slip counters or to do slip counters like that and still be offensive, or to add a new aspect, train with your worst enemy. Train with Bam. AJ's doing it, and he's looking more fluid when he trained with Usyk, who beat him. Train with your op, learn from stuff, and then take him out afterwards. That's what I say. That's what I say. Anyway, but again, that's just me. That's just me. Picasso said he thinks Inoue is not the monster they say he is, and got into a rhythm in later rounds and did better than Inoue at the end. Well, he did not. He had success, but he didn't do better. He did not do better. That's a bold-faced lie that he's saying. He did not do better than Inoue. I don't know why he's saying that. I think KO's ball is too reckless. Yeah, he does. I've said that like I said that almost a year ago, or roughly 9 months ago. He'll knock out balls if they ever fight at 122. He's just too good, too skilled, and too much of essentially a viper, snake, to be able to come through and strike the second you go and overcommit, especially if you being that aggressive, that reckless. The power is dangerous, absolutely, but it is the recklessness that's going to take you out, in my opinion, no question about it. But with all that being said, hold on, we still got to, let's jump, hold on. Now we got everybody, we covered everything, and now we can go into end of the year. Here we go, end of the year awards. Come on. We've been waiting, anticipating, honing in on what the best aspects of boxing are, and now we can delve into the end of the year awards for everything involving the world of boxing and the sport that we love, because now it's time for me to give out the best, or at least a couple of awards, in my opinion, the best aspects of who indeed reigned supreme when it came to the world of boxing as a whole. Let me pull up my list real quick, starting off with most likely, we'll go with the easiest answers to give. Knockout of the year. Yes, indeed. Who the world had the knockout of the year for the best KO that we saw on this year's list? And we had a lot of good ones, don't get me wrong. But in my opinion, the best KO of the year came from the likes of, hold on, where's the sound? Hold on. There we go. The best KO of the year, in my opinion, though we had a lot of good ones, came from Jin Sasaki versus Brian Normington. Yes, indeed. Oh yeah, that fight, that knockout, that 6 round, I don't even think it was 6 rounds. I think it was like 7. But the destruction that we saw take place on Brian Norman Jr. going up against Jin Sasaki in that KO, that absolutely, I mean, decimated Jin, was, in my opinion, that was flatline. Mind you, the brother was laid out in the middle of the ring, one punch off of a parry, came through with a sweeping hook that looked like a scythe, took away 6 weeks of memory. That knockout, even though, and that was better than the Cardenas knockout that we saw against Robles. That was better. Shoot, that was better than the other knockout that we saw. Was it Hampton? Howard? Who was that about that fought on BoxRec that had a KO that was completely one-hitter quitter that put him out the Kingdom Cup? What was that KO? I can't remember. I forget his name. But that knockout also was in contention, which was also on Pro Box TV. But that KO by Norman, my opinion, I mean, destructive, dangerous, scary in every regard, and legit sent shockwaves, major shockwaves through the heart and minds of everybody in the boxing realm. And I do believe that it deserves it. And if you haven't seen it, take a look one more time yet again at the old picture-in-picture, and it'll show you. It'll show you. If you haven't seen this KO, boy, this thing was insane. This thing was ridiculous. Look at it.
Oh, he's out cold.
Dominant.
Out cold.
Scary. Unconscious. Untouched. Still doesn't remember the KO to this day. That is my knockout of the year. I did that.
Left hand by Brian. Oh, that's a showstopper.
Don't
bother counting.
Horrifying. Absolutely terrible. But then as we go on into the other aspects of this award ceremony, I also think we got more people in the chat. Hold on, we got more people chatting. Oh, wait a minute. We got Do we? No, we don't. Never mind. We're still good. After that, now for the fighter. Is it fighter of the year? Was that the next one? Yeah. Here it is. Fighter of the year. Now, this one was a tricky one. Because we had a good chunk of contenders. Yeah, Ben Rodriguez with the dominant year that he's had. We had David Benavidez going in and fighting against David Morrell and then fighting against the likes of Anthony Yard. Knocking out Anthony, again, ending the year by knocking out Anthony Yard. A fight that only been knocked out by the likes of Kovalev and Archie Beterbiev, both of them in the further instances or closer to their primes. This is somebody who looked like he was finally, this would be his chance to get over the hump. Was legit a top 5 contender in the light heavyweight division. And he cleaned both Morrell and the likes of Yard out. Morrell in a complete, or almost a complete 12-round decision. And then Yard actively putting him to sleep, getting the ref to stop the fight. TKO victory. That was impressive. And Crawford, of course, we know with the likes of him going through and beating Canelo in one of the most unpredictable, yet spectacular and lopsided performances on a historical standpoint that we had ever seen, cementing himself, in my estimation, as one of the 10 best fighters I have ever seen in my life. Subsequently went out on a high note, literally retired, being the best fighter in the world and the best of this generation. That one win went in like it was the best win it was the best win out of everybody in the world. It was. That's not me being, that's not hyperbole. That's legit. That one win put him in the case with everything. And put him in the case with everything. And it almost outweighed every other aspect of a fighter's run this year in boxing. It almost did. Almost. Because my fighter of the year, unquestionably, undoubtedly, is NAOYA INOUE. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It's INOUE. NAOYA INOUE is my fighter of the year. I'm telling you, INOUE is my fighter of the year. NAOYA INOUE, the monster himself, reigning again. I think this is for the second year in a row. Oh, no, it's not. No. Well, was it Usyk last year and then INOUE this year? Or was it INOUE both times? I can't remember. But I believe this year is deserving that he deserves to be the fighter of the year in my estimation. Fighting 4 times a year, all of whom are elite competition outside of, again, Yi-Jun Kim, which was understandable, a replacement for Sam Goodman, somebody who was supposed to fight, who was a top 5 fighter at super bantamweight, but got cut and injured again. So the got next, had to be replaced. But outside of that, with him, Cardenas, Akhmadaliev, and Picasso all fighting this year, more specifically that fight with Picasso and Akhmadaliev and Cardenas being 3 insanely rough, tough, aggressive, scary, powerful, dominant fighters. Cardenas had fought at 130 before, and since coming down to 122, had a 4-fight knockout streak, and it looked like one of the most dangerous punchers in this whole division. Akhmadaliev, undefeated also, or excuse me, not undefeated, was he 19-1? I believe, was also he was the other best fighter in 122. Him and Marlon Tapales as well. But I believe Akhmadaliev was above him and coming through and looking like a dangerous figure in the mainframe of operations that INOUE was trying to continue doing in this dominance as super bantamweight undisputed champion. And he handled him with ease. Looking like Ali in the ring. Insane. Then ending off the year fighting Picasso, another top #1 mandatory contender, top 5 in most ranking bodies. Somebody with the same size advantages as a Junto Nakatani, and who was legit, if the night went wrong, could have not just ruined an entire build-up for a fight, but also had the tools to be built to potentially have INOUE's number if he wasn't careful. And he handles him with, again, the same ease. He went through and beat everybody in the same dominant way. Yes, he got knocked down against Ramon Cardenas, but even still, by the end of that fight, He had complete control. By the end of the Akbar Dali fight, outside the last 10 seconds, he had complete control. Picasso, he had complete control. He beat everybody almost the exact same way from a complete dominating standpoint, regardless of who he was facing. With him still retaining the championships, with him still reigning as the ring and lineal champion, with him also taking on competition that was worth their weight in gold and salt, and he beat them all almost the exact same way. Sustained dominance, consistency, all of that was worth everything to put him in position for my fighter of the year. Absolutely. No question in my opinion. Now, if you got Crawford, if you had Crawford, I completely understand. But for me, it would be Inoue. It would be Inoue as my fighter of the year. Let me see. Craig, what is this? Craig Hutchins, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in to the show. We're talking about the fighters of the year. We're giving out my season awards for this year. And we also got some other stuff because we got the championship rounds coming up next after this. Give me about like 10 minutes. And then we're going to delve into that and see what you all got to say. Be unabated in you all's responses and reactions. But anyway, fighter of the year, yeah, he might. He might fight of the year, absolutely, and there's no question about it. What I like about the paid comment is that Inoue, what I like about the paid comment in Inoue is that Inoue will tell you he needs to improve, and that's another thing. He can still get better. We forget he is in the midst of his physical prime. He can still get better from here, and he's already doing this type of work, outshining, which it took a lot. Took a lot to outshine what Crawford did to Canelo. It did. That one win could have set Crawford apart from everybody else if it wasn't for the multiplicity of times that Inoue fought and the density of competition that Inoue was fighting in those 4 fights. That's what put him over the top. If it wasn't for that, it would have been Terrence Crawford. It would have. It would have. It would have. It would have. And y'all know it would have. If it wasn't for the activity and the density, Crawford would have been number 1. Or he would have been the fighter of the year. Because that one win overshadowed everything. Overshadowed everything that almost everybody else did. That one win even overshadowed Bam. And the work that he was doing this year. And Bam was doing a similar level of dense work to the likes of Inoue. He was. That's how great that win against Canelo was. But Inoue, like I said, the activity, the dominance, the high-ranking opponents with that dominance, the width at which he was beating people either by KO or unanimous decision without any remorse or reproach. I can't say nothing, but he should be fighter of the year. And that brings me to pound for pound. Now, this is where stuff can get a little bit sketchy. Yes, indeed. This is where stuff can get a little bit sketchy now. This is where the pound for pound of this division starts to come into play. It does. Because now, as we end the year, going into 2026, what is the rankings for the hierarchy of this boxing world that we love and enjoy? Well, I'll tell you right now, as I'll bring you to the old picture in picture, and I'll show you myself for who I feel is the last pound for pound list, at least in my opinion, of the year. With it going like this: 10 through 6, Canelo Alvarez at number 10. With that loss to Canelo, bumped him down, but it made it so that he was still, because of his greatness, because of his quality, we understand he is still amongst that top 5. Or he is still in the top 10. Because he still is, without Crawford, the best super middleweight in the world. He is. So got to show it. But the sustained resume up to this point, even without fighting Dave Benavidez, deserves to be on that list. So Canelo's number 10. Got bumped down. He's almost out, but he's still in there. Number 9. Teofimo Lopez. Yes. I know. Now this one is controversial. This one is controversial, but it's because of the fact, I've said this before, this fight with Teo and Shakur is going to put somebody on and or off this list. It will. I got Shakur. Actually, I'll tell you why I got Shakur later on. I got you. You ain't see the rest of the list, but I'll tell you why I got Shakur. But Teo, number 8. And it's because, again, the two-time, Ring Magazine champion. The resume is also undeniable. What he did against the likes of, what was his name? What was his name? What was his name? Who was the brother? Who was the brother? Who was the brother? I'm forgetting. I'm blanking. The guy that he fought, Barboza. I believe it was Barboza. Barboza on the New York card. It was the best fight on that card, even though that was, again, not saying oh so much, but the talent and what he has done for the strength with the accolades. Understand him. Low, but still belongs there. Number 9. Number 8, Devin Haney. Yes, he's back in the list. Now, I was fighting to put him there, but because of him beating Brian Number Jr. in the way that he did, he deserves to be on this list as the best welterweight in the world and one of the best boxers on the planet. I can't deny that. I can't. It would be a fool of me to. He's got the previous accolades. He's got the sustained dominance outside of, again, that Ryan Garcia, a no contest, which, again, we want to see again. To whether or not it was a fluke, and it was PEDs, whether or not Ryan Garcia is just, he actually got his number. We're going to find out. We're going to find out next year. I guarantee you we're going to find out next year. But that win against Devin Haney, or against the perceived baddest brother at 147 immediately on his first fight up there. With all the controversy that he had to beat him so soundly, even though I hated the way that second half of the fight went about. He deserves to be number 8. So Devin Haney, number 8 in the world in my estimation. Number 7, Junto Nakatani. Yeah, Nakatani deserves to be there. Now, with this fight with Hernandez, that kind of shifted things. It did. That shifted some stuff. That shifted some things. I had him higher. But the way that he struggled with Hernandez bumped him down slightly. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I didn't have him higher. This is the same spot I had him. I was thinking about moving him down after the fight with Hernandez because that struggle. But because I knew that this was going to be a hard fight going in. Okay, fine. Keep him there for now because this was an actual real test. And the perceived accolades that he had done at 118, being the best for oh so long. If he was at 118 still, we would have been saying the same thing. That he deserves to be up here. And he was genuine. He is genuine. Still, one of the best and most exciting fighters that we got in the sport right now. Still undefeated. Though this fight was incredibly controversial, I understand. I still have him as the 7th best fighter in the world. Now, after INOUE, could be completely different story. As of right now, he's at 7. At 6, David Benavidez, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy I can put him on this list. I'm so happy I can put him on this list as number 6 in the world. Now, this is where I wanted to put him at 5. I wanted to put him at 5 so bad. So bad. Because of the activity, because of the dominance against the likes of Morrell and against Gavaz and against the likes of Yard. Looking the best he had ever looked in his career. Chasing greatness and continuing to press himself with challenges and overcoming those challenges in the same David Benavidez style, that Mexican monster style. He has never compromised himself because of what his opponent is. He has always been able to still fight like he wants to fight. There ain't been a soul that's been able to touch him up here at 175. There hasn't. The stamina's gotten better. The defense is sublime. The offense is even more relentless. It is, in fact, it's the same, but it now carries power, which it didn't have before at 175 when he first got up here. Now it does. He's a scary menace, and he's getting ready to fight against Zurdo Ramirez for the titles next year. Already signed on a dotted line. It would be remiss if I did not put him with this level of traction and run as number 6 in the world. In my estimation, he's that good, he's that great, and he deserves that spot. So now we're getting in the top 5. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, we're getting in the top 5. Place your bets now. Who should be in the top 5? Place your bets right now. Who should be in that top 5 spot? And lo and behold, some people might get mad at this. Some people might get mad. And I get it. I understand. I really do. And even thinking about it right now, I feel like I should put You know what? We're gonna make a change on the fly. We're gonna make a change on the fly. Hold on, wait, hold on. Is it not showing up? Has it been? Oh, hold on. Has it been? Okay, I thought it was a black. Has it been a black screen this entire time? Please tell me it wasn't. Please tell me it wasn't. Or it's just black out for a second. Okay, let me see. Ben Rodriguez at 5. Let me make that switch. Hold on. I'm thinking now more often. Let me make a quick change. Because I think I have messed up thinking in regards to what the pound list should be. I think I messed up. And I need to make a switch. Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on one second. Let me make this switch right here. Because this deserves it deserves to happen. It does. Let me make the switch right here. At number 5, it's not. Let me rephrase it. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. At number 5. Where's the button? Where's the button? Where's it? Here we go. At number 5, the 5th best fighter of the year. It's David Benavidez. Yeah. 5th best fighter is David Benavidez. I'm making a switch. I had Archie Benavidez at 5. I had him at 5, and I had Bivol at 4. But I'm making a switch. I think deservedly so because of the Now I know. Some people. Hey, look, I get it. Some people may not like what we're doing. Look, I understand. Some of y'all are doing this to me right now. Y'all cussing me out. Go on, you. That's all y'all are doing right now. I understand, but look, it's for good reason. The activity of Benavidez has been more. And the level of competition, even though it wasn't Bivol better BF, even though it wasn't the Bivol better BF level, in terms of number 1, number 2, still it was worth what's been going on. And this rise to, not to stardom, but this rise to even more, forget elite status, pound for pound level status, has been with such urgency. I can't overlook that when moving him around this list. So Archie Benavidez is my 6th best fighter. Benavidez is my 5th. And I'm proud to put him in the top 5. I really am. I really am. He deserves it. He's been moving like a top 5 level fighter. He's been attempting to challenge greatness. And he has finally, in my opinion, he's gotten it. I think he's gotten it. What do you think he can beat Archie Benavidez? Fine, completely different story. But from a pound-for-pound perspective of what you've done and what you are, I have to give it to him. And then better be with the Bivol loss, though he fought him to, if he beat him the first time, still almost 100% knockout ratio, has been one of the most dominant light heavyweights in the world, still is a dangerous contender, not even contender, a dangerous championship level fighter at 41 years old, knee injuries and all, who we still want to see him fight against Bivol for that rematch. Now that fight, when that happens, that's gonna dictate whether he moves up or moves down. Because I'll tell you what, the NAOYA fight with Junto, and whenever Arthur gets in the ring with Bivol, or if he fights David Benavidez, that will affect and shift where this hierarchy goes. But 4, 5, 6, and 7 can change within the span of next year. Within this, by November next year, it can shift. This whole list can shift. This whole list can shift. By November next year, this entire list can shift and change. Like that. It can shift and change like that. I'm telling you, it's that quick. It's that quick that stuff can go on. But right now, Archibald Biev is one of the most dominant and destructive light heavyweights in the world, and boxers in the world, period. That simplistic destruction still sends shockwaves to everybody that comes through and fights against him and beyond divisions. Canelo don't want to fight him. Sure enough, most people at light heavyweight don't want to fight that brother. And I'm telling you this right now, he would be a menace and monster against anybody. His accolades speak for themselves. His talent speaks for itself. He deserves to be top 6. He deserves to be top 6. Benavidez above him at top 5. And then Bivol, with him beating Archibald Biev off the backs of also the accolades that he's also accomplished, being the best light heavyweight in the world, beating Canelo previously, having a stretch of dominance that has been insane throughout his entire career. Beating Archibald Biev in that rematch was not a joke. That was a more healthy version of Archibald Biev that he went and faced off against and beat. He fought him in the pocket. He fought Beterbiev on the inside, in the pocket, and beat him. He beat him. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. That's insane. People really don't understand how wild of a statement that is. He beat Archibald Biev in Beterbiev's own domain by not moving around, by not just trying to box with his feet and length. He went through and actually took the fight to him and beat him in another Fight of the Year contender this year. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. That is my fourth best fighter in the world. That's my fourth best fighter, and he deserves it. Now, he's been out long layoff, injury, back injury, I understand. Like I said, everything could change in November because he could come back and not be the same fighter, and we got to bump him down. Understand him. If he doesn't fight next year, we're going to have to bump him down because inactivity, unless you're the likes of Crawford or anyway with that type of set-in-stone level regimen, which with all due respect to Bivol, he doesn't got that, not to that degree, he's going to get bumped down. But if he is able to come back, look like he's able to look, get that fight with Archibald Biev in a rematch, depending on how that goes, probably could stay here or move up. Who knows? Like I said, everything flows could happen. Things could change. Everything could get ridiculous. He could fight Benavidez by next year. Hypothetically, after Benavidez potentially beats Zurdo Ramirez. And Lord knows if Zurdo beats, or Lord knows if Benavidez beats Zurdo, where we're going to have to put Benavidez. Good gosh. Oh, Lord, I can't wait to see that day, if that day does come. But regardless of which, Bivol is my fourth best fighter. Benavidez is my fifth, and Beterbiev is my sixth. And now we're getting into the top 3. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yep. We get into it. Everybody get excited. Everybody get excited. We are in the top 3. We are in the top 3 of the sentiments of who reigns supreme as the 3 biggest leading names in the whole of the boxing world today. And number 3 is Bam Rodriguez. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Bam himself, the angled wonder. That is Bam Rodriguez, Mr. 24. Well, how many fights you got? What is it? 24 years old? I think he got like 24 fights. Is he 24 now? I forget what his resume is, but actually, let me pull it up real quick so I can actually give you all the proper inclinations. But well, let me not search it to where it's up here. We'll keep the list as is. We'll keep the list up here. But Bam is, in my opinion, the 3rd best fighter in all of the land. There's no question in my mind. None whatsoever. This cat has been able not just to prove through competition. He's been able to run. And when I say run, I mean decimate quality competition regardless of the scale and or experience level. It started with Estrada, and now it's ended with doggone Martinez, who was at that point in time under the Ring Magazine's own rankings the best fighter in that division. And he walked him down as if it was a Sunday stroll and knocked him out with a smile on his face in round 10 without giving up a round. Maybe only giving up one. Before that, he was fighting Koffel. And he knocked out Koffel and walked him down. Pillar to post, literally pillar to post. Went through and put his back to the post of every single corner of the ring for the entirety of that fight. There was no room for Koffel to have any sort of success. It was sublime. It was sublime. This man he's different. When I say he's different, man, I don't think y'all get it. This brother is different. The same adulation that I have for Inoue as a transcendent level boxer applies to the likes of Ben Rodriguez. It does. And mind you, he's doing this at a crazy enough, dare I say, young age. He's almost undisputed. Already at a young age, 23-0, 16 knockouts. Has gone through, and as he's gone further into his career, he seems like he's gaining power. The game is becoming easier and easier and easier for him to do. Everything is an effortless wonder with him. I had that moniker with Diego Pacheco. I think after that last fight with Seijo, I might have to take that moniker off, or at least not apply it nearly as much. Because if there was ever a fighter that I can truly apply effortless greatness to, Ben Rodriguez, that guy. He's that man. He is that. Again, he is a boxer that every other boxer should study to be a boxer. He's a fighter. His mind thinks like a supercomputer, and he carries so much power in a frame that doesn't make sense. Even Shakur Stevenson was saying this brother carried power when I was training in the amateur, when I was training for the Olympics, and he was one of my sparring people. But he hits harder than people bigger than me in my weight class. This dude is something special, and the power isn't what his best attribute is. The angles, the off-kilter punching, the ludicrous ways he's able to gain an advantage and make himself unhittable while you are in prime mistakes or in a prime state to get cold, hard, knocked out. He will laugh in your face while he puts you down. He will ask for you to come and do some more damage because I ain't got nothing else to. It's becoming a bore. It's becoming a chore. What else is there for me to do against you? Because I figured you out. Bring me something new. Come on. Make this fun. That's not hyperbole. That's actively what he does in the ring. He's confident. He's poised. He's mature. He is thinking well beyond his years of even an elite fighter in today's game. He is thinking on an all-time great caliber level from a quality standpoint of execution. And he's only 24. He's only 24. When this brother turns 27, gets up to 122, 118, even 126, which he's going to be able to do. We are looking at a contender for the next pound for pound best fighter in the world. Quick and in a hurry. We are. You better, if you ain't found out about Ben Rodriguez now, you better find out about him. This brother is not and I put the screen on me because you all need to understand, Ben Rodriguez is not a fluke. He is not a joke. He is not somebody that's just a rudimentary, hyped up fighter. This man is truly, skill-wise, better than nearly everybody else in this game. And he's younger than everybody else in the game. That is not common. That's not feasible, but it is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And this brother is going to be the best in the world in roughly 3 years. I promise you, in 3 years, he will be the best in the world. He'll be the best in the world. Undisputed. He'll probably get undisputed again. Multi-time lineal champion. Reigning with the Ring Magazine belt. I promise you, he's going to be so special. And he's the third best fighter in the world. He is the third best fighter in the land. And there is relatively no equal. And there shouldn't be. Fandom or not, there shouldn't be. He deserves that level of hype. But after going into number 2 right now, after going into number 2, right now in the world of boxing, it is going to be, where's the music? There we go. Number 2 in the world. For somebody, though they've only fought one time a year, it is tough to say that they don't deserve this acclaim. Alexander Usyk, yep. Now, this may be in light of the rest. Oh, hold on, let me let the shot finish, because it might be controversial to some people. In light of the inactivity, in light of one fight a year, in light of the only fight being Daniel Dubois, that he knocked. Now, granted, he knocked him out in 4 rounds. He knocked him out quicker than he did the first time. He didn't even let it go to the body. He went and ended him quick. And this was a better version of Daniel Dubois, who had retooled himself with Jarrell Miller, with the likes of Hrgovic, with the likes of Anthony Joshua, gaining confidence, gaining a chin, and then gaining outright aggression. Subsequently, in those 3 fights, he gained the confidence from Jarrell Miller when Jarrell was talking this stuff, and he found out he can dig deeper than he could ever do, and didn't have to quit like he did, like he was accused of, rather. Because that eye socket that he had against Joe Joyce, that I get it, because almost permanent damage. Understandable. Had to go stop that fight. Usyk, when he looked like good, he got enough from that knockdown. He did, and he got accused of quitting. The moniker. Jarrell Miller pushed him hard, and he came through and knocked him out in the 4th round and dug deep and found a second win. All of a sudden, he got cocky, he got aggressive, he got a bravado. The identity was set. Then against Hrgovic, he went through and he fought, and all of a sudden, the aggression got set, and the confidence in his chin got set. The bulldozing mentality got implemented against Hrgovic, ran through the right hands of Hrgovic, ran through the onslaught of Hrgovic, and cut him up and got a TKO stoppage and would have knocked him out. And that fight had kept on going. He was rocking him to Kingdom Come. It would have been bad. And he gained the bravado and the intuition. I'm a tank, and I'm going to fight like the tank. And then he put it all together and formulated the entire cloak of new persona on himself when he fought against Anthony Joshua. Walked through Joshua's offense. Didn't even let him get the offense off. Rocked him to pillar to post, knocked him down 4 times, knocked him out even after he got rocked. When Anthony Joshua landed a straight right on him, and it looked like Dubois, hey man, he was on shaky legs, bouncing up and down backwards, trying to get out the way. Even still, he kept composed. He kept calm. Even in the build up to that fight, he was talking reckless. Why? Because he felt he was that type of dog, and he knocked out AJ, sealing a dominant performance, gaining the IBF title. And then Usyk beat that Dubois, who I was saying, brother, this Dubois right now, against anybody, Usyk or otherwise, and that next generation with most of the time, he would have been able to come through and lead the charge against most people in this division right now if he keeps on fighting like this. And Usyk took him out quicker than he did the first time. That version of Dubois, that's impressive. Coupled with undisputed 2 times in a row, with the accolades that he's done in the past, with the skill set that he has, still being of the best in the world, a full-fledged heavyweight now with legit power. If you questioned him before when he hurt Tyson Fury, you can't question him now that he ain't one of the more dangerous punchers, not just boxers, punchers in this division that's getting actually deep. Crazy enough, we got a new generation coming up with Teta Moana, with the likes of Moses the Talent. Daniel Dubois still leading that charge. AJ, when he does come back, still at 36, looking to regroup and retool. Tyson Fury coming back into the fight. Wilder with the fight with Usyk. All of a sudden, everybody's congealing one more time. He still reigns at the top of that mountain. And deservedly so. The baddest man on the planet is still the baddest man in the land. It's going to be hard to knock that buddy down. And if he keeps on fighting for these next 5 fights, like he says, he can take this spot and keep it for his own, or even move up, depending on how stuff goes. But he should be considered the second best in the world, at least in my estimation. And for number 1, where's it? Even though Usyk is phenomenal, there can only be one that reigns at the top of the mountain. And that one is, of course, none and only, or the one and only. No, you know what? The monster himself, the greatest fighter that we got right now in the world, without Terrence Crawford. In the midst of this ranking, because he's retired, INOUE is the best fighter in the world. There's no question. There's no question. There's none whatsoever. There shouldn't be a debate. He has stood more than the test of time. He has stood against the deepest waves that this sport has to offer in the most fervent manner. Nobody has fought more, has had this level of top 5 to top 3 competition, and has beaten all of his people in this wide breadth than INOUE. And his skill set on an eye test still shows there's nobody like this cat. There's none. From power, defense, offense, aggression, making you miss and making you pay, the understanding of the sweet science, the adaptability, the willingness to go to war, the balancing act between violence and discretion. He's been able to walk. He's gotten up from some of the biggest punchers in the world at his division and being able to put them to sleep subsequently afterwards. He has been able to outbox people that have been seemingly his match in a way that has been more egregious than anybody else in the sport. All of his wins were by a wider margin than even Crawford and Canelo, and that fight wasn't close. He's done that with everybody. He's cleaned out 1 through 5. Again, I say that repeatedly. He's cleaned out 1 through 5 again in another division. He's still looking to move up. With a big fight on the docket coming up next, he reigns, rules, and ultimately still holds the throne as the king of this sport right now. Not because of favoritism, not because of overhype, not even because of my fandom. It's the truth. There's nobody right now like INOUE. Nobody's moving like him. Nobody's fighting with this much urgency and this much density in their actions and their opposition. Nobody is. None. And if they do, they're only fighting one time. Again, the criteria for me, accolades, the amount of time, the consistency at which you fight, your own personal skill sets, the dominance at which you are able to fight, as well as the quality opposition that you face off against on an average basis. He has ticked every single one of those check boxes off and more in a way that we laud him, because he's still not getting the respect of being one of the 3. He's one of the 3 names in the sport, but faces, he still ain't even there yet, and he's accomplishing more than anybody, more than Tank, more than Usyk, more than Bam, more than Benavidez, more than Nakatani, more than Devin Haney, more than Shakur Stevenson, more than, name somebody, more than Jai Apatai, more than Zerto Ramirez. It don't matter who you say, who you think is better, who you think's been doing work. Nobody compares to this cat. Relatively, nobody. And he's going, and if this continues to rise, we're looking at a man who could be one of the great, all-decade level fighter, all-century level fighter, and by the end of his career, if he keeps on going like this, one of the 10, dare I say, one of the 5 greatest fighters we've ever seen in my life. He can do it. He can do it. He can do it, man. I'm telling you. Everything I said with Ben Rodriguez, multiply that by 5. That's how great INOUE is. Regardless of favoritism. I don't care if I was a hater of him. I couldn't deny that. If you are a hater of him, you need to stop, because you're missing out on something that most likely will relative, especially in the 4-belt era, boxing, might not ever happen again. He's beaten the system of this sport. He's beaten the politics of this sport, and he's beaten the opposition of this sport in a way that has been unforeseen in the modern day in boxing. It took Crawford just now to get to the same status. From the standpoint of deserving big fights, big acclaim, and all this type of stuff on a consistent basis. And INOUE was able to do that earlier on, despite being, from a world acclaimed standpoint, arguably at an even worse position. He's ludicrous. He's insane. He is not a monster. He is a myth in the sport of boxing, because he should not exist as a complete fighter in the way that he is. He's not a monster, he's a myth. Because we've seen monsters before. Myths are something like Roy Jones Jr. We've never heard of something. The closest thing we had to Roy, the only other person that we had to Roy Jones Jr. quality of competent talent was Sugar Ray Robinson. I'm dead serious on that. That was it. This cat is on his way to reaching that level of insanity from a skills perspective. And he's only getting better. He still is in his prime. There is one more gear he can still get to. There's one more gear he can still get to that might just eclipse what we've seen as greatness as we know it. He's a myth, man. He's not a monster. He's a myth, and he deserves to be. He deserves to be the best fighter in the world, at least in my estimation. That's my list. I'm sticking to it. That's my top 10 pound-for-pound fighters. As you can see, as we go down fully, it is INOUE, Usyk, Ben Rodriguez, Dimitri Bivol, David Benavidez, Archie Benavidez, Junto Nakatani, Devin Haney, Teofimo Lopez, and Canelo Alvarez. And there is a name that's left off, and that's Shakur Stevenson. Yes, no, don't clap for that. That has, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. And I'm about to go to the chats, and I can hear you now. Oh gosh, how dare. You don't know nothing about boxing. How can you leave Shakur Stevenson off the list? Well, that was because I told you I was going to put him. He's at 11. Shakur's at 11. This fight with Teofimo Lopez is going to dictate where those rankings go. Teo has accomplished more in his career and has faced off against a higher swath of average competition even as of late. That deems him, hey, he is still different from everybody else. In this case, even though the skill set as well as the foundational accolades that he's shown are what is keeping him in the here right now. He's low, but it's keeping him there. If he beats Shakur with how we know Shakur is, that'll bump him up. If Shakur beats Teo, which people are underestimating how impressive that would actually be. If Shakur beats Teo, this is a different breed. Teo is a different breed of caliber talent. Teo is more cut from the cloth of a Boots Ennis from the standpoint of there's nobody else in the world that really can do what he does. Not saying it's to the same degree as the physical aspects of Boots, but that same uniqueness we have seen and have experienced with Teo the entire time of his career. We know he's different. That is something that Shakur has never faced in his entire life. Nobody has been as good as Teo in Shakur's career. Somebody's been as good as Shakur in Teo's career, Lomachenko. If Shakur beats Teo, he's taking a spot. He's taking a spot, and Teo gets bumped down. He gets bumped out to 11. They switch. And depending on how the performance, we could see Shakur get bumped up above Devin Haney. Shoot, he can get bumped up above Junto Nakatani, depending on if it's complete dominance. It can get there. It can get there. Yes, it can. It's not because Shakur isn't worth his talent, 3-division world champion, one of the best defensive boxer in the world in my estimation. A distance manager akin to no one else in this era, because he owns that title, can box like a master, can brawl in a way that people didn't expect, like he did against Zepeda. Got size, got length, got speed, got IQ, has ring generalship, has it all. This fight's gonna dictate whether he gets up there. He beats Teo. He takes Teo's spot and can potentially jump up above Junto, in my estimation, depending on the performance. That's gonna be that is a monumental task. This version of Teo, not the one that's shot, not the one that's questioning himself. This version of Teo, he beats this guy. Yeah, it's gonna be something different. That would be something different. That would be something different. If he does that, all power to him, deserves to be in that top 10. But that's where my threshold is for him. Not because he isn't great. This list is hard to beat. It ain't easy just because your name is out there to get him in the Hall of Fame, or to get him not the Hall of Fame, to get him in the pound for pound. It ain't easy. It's more than just the recognition. The other factors to also take into account. That's why I got this list from my list. But I want to hear from you all as what you got to say on the matter. That's my list. I'm sticking to it. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. Let's see what you all got to say as we can now go back to the where's that? How do I get to the thing? How do I get to the thing? There we go. Let me see what you all got to say in regards to, I guess, reactions to everything. Let me see. I love the energy. Great luck. Hey, look, Craig. Hopefully you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're liking it. We just, like I said, we're gonna end the show off with a bang. We're gonna end it with a bang, and hopefully we do this every 3 days out the week, as well as on weekends for the bigger live streams of fights that come about. So hey, subscribe. Feel free to join in. Come back with us every single week. We do this all the time, and it's so much fun. But I appreciate the kind words nonetheless. Let me say, Kim. Let's see. Is it Kim Osamin? I think it's like, is it Kim Osamin? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. INOUE is busy bee fight of the year. He is absolutely, he had no question about it. In my opinion, he deserves to be there. Absolutely. Howard Cosell of this era is telling you they're facts and facts. Hey, look, that's what kind of words, man. Like I said, I hopefully, I just hope and pray I can live up to those types of standards, because that is a legend in the broadcasting and sports community, not just in the boxing world. So just the fact that you even think I'm of that caliber, if that's what you're insinuating, look, I appreciate it nonetheless. I'm just doing the best I can. No question about it. Love King, how you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Decent list. Okay, it's decent. Okay, people probably have some changes that they would like to have. Shakur Stevenson definitely needs to be on the list. And like I said, the T.O. fight is my make or break point for Shakur. He beats T.O., 4-division champ, takes the lineal and ring. They're one and the same, just about. So it takes the lineal champ as well, beating what is seen as right now, the best 140-pounder in the world. I had to think, because it's Gary Antoine Russell, Lamont Welch, Isaac Cruz. T.O. right now is seen as the best 140-pounder, in most people's eyes. Most people better than Rolly Romero, though Rolly Romero might be fighting Barrios at 147, understandable. Ryan Garcia was at 140, but then moved up. So it's T.O. He beats T.O. coming up from 135 to 140 in the first fight up there with the monster that is Teofimo Lopez when he's on Gordo Lopez, as we know him as now. This version, he'll deserve it, absolutely. I mean, I would have replaced Canelo with Shakur, but great list. Okay, so Shakur is, see, now I feel you. I understand. Now, again, Crawford beating Canelo was a hit to Canelo. No question. I still have him in that 10 because of again, when we say previous accolades as a moniker of success or a moniker for deserving, there are some, it's not many, but there are some fighters where their accolades are able to keep them there because of the quality of content, barring they lose like 2 or 3 times in a row. Understand. Canelo is one of those few where their legacy is helping to keep them in place. And even with their legacy, he has been, for the past like 3 years, and even up until Crawford beat him, the best super middleweight in the world. That William Skull fight was bad, but it was because Skull wasn't trying to fight. Yeah, Canelo couldn't cut off the ring. Yeah, Canelo had a bunch of issues. Understandable. Skull wasn't trying to fight. It's like with Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul. Jake Paul wasn't trying to do a doggone thing. No kidding. And it was in a bigger ring. No kidding. Anthony Joshua was having trouble cutting off the ring because AJ wasn't trying to engage, or Jake Paul wasn't trying to engage in the slightest. He wasn't even trying to fight. Skull was the same thing. Even doing a better job, he still would have had similar issues because somebody was not trying to fight. All they were doing was running. Jose Zepeda versus, Jose Ramirez, versus Devin Haney. Devin Haney was running. He won the fight, yes, but he was running, not trying to engage in the slice, which made Ramirez look even worse. Understandable, but if you don't engage, it's hard to actually fight. But still, the tractions were warranted of that fight. But nobody else was still beating him in that division. Nobody. Shiraz was coming up, and even though it was unproven, And Berlanga beat him already. Ryder knocked him out, or rather knocked him down and beat him. Munguia beat him, could have knocked him out. And he had lost to Shiraz twice. Shiraz definitely wasn't beating Canelo. Charlo moving up to 168 still hadn't happened. We didn't know because he wasn't there. Everybody else outside of Benavidez, which we need to see him fight, everybody else moved on. In terms of the biggest threats in that division, yes, he did duck Benavidez. But outside of that, it was nobody else in the world that was beating him at 168 or below. So that dominance that I still saw as, okay, yeah, this cat as an undersized super middleweight doing this, that shouldn't really be up here. For being honest, he shouldn't be up here. From the sense of, at that height, being able to compete and decimate like you were able to do. Okay, it still takes something special to do that. He still should be in my top 10. But he's on edge. He's on edge. Like I said, depending on how next year moves. That Shakur fight, I dare say we could see T.O. and Shakur take that spot. If whoever loses, T.O. gets the 10th. Shakur gets the 7th or 8th. And Canelo just get bounced out entirely. It could happen. I'm all for that if that does indeed take place. I know what you would. Let me see. Shakur will beat Lopez. Easy fight for him. And a lot of people are saying that. A lot of people are saying that. And that I don't think it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be hard. I think it's gonna be hard. Now if he makes it look easy, even more fervently higher on the pound for pound, I put T.O. over Lopez. Now that I gotta push back against. I gotta push. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I cannot. Tank does not deserve to be remotely close to my pound for pound because of the quality, or rather lack of quality, over the last couple of years, let alone this year. Daddy's faced off because that Lamont Roach fight was a surprise. That wasn't a norm. And even if that was a cherry pick gone wrong, it was, because nobody thought that Lamont Roach at 135 could compete at coming up from 130. Nobody. Especially against Tank of all people, who's knocking out people like Barrios at 140. No. Showed his mettle, proved it to be sustainable against Isaac Cruz, absolutely. But though we can point to other people who have, after fighting Tank, gone on and been successful, no issue there. The caliber of talent that Tank was supposed to fight was that of top 3. Shakur, Abdullah Mason, Floyd Schofield, and others of that like. Lomachenko even, when he was around. 140, Richardson Hitchens. Teofimo Lopez, when he was at 135. Devin Haney, when he was at 135. And 140. So Martinez, all of those were in range for him to fight. But if we want to stick with 135 because that's where he's comfortable, he never went and fought there against the people that should have been in the ring with him. Because he was the best fighter at that division, perceived. So he should have been fighting, especially after Hector Garcia, after Ryan Garcia. It should have been pick up the paces. After Frank Martin at minimum, that was like, okay, the run starts now. And he never got off the ground. Never pushed for Shakur. Never pushed for Mason. Never pushed for Schofield. Never pushed to unify the division, which got a belt given to him, which I'm not holding against him, but he then didn't go and try to unify subsequently afterwards. And then the fight with Jake Paul, he was going to take that also. That sealed it for me. Doesn't deserve to be there unless he goes and moves. He said he's now going to go and fight potentially either Isaac Cruz, O'Shaquie Foster, a couple of or other prospective fights up at 140 now. That's the rumor mill. He does that. Great. No issue there. But he's got to commit. He doesn't commit. I can't give him the credit. He doesn't do the work. I can't give him the credit. That's why I can't put him there. That's why I can't put him there. But if he does do something that deserves to be there, I'm all for it. No question about it. Better be off the list for Tank. And he, let me ask you this. Maybe I'm missing something. I would love to hear why. Why is it that Tank has an argument to be pound for pound, even at 10th, or above likes a better beer than others. Because I'm not seeing the logic from my criteria. Because the accomplishments and the consistency, the strength of opposition also is not there from the perspective of these other people that have been fighting. At minimum, fighting to go and unify and shift the divisions that they've been in. At minimum, that's been the case. But with Tank, even that bar for somebody that's a top fighter hasn't been there. And I just don't see it. I don't see it. Let me see, 11 champions he beat and mostly fought fighters around his age or younger. That's true. However, similar to Canelo, but in a arguably worst way, there were 5 people that he should have, at his caliber. Mind you, we're not talking about somebody moving up in the ranks. We're talking about somebody who was seen as the best in the division. At his caliber, he never fought the best of his division. He fought Ryan Garcia. Fine, cool. Ryan Garcia, at that point, the weight drain, he was injured, legit, but still, don't hold that against him. He beat him. Subsequently, afterwards, Lomachenko was available, didn't fight him. Then afterwards, Teal was still around that division, didn't fight him. He had moved up to 140 and beat Barrios, who was champ. Cool. But then subsequently afterwards, he didn't do any work against the other best people around him. We were, even more egregiously than Canelo, we had one fight that we wanted to see with Canelo, and that alone, him and Benavidez. There were 4 we wanted to see with Tank, and it was like, you're here. You are the money man. You can get a title at any given point. You can unify over this division. Everybody you beat, sure, moved on, became champs. They were good. I'm not detracting from who you fought. That's quality. But even amongst who you fought, you were supposed to fight people above that quality, because that's where you were, and you never did it. And when you got the opportunity, you still didn't take advantage of it. You, this entire year, did not attempt to fight Shakur. Abdullah Mason got a title before you went and unified. Keyshawn Davis, if he had been able to keep around, would have gotten it. Keyshawn Davis got a title at 135, and you didn't fight him when he was around. You had 4 to 5 people that were looking like legitimate threats to you. And the biggest thing that you did was Lamont Roach. You've done other stuff. You've been a multi-time champion in the past. I'm not holding that against you. Again, what you did is what you did. You beat good opposition. But compared it to what you were supposed to do, that's why we hold INOUE in a certain regard. He did, the people that we wanted to see him fight against, he actually fought them. People, it's almost a reverse with INOUE. INOUE fought 1 through 5, and people were saying that guy's not actually good when they actually were. Tank fought people that were good, but he didn't fight 1 through 5. Not saying that everybody's going to do that, but even the people that had belts that were able to move the needle, you beat people that became champions after you beat them, but you didn't become a unified champ yourself, and you had multiple opportunities. You had situations you could have moved this entire year in a way that could have positioned you to have an irrefutable point. If he didn't, he could have not taken that fight with Jake Paul. And he could have fought Abdullah Mason after he got a title. We could have had Abdullah versus Sam Noakes. Y'all understand that? We could have had Schofield, who after he fight beating Tevin Farmer looked like, okay, that's a real threat for a championship. We could have had Shakur and Tank this year instead of in November. The same day that December, instead of Jake Paul versus Joshua, or subsequently Tank versus AJ, or Tank versus Jake, it could have been Tank versus Shakur in December after Zepeda got beat by Shakur for the titles. Good gosh. No, leave no doubt. Anybody amongst that top 3, and that was where he was supposed to fight, and he didn't. That's where I have an issue with. Lamont Roach as a champion, yes, he was a champion at 130. But he was a champion at 130. We were all saying there was no reason, especially if Tank said that he was comfortable and only wanted to fight at 135. There was no reason to bring somebody up from 130 when you had viable, dangerous competition right in front of you that was money generating, cachet, pound for pound level contendership like with Shakur, elite physical gifts like with Keyshawn Davis and Abdullah Mason and Young, all of whom were vying for you. And you, as the cash cow, would have made bank with any of them in Las Vegas, in Dallas, in Arizona, California, New York, didn't matter where, Baltimore. You could have fought anywhere, with anything, with anybody of that caliber. It would have been one of the biggest fights of the year. Nothing was holding you back except for you, and you chose not to. I cannot reward that. No matter how much your talent may be up there, I can't reward that if you are not moving like you're supposed to reach the zenith of these other people. That's where I have a detraction against. That's my thing. But Better Beav at least was trying to get that fight. He was waiting. Beav even said he was going to fight Better Beav. That's the whole reason why Better Beav didn't fight against Benavidez. That's the whole reason why Bevo didn't fight against Benavidez, excuse me. But he got injured. He was going to fight Nicholson, but then he got injured. It's just a Better Beav. And so it's like there was going to be some movement. Stuff was there. People were vying for stuff across all of the divisions except for him. Shakur fighting Zepeda, which was an actual test. Which, crazy enough, Tank could have fought Zepeda. Tank could have fought Zepeda. He could have. We're not trying to turn this into a hate fest. We're saying criteria for again, it's subjective. The pound for pound list is subjective. My list is not the only list. My list is not the end all be all. Be clear. It's not. If you think I'm wrong, perfectly fine. But the list is subjective. There's some things that I think shouldn't be. Like the top three, it's for the most part, it is consensus. But sure, you can make the list however you want, based on your criteria. I have no issue with that. Agree or disagree, I have no issue with it. But when I say for my standard, I can't compromise that, because if I do, that's going to let some stuff get through that shouldn't be. And for Tank, we can look at the people that won after he beat them. That's fine. It validates the quality that he did fight. Sure. But in the midst of who you fought when they were as your op, it's not the same. In the midst of, I was the guy, and you beat me when you beat me. That's not the same as I beat you, you were supposed to win, and then, I went to win the championship afterwards. Oh, okay, that shows even better how good he was. I'm not saying it's negative or positive, but there is a difference. There is a difference. That's where I have to draw the line. If Tank fought Shakur, Zepeda, Hitchens, Tio, Devin Haney, Suburban Tia's even at 140 if you want to. Abdullah Mason, Floyd Schofield, Shakur, I think I already said Shakur. There is a litmus test. Keyshawn Davis, there's a litmus test of about 15 names that could have been made on the dot this year. That he belonged. It's not that they were just names. That's who he was supposed to fight. It wasn't just a one-track mind of somebody is a threat, and that's the only person you need to face off against. Everybody around Tank at that level was viable and wanted him to face off against. That would have further cemented what his status is as a talent in this boxing game. It would have. But he never went and did that. He actively avoided them in many regards. I can't reward that. Because if I do, that breeds other people that aren't doing that same thing. That puts their accolades at a diminished state. And that wouldn't be right. So for me, I can't put him there. That's me. Again, just me. But let me see. Let me see what y'all got to. I can have been destroyed more than once. Tank is undefeated, and he at least top 10. He ain't undefeated. Ain't everything. Devin Haney's undefeated. He is, and he's there. But he's also done more actual work. He hasn't. Ryan Garcia out there says taken on more comp on a consistent basis than Tank Davis. Respectively to when he was fighting, where they were positioned. Threat versus threat. On the level. He's at least gone after a title. He's getting ready to go after another title. Win, lose, or draw. He's at least in. He said, give me that challenge. Tank ain't doing it. That's where I have a problem with. I can't wait. Let me see. That's true. I hope one of these days he fights someone who we think who's top five. That's all we're asking. Like, we're not asking for much. We are not asking for, mind you. There are 8 to 10. There are 4 to 8 names in each of his 135 and 140. Each fight would be a good. That's the validation. That's all we're asking for. The undefeated record without the substance of somebody who, when you fought them, not after you fought them, they proved themselves. When you fought them, they were already proven at the manner of that's a real fight. Like with Tio and Shakur, that's a real fight. If Shakur beats Tio, that's a better win than Tank's entire career. That's not hate. It's not hate. That's the truth. Shakur, at 26, 24 years old, is facing off against a competition that Tank has never faced off against at a level before. That he was supposed to fight at 135, but never did. Even at 140. That's the toughest. Shakur is fighting the toughest competition of Tank's career, and Tank never fought him. And they were all in the same window. He's moving up to fight that. That is not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. Let me see. Tay, also, you've been coming. I forgot to say hi. Tay, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show with us. So happy that you're here on today. Jean-Luc, who's your top 5 up-and-coming prospects in the world? That's a good question. That's a good question. There's a lot of them. There's the brother. I think his name is it Masad out of Saudi Arabia, who's actually got some good skills that might be able to translate into a future contender down the line. I can't remember his last name. I believe it's Masad. He's quality. Moses Atalma, highly on him to be the next era of championship pedigree. Highly touted on him, as he's going to be the next guy to take this generation of boxing in heavyweights up. That's going to be a top 5 contender for pound and best heavyweight in the world. He can get undisputed. Once Usyk goes, he's going to be that guy. He's going to do it. I'm so serious. He's going to do it. He's going to be great. Let's see, who else? I got to think. There's a lot of them. I mean, there is a lot. It was Abdullah Mason. That was my prospect, as he's going to be the next it guy. And now that he's a champion, that prospect is now taking the road to being there. He's moving into the road to dominance starts now with this championship win over Sam Nelson. He's got to improve. Be clear. He's got to grow. He's the youngest champion in boxing right now. As well as Xander Zayas, who's another prospect / champion who now is the road to dominance starts with him to start to take over the world of boxing as his division and beyond grows. Understand? So it's those, 3 to 4 names? Who's that last one? Oh, I got it. And the last one, what do you want to call it, a prospect or not, which kind of is debatable, it's Keyshawn Davis. It's Keyshawn Davis. Most of the prospects that I had at the start of this year won championships this year. And so they're still prospects, though they're champions, because they're so young. But they are the golden road of controlling the next era, the building up of a mountain to be the new thrones that this entire sport sits and looks upon as the golden gooses of this sweet science. They are beginning the first steps to walking into that level of crowning. though it's early. Keyshawn, on that same trajectory, was there, but he put himself out of it by going and doing what he did, Albright, and messing his whole momentum up. He would have been a champion, and it would have been all three prospects outside of Moses Talma would have started their road. Now he's got to restart and regroup. But those are for the young people, the young stars, the young fighters that are going to be the faces of this sport. That's who I feel is going to be really dangerous. And also, the heavyweight, Teddy Moana. That brother. I believe that's his name. Let me make sure I got it right. I believe he's from New Zealand. I'm talking not Teddy Moana. Teddy Moana. From New Zealand. Yeah. That's where he's from. He's from. I'm sorry, not from. Yeah, he's from New Zealand. Samoan. 9 knockouts, 9 KOs, 6'6", almost an 80-something inch reach. Crazy enough, actually has some for that size, can actually bounce and has some good feet and got power. I mean, this brother can swat with some of the best in the division. He's young, very young. We don't talk about like a raw prospect. He's that. Boy, that brother in heavyweight, he is gonna be a menace. He's gonna be a problem. He's gonna be a problem. Oh, and Susumi, both the Susumi brothers, not brothers, but both Susumis, Raito and Haito, Raito and Haito Susumi, those two. Also, you better look out for them. I do think, at 130 and 135, I think. Or maybe it might be 130 and 147. With those two divisions, with those two coming up, if they keep on progressing, I'm telling you, they're gonna be a problem. They're gonna be a problem. But those are my prospects coming up for the next as the next year and next era starts to take fruit. Let me see. Nakatani fight was closer than 118. Also, JWCL, what's going on with you? How you doing? Thank you for tuning into the show. We're so happy that you're here on today. Nakatani fight was closer than 118. 110 on one judge's scorecard was not good. 115, 113, either way was better. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Why people feel, well, no, excuse me. The fight wasn't a robbery, like I said earlier, but it was a quality affair that could have legit swung it away. I had it as a draw. I think that was the best course of action. Let me see. I think Tank Shakur and Dev beat everybody on T.O.'s resume. Ooh, I don't know. Because the biggest people, what was it? Was it Rigondeaux or Cow? What was his name? What was it? The black brother that he knocked out in 2 rounds? That was like one of the biggest knockouts of that year. When he traded with a left right straight, excuse me, and him do a somersault in the ring. That was Richard Coleman. That's what it was. Richard Coleman. That knockout. That was a hard fight. The Lomachenko fight. That's gonna be the one that will be the hardest for Tank Shakur and mind you, we already saw what happened when Devin Haney fought him. And Devin Haney got put through the ringer trying to beat him. And I don't think he won that fight. I don't think he won. I think that was a bad decision. It wasn't a robbery. It was a bad decision that Lomachenko, I think, should have won that fight. Tank at the same size, because that was the biggest factor as to why Devin Haney was able to be what he was. Because even Lomachenko said, hey, you're a heavyweight coming in the ring with me at 135. By the time you actually weigh in, yeah, that's insane. Tank at one, that would be tough. That'd be a hard fight for Tank to win. I'm dead serious. That's a hard fight. That's a hard fight for Tank to win. That's hard. That's difficult, especially in the aftermath of what we saw Lamont Roach actually be able to do, and the tough fights that Isaac Cruz was able to give him. Lomachenko and that footwork, coupled with, it's underrated how he can, when he hits you, he can actually hurt. When he hits you, he does hurt. At 135, when Lomachenko hit you, it wasn't just a walk in the park. No. He could hit. He might wasn't the biggest facet of the touted game. He could hit. And he made rigging down 4 other people quit straight back to back to back to back. That one of them's losing. One of them's losing that fight. I think it's Tank. Prime for prime, I think it's Tank. I strongly think Tank would have lost that fight. Or at least it wouldn't have been an easy KO. It would not have been, especially if he lost the first 5 rounds and had to win the last 5. With how he fights needing the KO, knowing how Lomachenko can move, it wouldn't have been easy. Man, I'm telling you, it wouldn't have been easy. It would not have been easy. So I can't say that for certain. Because Lomachenko is that biggest tax that would have given all of them trouble and gave Devin Haney trouble, and people still don't think Devin Haney won that fight. Shakur would have had to work dealing with Lomachenko. He would have. And Tank work even harder because of the style that he fights. So I can't say for certain. It would be phenomenal, which is why I wanted him to fight him. That's why I wanted to see him fight. That's exactly why I wanted to see people fight. Y'all could have fought Richard Comey. Y'all could have fought, well, Devin Haney fought Kambosos, but others could have fought Kambosos, even though he wasn't as great. We understand. But even still, that's what Josh Taylor, I would love to see all of them get in the ring with the Josh Taylor at that point in time, how they would have fared. That would have been when he was top 10 in the world, deservedly so. That, like, his resume is filled with some people that they ain't easy to beat. They ain't. So I would love to see how that goes if they did all fight each other. Let me see. Yoda, definitely the award go to NAOYA. Yep, I believe it does. I do believe NAOYA does deserve that championship award. He's worthy of it. He absolutely is worthy of it. He deserves it. Let me see. Von Greenland, what's going on with you? How you doing? Von Greenhill, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. What you got to say on today? Nakatani versus NAOYA. Who do you got? Biggest Japanese fight in history to say so. As of right now, we can actually go into the championship rounds real quick. As of right now, hey, I got NAOYA. I do, and I ain't ashamed to say it. I got NAOYA. I got NAOYA beating the likes of Nakatani. I think I've had that since this fight has been a real inception. I've said he would knock him out in 10 rounds. I believe I said he'd knock him out in 10 rounds. Back then, when Nakatani was still looking unstoppable, he still is a phenomenal fighter. But at 122, he does look vulnerable. But strictly off of the skill sets, he beats him. Now, it's going to be a war. NAOYA doesn't fight like Hernandez, excuse me. And Hernandez doesn't fight like, Hernandez doesn't fight like, NAOYA. So it ain't going to be like, Hernandez just walked him down and da-da-da-da-da-da. NAOYA's going to do the same thing. I'm not saying it's going to be that case. But, especially as a smaller fighter going into this ring, Hernandez is a big brother. At 122, that's a chunky dude. In a good way, not a bad way. In a good way, that's a chunky dude. That cat, he can take punishment. He can absorb whatever you give out to him. The best shots of Nakatani, he was able to take and then just trade with a 10-punch flurry without having to worry about getting hurt. Because that's how he fought his entire career. That's different from Nakatani. And anyway, how that fight will look. But even still, it would be, I got NAOYA beating him. But boy, the build up and the fight itself looks to be worth the wait. We've been saying this for 2 years. We wait on that fight. Now, even with a little bit of it, some people might look at it as diminished in terms of quality. Trust me, I don't think it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be diminished. That fight's gonna still be a banger. Wake up at 6. I don't care if it's at 2 and I don't care if it's at midnight. And the actual main event starts at 5 o'clock. I'm staying up for that fight. That's worth every dime you can muster to pay to see that fight. Boy, that's going to be something to behold. And the undercard probably going to be incredible as well. And it is going to be, in my opinion, the biggest fight in Japanese history. Most likely, if not at least of the last 10 years, 25 years. It's going to be the biggest, and I can't wait for it. Let me see. Scooter Davis, Dennis Thompson, Najee Lopez, I think it's Cybercon, Torcon, and Troy Nash. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Troy Nash. I forgot about Troy Nash. I didn't bring up Troy Nash. Scooter Davis, I'm excited for. Dennis Thompson, I think he can do some real stuff. I think I do want to see a little bit more from him. Again, just for me. But Troy Nash, somebody put me on him, and I got to watch him. I think it was in the Grand Prix for the WBC earlier this year. I got to see him. He's got some really good developed goods. He does. He's raw, but he as a sharp puncher and as a slick fighter, he's got some real promise. I mean real promise. That once he fully encapsulates the pro style, he can be a problem. Troy Nash, he can be a real problem. Troy Nash is out of all these people. Troy Nash, once he gets his stuff together, in terms of, again, learning the game, because he's still young, learning the game, that can be a bad brother to deal with, man. That can be a bad brother to deal with, absolutely. No question about it. No question about that. But those are some of my prospects that I have coming up into the sport. But the next year, it's going to be a whole lot of action. It's going to be a whole lot of action, and I can't wait for it. And speaking of action, there's actually, before we end off the show, there's actually some questions that need to be asked as we delve into this next year up and coming. Like I said, we're in the championship rounds. Don't get it twisted. We are still in the championship rounds right now. We want to hear your voice and your thoughts and opinions. Super chats, if you want your questions guaranteed to be read, absolutely. We're going to read as much as we can possibly. But if you can give to the show, Cash App, PayPal, links in the description. As you already know, super chats, super gifts, and stickers, all that helps to invest back into the show to make us bigger, better, and stronger, all for the viewing and listening public. But in regards to the questions about next year, kind of in the same breath of the end of the year awards, we got some stuff we need to look out for and to ponder as we walk into 2026. Number one, will Crawford stay retired? That's a big question. That's a huge question. That's a huge look, and it's because we've heard what he said with the likes of Aiden Ross, talking about why he went and why he retired. He felt he wasn't getting his respect. He felt he wasn't getting the credence that he deserved, even though most people, myself including, was putting him as the best fighter of this generation, and there was more that we did want to see him do, like with Janibek. And he had reached the mountaintop of, I'm the best in the land, and everybody sees me for what I am and have been this entire career. Finally getting the respect that he deserved. Detractors were getting shut up left, right, and center. They really couldn't talk. So kind of concerned that this retirement might not be real for as long as it may be concrete. It just can't as quickly can come back and say, you know what? I still got more to do. I got the itch back. I still got more to prove. I know I can fight. And I know there's still legacy on the horizon. I strongly believe if we see 160 with Janibek heat up, let alone Janibek actually get those titles, Crawford still is of the notion, I would love to be the only 4-time undisputed champion in boxing history. That is still within my reach, even at 38 years old, 39, come next year. He would, if the opportunity posed itself, he would be more than willing to come back. Will it stick? I don't know, but it is something to think about, because it is a deathly important question. Because what if he does come back? Pound for pound shifts, and the landscape of boxing revolves around the son that is now Crawford again. Now you can argue it goes back to Canelo, or the likes of INOUE can potentially take that throne. Now that Canelo is vulnerable, there's a lot of other, the throne for the face of the sport, even if you want to say it's Canelo, has been more vacant, has been more vulnerable than it's ever been before. If Crawford comes back, he would take that place because he earned it. He would. Now, will it stay vulnerable? And will it can be completely seen that a new face fully re-straps, or rather what's the word? Will it be that Canelo takes back that throne fully solidified? Or will a new face take the throne of the face of boxing? Especially if we see Canelo hypothetically lose to Iglesias. Good gosh, Lord knows what that's going to do to the sport of who indeed is going to be representing this sport as we know it for a lot of people. It's going to be interesting. But a lot of that revolves around Crawford and his retirement. Also, Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua. Another fight. Will it happen or will it not? Especially after the car crash with Anthony Joshua. Yeah, that's in jeopardy now. That mega fight is in jeopardy now for 2026. Even though the people wanted to come back. Not just with the physical toll of the crash, but the emotional toll. What is AJ going to be now that he has dealt with this traumatic experience? Will Tyson Fury, if AJ ain't there, will he try to come back against the likes of a bigger threat of Moses Atalma? Going up against an Usyk for a third time, work his way back up to the top. Will he fight a Fabio Wardley for a championship if it's like, okay, you know what? I still got the itch, hypothetically. Because every time he said he wasn't going to do it, he did it. So, will it be concrete this time? Or will it fall by the wayside? Also, speaking in the face of boxing, hey, Boots Ennis. Let's not forget about Boots, who has been one of the most polarizing figures in the sport. Somebody who has always been in talks of, I'm going to reign supreme as the next it guy. We talk about prospects who's going to take over the reins for the next generation. But a Boots is encapsulated as, I am that next generation. Without Crawford, it's me and no other. That's what a lot of people have been pushing for. And if Crawford, and if Boots has the capacity to go and accomplish this endeavor of truly taking over the sport, well, now we got a conversation. He's going to be able to run as the face of boxing. That vulnerability can fall into his lap as, hey man, you are the new it guy, the new representation. But it's going to come down to whether or not he commits to working and following through with the allotted ability of himself and what his career can bear fruit with. Particularly starting with Virgil Ortiz. And if Virgil Ortiz does not fight Boots Ennis, which it's looking like it might not happen, hey, that's another question. Will Virgil and Boots actually take place next year? If that fight doesn't happen, I don't care what we hear from anybody at this point. I need to see it on the dotted line and promoted by DAZN. That fight's next until I can have some proof. If we don't see that take place, will he still commit to going and trying to run the table? Will he fight Bochuk? Will he fight the winner of Sebastian Fundora versus Keith Thurman? Because if you did not know, Sebastian Fundora and Keith Thurman, their fight has now finally, good gosh, I waited for so long to say this because it's been a minute. It's been a real concerted effort that we didn't know if it would actually happen. If you didn't know, brother, that fight now got rescheduled. It's going to happen. What was it was early 2026. Now let the likes of Mike Coppinger even
right. So first off, Max,
for us to listen to, and make sure y'all can see it. Yeah. Y'all can see it. Here you go.
In October, right, we were supposed to see Keith Thurman challenge Sebastian Fundora for a title at 154. Fundora was injured. I'm told that they're looking at rescheduling that fight for the first quarter of 2026. I think that's a great fight. I think Keith Thurman, people are sleeping on Thurman. He's one of the best fighters of the last 10, 15 years. And I think at 154, he's going to be a hell of a lot for Fundora.
So again, now that fight's taking place, winner of that fight, if you can't get Virgil, well, guess what? You better take on one of them. You better. Or the other champions at 154. If not a champion, then fight one of the contenders. Work your way up. Not even work your way up. Make people scared. That's what we're looking for. Can you make people scared? Can you fight an Adams who beat Bochuk? Beat him definitively. I mean, beat him definitively in their second fight against each other. Better than the first, even though he knocked him out the first time, but it was a way closer affair. Where Bochuk looked like he was actually winning. least in my opinion, even though until boom, he got put to sleep on the ropes. But second fight he went through, he got beat, got out boxed in every way. Can you go and beat him? Can you go and beat Bocha? Can you go and fight against a newly, I want to say, revamped, whether or not that's actually a fact or not, but a revamped fighter in Tim Tszyu? Even though he's not necessarily up there in the regards of championship talent at this level, hey, as a fighter in boots, you need to still make some waves. Will your road to overtaking 154 become deliberate? Are you going to fight more than one time a year? Are you going to look to be active? Are you going to look to try to push the pace and apply pressure to this whole division? What is your MO as a fighter when you're supposed to be one of the most destructive and exciting figures in this sport? You got Eddie Hearn backing you. You got the zone backing you. We want to see you work, or at least attempt to work. Even if the powers that be in boxing try to make it hard for you, make an effort. Will you make an effort, or will you go and procrastinate like you did at 154? Even though you won a championship, absolutely. Even though you went through and was able to become unified, absolutely. You said you were going to move up to 154, and then you stayed down there, and then you didn't even go out to undisputed when you said that was your goal, and then hesitated when coming up to 154. We don't want that. We want work. Work all, Majimov. We want that work. We do. We want all the smoke for boots. At least that's the expectation. Will you live up to it? On your end, not on the other people's end. On your end, will you try to force the issue? That's what we want to see, and that's a question that is going to linger for the world of 2026. Also, we have the likes of, crazy enough, Manny Pacquiao at 147. Yes, it seems out of left field, but that fight with Pacquiao and Rolly Romero is now off, though it was slated to happen next year because of the fact that now Rolly's got another mandatory that he has to take. So that fight's not happening. Since that's the case, well, Pacquiao, how far is this run going to be of you at the top of this contending level as a champion? Or was it just a one-time thing? You still say you can fight. You showed that you could really fight. You did. So at the same breath, there is no leeway for you to wait around. And we sure enough don't think you can beat Devin Haney at this point in time. With all due respect. Are you going to actually attempt to shake up this division one more time and go after a real road to a title? Or was this last year your last year? Was it? Though you may say that he's ready. Though you may say he wants to fight again. Though you may say all this stuff. With the Rolly Romero fight not falling through, Devin Haney might potentially looking, but hypothetically, he might be looking at 154. Hypothetically, he might be looking at 154. Shoot, even Keyshawn Davis with his first fight at 140, with him saying he wants to skip stuff, he might be looking at 147. You got Keyshawn coming up against you. You got Devin Haney potentially going to lead the division sooner rather than later. You got decisions to make of what you're going to try to handle. We're a feel-good story. I do want to see you succeed. I really do. But the question of where in this division are you going to move without the bigger names outside Devin Haney as your guys for reason? What's going to be the factor? Don't know. We're going to have to find out. And finally, amongst the bigger questions, when it comes to prospects, when it comes to up-and-coming fights, when it comes to the ceiling of excellence that we could see next year, will Usyk versus Fury happen for a third time? Now, that seems like a very mundane question, but that's a pivot. Because if that doesn't happen, the real question of big-time heavyweight action, will Usyk versus the Talma happen in 2026? Will it? There's no, because now He's ranked top 3 in every weight, every ring, by ring and by every other belt commission. As well as he's about to fight Jermaine Franklin. He knocks out Jermaine Franklin. There is not but one more fight he would have to get a real opportunity to not just be seen as a big star, a big enough star in the UK that he's worth the money, but position himself to where he can potentially become a mandatory. He can potentially become a mandatory fighter for one of, if not all 3 belts that Usyk holds now or that Fabio Wardley holds currently with the IBF. If we see him dominate again like he did with Dillian White, which is Jermaine Franklin, he will. And this is the one who's been in the ring with the likes of Anthony Joshua. Both of them. And he's cleaned out everybody who's been seemingly supposed to be a good stepping stone. He's wiped them asunder. He goes and he beats Jermaine Franklin in less than 4 rounds and knocks him, puts him to sleep like he's done every other opponent, just about every other opponent. Mark my words, by the end of the year in 2026, we're going to have one of 2 conversations. One, he is in a position to fight for the interim title. Or 2, he is guaranteed a championship opportunity by the time December comes around. One of those 2. One of those 2. One of those 2 instances is taking place. Either he's in position for an interim or he's guaranteed a shot at a title come December. Mark my words. Don't let him fight more than 2 times a year, which, Lord willing, I hope he does. Lord willing, I hope he does. Because if that's the case, there's no longer a pipe dream of potentially he can build himself up to it. He is 2 fights away. Not even 2. He's 1 fight away from being in position of a interim title and potentially 1 fight away from being guaranteed a shot. At max, he's 2. He's 2 from getting a guaranteed championship opportunity. That could happen if he fights 2 times this year by the end of this year. If he goes on the road that anyways been going and fights, dare I say, 4 times, 3 at most, that 3rd fight could be a championship coming December against Usyk or Wardley. Dare I say, if Usyk fights 2 times a year and he beats Wardley, that 2nd fight could be against a Talma for Usyk's undisputed championship. Hypothetical. Or vice versa. For Wardley's undisputed title, if we see Wardley and Usyk actually fight against each other. There's a possibility, man. There's a possibility. And boy, if that happens, this is gonna be a shakeup. It's gonna be a shakeup, man. It's gonna be a major shakeup. Major shakeup that I cannot wait to witness and enjoy. My gosh, it's going to be an incredible amount of time. But let me keep on reading what you all guys say. Boots wants no smoke. Like I said, he does want smoke with Virgil Ortiz. It's just the fact that Ortiz, or rather his team, Golden Boy, seems to be holding up proceedings on what should be a very understood quality fight that everybody wants to see make happen. Which I don't know why. But that's the nature of the beast. Hopefully that doesn't stick. But it just might. Just might. Either way, we'll find out. We'll see how it goes. We're going to find out. Trust me. We're going to find out if Boots wants it or not, if he doesn't push for it. We're going to find out. Is there other smoke for... Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, no question. No question. There's more smoke for Boots than just Virgil Ortiz. Be clear. Virgil Ortiz is just the most immediate and exciting prospect amongst the contenders at 154. That's why that's so enticing. There's 8 names. He can fight Xander Zayas for Zayas' title, and Zayas just became a champion. He can fight the likes of what's his name? He can fight the likes of Majimov, which has been one of the more sleeper X-Factor fights in this whole division, that if Boots goes up against him, he might really struggle against. He can fight Sebastian Fundora if Fundora beats Keith Thurman. He can fight Thurman if Thurman beats Fundora. He can fight Brandon Adams, who beat Boachuk, who's ranked right now third, at least by the Transnational Boxing Ranking Board, ranked third in the world. On average, ranked third to fifth. He can fight Boachuk, who is still, though Adams beat him, seems like Adams just got his number, is a very dangerous fighter with 26-3, 24 KOs on his resume. But it can hit. But it's dangerous. But it's scary. Even with these losses, he ain't something to mess with. There's danger. Jesus Ramos, though he's may not be of the same quality, understandable as some of the others on this list, brother, 24-0, 19 KOs, that's a dangerous fight. That's a dangerous fight. That's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 names that he can fight and have to go against. There is ample smoke at 154. Oh, let's not forget Jermell Charlo. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget the unheard of wonder that is Jermell Charlo, because we don't know where in the world he's going. We haven't heard from him since he put out tweets that he's stepping on feet and wants all the smoke with everybody. We ain't heard hide nor hair of him. We ain't seen a training video or nothing in the past couple months since that brother said he's coming back.
Hey, look at this. We got some problems.
Ain't heard a doggone thing.
We got some problems here.
The doggone right, JR. We got some problems. The brother ain't moving. But he still is existing in this division. Still exists. He still exists. So there's some smoke. Don't get it twisted. Oh, and let's not forget, if Devin Haney doesn't go for undisputed, and he doesn't stay around at 147 long, because again, it's very top heavy. Barrios, Pacquiao, from a name recognition standpoint, Barrios, Pacquiao, and then the likes of Brian Norman Jr., and he just beat Brian Norman Jr. clean without any issue, knocked him down. Ain't a whole bunch of smoke up there. Outside of Ryan Garcia, who's coming up to 147. Roller Romero, who doesn't want to fight Devin Haney because he said that he's boring. Whether that's an excuse or not, I'll leave it up to you. But very top heavy. He could go and say, you know what? After the Ryan Garcia fight, if I win, I don't need to stay around. I'm big enough for the other divisions. I can go through and hand them on up here. Let's go and challenge Boots or Virgil Ortiz or Madrimov or anybody who holds a belt right now. Xander Zayas could challenge him. And he's big enough for it. From a size perspective, he's big enough to do it. That's not the issue. Can his skills carry? We're going to have to find out, but he could do it. And he could fight Boots Ennis. Yeah, don't overlook that. We could see. You better believe. You better bet your bottom dollar. We can see Boots Ennis versus Devin Haney at 154. If Devin Haney moves up next year and doesn't just stay at 147, because there might not be as much comp at 147 that will quench his palate of competition if he still wants to go and prove, hey, I'm this dog, all that and more. If his body can take it. So be on the lookout. There are a litany of names that you can fight up against, which I'm all for. Absolutely. Who do you think wins, Dalton or Matias? Oh, dang it. I love watching Subriel Matias. But he popped. But then it was found that it was actually adverse and he was proven innocent. Legitimately, he was proven innocent. Whoo. That's a tough one. You might have to come back with me on that. Man. That's a hard, crazy enough. That's a hard fight to pick. Shoot. It's a hard fight to pick because there's a lot of uncertainty, even with the proven innocent thing. There's a lot of uncertainty with how everybody feels about Matias, even with the adverse findings in his bloodstream with the drugs being proven, okay, yeah, that's actually a fluke. It's still like, well, was it helping? Was it not? Did he just escape by the skin of his teeth? And he's actually been doing this for a while. There's a lot of untrustworthiness going on. There's a lot of untrustworthiness going on for a lot of people in terms of doping right now. I understand it. I get it. You got between this, Joseph Parker doing cocaine, there's a lot of stuff that people are like, what's going on in the sport? If he is still in decline, going up against Dalton Smith, I want to say that I favor the pressure of Subriel Matias very slimly. I want to say that, but I can't say that for certain right now. I can't say it for certain. Excuse me. I can't say it for certain. I want to, because I love watching Matias. Again, I love watching Matias fight. But I can't put that as wholeheartedly, yeah, he's gonna be able to do it. Because Dalton Smith, that boy ain't come to play. He doesn't come to play. He does not come, not in the slightest. That is a dangerous brother. It's gonna make for a great firefight. But I'm gonna lean towards Matias. But don't be surprised if, as time comes sooner, I'm gonna change my pick. Don't be surprised. don't be surprised at all if I change my pick as that fight gets closer and closer. But with all that being said, we're still in the championship rounds. I still want it from you all. We can do, I think, oh gosh, we're about 3 hours into this show. We might have to do the last call real quick. Hold on. Last call. Last call for anybody who wants to comment in the world of boxing and beyond, or talk about anything in reference to the NBA, the NFL, or anything in regards to boxing as a whole. Oh, I almost forgot. I almost forgot to do fight of the year. Wait a minute. I almost forgot to say what my fight of the year was for the end of the year awards. I nearly forgot. That was the one thing I forgot to do. Hold on a minute. Hey, don't leave yet. Don't leave. Hold on, let me pull it up. Wait a minute. Okay, fight of the year. Which I do need to discuss real quick. There was a lot of quality fights. You had Eubanks and Conor in the first fight. You had Mason versus Noakes that just happened a couple of months ago, about 2 months ago. Bivol Beterbiev 2, which was a classic in their running back of an insane first fight where Bivol Beterbiev won, and then Bivol got his revenge and took the undisputed titles. INOUE versus Cardenas, INOUE versus Cardenas, who knocked him down and put on a very valiant effort that ended in him getting knocked out in, I believe, what was it, the 9th round, in a fight that captivated the entire American zeitgeist. Callum Smith, was it Callum Smith versus Buatsi? I believe it was Callum Smith versus Buatsi. Joshua Buatsi. That was one of the other. Let me make sure I got the right fight. Let me make sure I got the right. Yep, that was the one. Callum Smith versus Joshua Buatsi was in February, was an absolute insane affair. In fact, I think that was on the undercard of Bivol Beterbiev and their fight. That was an insane fight. If you got to see it, we also had the likes of Nakatani and Hernandez that just happened last week. That was an incredible ebb and flow of fights. But of all those fights that happened, of all those fights that transpired, I think my fight of the year that completely took the cake of everything, involving action, drama, grit, determination, will, what was on the line, as well as the outcome of the result. It was in Billy versus Hernandez. I think and Billy versus Martinez. That was my fight of the year. It was, again, for me, that was my fight of the year. The draw between Christian and Billy and Martinez was the most action-packed, relentless dogfight that I saw this year. I was on the edge of my seat the entirety of the fight. It was so much action. It was almost hard to call. We were calling it live, and it was situation. It was the offensive slick counterpunching of Martinez with those uppercuts that were really not just keeping him in this fight, were bringing him into a lead at some points, versus the relentless hooks and head down, strong-willed nature of Christian and Billy, going downstairs to the body and going upstairs with the head, countering and catching Martinez as Martinez was catching him. It was a sublime display of destruction that was completely, I mean, you didn't know who was going to win. You literally could not score rounds cleanly because it was such even work on both ends of the spectrum. That fight and the adjustments that Martinez made, and essentially the willpower in Billy to push through the changes of Martinez and institutionalize his dominance of his game plan of just wear you down to the body. And Martinez, even when that looked like it was working, all of a sudden got a second win and started gained up a hand in the middle rounds, and it became a tit for tat, ebb and flow, changing rounds of who won left, right, and center during those last like 4 or 5 rounds. It was insane, man. It was a war amongst wars. And that was my fight of the year. That was my fight of the year, and I think it's deservedly so, because that was, man, if you go back and watch that thing, you'll be on, they were catching each other with shots that I thought somebody's going down. Somebody's got to go down. The fact that they're staying up from this is ludicrous, ridiculous. Over 1,000 punches thrown. Complete power punches were, the only that was thrown was power punches. And it was, when they both got tired, they both girded themselves up and they kept on fighting through the pain, fighting through the pressure, fighting through the sweat, the blood, the swelling, the fatigue, all of it. It was insanity in the best way possible. That was my fight of the year, and that's why I wanted them to run it back, because I can't wait. If they run it back next year, oh gosh, that would be an insane war. I'd pay for that. I'd pay for that, absolutely. Let me see, a JWC 1235. When NAOYA retires, could he coach someone to fight as well as himself? I can't say for sure. Because like I said earlier in the show, when trainers are fighters, like I said earlier in the show, I can't say that Inoue would be a good teacher, because his dad taught him the style that he's doing. And he has evolved into, okay, he made it his own and completely refined it. And with the help of his dad, Inoue is who Inoue is now. But I don't know if Inoue could teach what he does better than he's able just to do what he does. Everybody can't teach what they can do. Everybody that plays the game can't coach the game. Everybody that coaches the game can't play the game. That's not saying that's always the case, but it's a proven standpoint. Sometimes that's where the chips may fall. I would never have Roy Jones coach my guy, because I don't think as a coach he couldn't get what he needs out of me or out of my fighter from what he knows, though what he knows is insane. Some execution you can't teach, or you don't have the capacity to teach in a way that will be able to pass it on. That's why it's so important to have coaches be alive. That's why it's so important to keep on feeding and learning from people that have been experienced in this sport, and coaches to pass down their knowledge to other people, multiple people. Because sometimes it's not the fighter that mastered that style that can teach that style. Everybody ain't Archie Moore. Archie Moore, the old mongoose, one of the greatest light heavyweight champions of all time, arguably the greatest light heavyweight champion of all time. Went through and became heavyweight champion also, and has the most knockouts in boxing history. He's the man that taught George Foreman and other boxers how to fight in that cross-guard style and mastery. He's one of the main reasons why George Foreman became a champion at 43 years old, 45 years old. At that point in time, the oldest champion in boxing history. A 15-year gap between the last time he won the title and when he retired to then. Archie Moore was able to teach what he knew and was able to teach what he fought. He was a phenomenal teacher and fighter. But everybody ain't that. Floyd Mayweather is a phenomenal teacher and fighter. He is. He can explain the game. He can teach the game. I really like the way that he makes people move in the game, but he can teach the sweet science. Arguably as good as his dad. And his dad was an incredible trainer and a good fighter. But it's not always the case. In a way, I don't know if he can teach as good as he can fight. And if he can pass on what he knows to others, because what he knows, he just does. But he may not be able to tell that to others, like Michael Jordan. He can't teach what he does. He knows the game. He can explain the game. But teaching people the game might not be is not his biggest forte. At least in what I've seen. He's been a mentor to Kobe, absolutely. But again, that was a unique circumstance. Others, it didn't work out the same way. Hakeem Olajuwon is a phenomenal teacher and a phenomenal player. One of the greatest of all time is Hakeem Olajuwon, arguably one of the three best centers we've ever seen in basketball history. And he, most blocks in NBA history, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, one of only like 4 people to do it. MVP, Finals MVP, NBA champion, All-Star MVP, All-Star outright, DPOY all in 1 year, winning 2 championships back to back, being at one point in time the best player in the world. Insane. But he could also teach the game. Dwight Howard, JaVale McGee, Kobe Bryant even. LeBron, learned his post game from Hakeem. Don't be surprised if we see Victor Wembanyama go and train with Hakeem Olajuwon in a year or two. Don't be surprised about that. Carmelo, he taught him. Or I believe he helped teach him. He's taught a whole bunch of people. Everybody ain't a great teacher though. So it doesn't work out all the way. So I can't say for any way if he'll be great or not. If he can, I would love it. But if he can't, his father will be privy to get other coaches to get under his wing to help them learn what he's teaching so they can teach it to other people. Because a lot of times, stuff like Customato, stuff like Emmanuel Stewart, Eddie Funch, there's a litany of other people as coaches. Archie Moore, a lot of these styles or knowledge of how they did what they did gets lost or bygone era because people ain't teaching it. Teachers aren't there that were around or that had the capacity to keep this style going. That's the problem. And because of that, we see styles die off sometimes. Because there are not many people that can teach the game as much as there are fighters that want to fight in the game. It's just the truth of the matter. And when you get a good coach, it's a blessing because everybody can't do what Bomac's doing. Everybody can't do what Derrick James used to be able to do when he was trainer of the year. Eddie Reynoso, Robert Garcia, all these are quality coaches, but everybody can't do what they do because everybody can't teach what they teach because everybody can't teach. They can't explain it and make it connect to you as a fighter like those great coaches are able to do. Some cases, yeah, they can, but others they can't. So that's why it's important to teach what you know to people that can teach as well as the fighters. Teach what you know to other coaches and to fighters so you can make sure that you pass this on. Teddy Atlas, a phenomenal trainer, phenomenal teacher, a phenomenal coach. He learned from Customato and kept on teaching it. Now, I really hope that he teaches what he learns to somebody else so they can be a coach and they can teach other fighters. Good gosh, I hope so. Because my goodness, if Teddy Atlas goes, the whole moniker of the peekaboo style, the ins and outs of it, might just be gone forever. From that intricate standpoint, he's one of the last forebearers of that era, which is a shame. Really, it's a shame. But man, that's the issue of it. That's the juxtaposition as to why NAOYA could be a great teacher, but he also might not be. But his dad could be the guy that keeps on teaching others, hey, this is what you need to do. Hopefully people go to him to learn from him. He's great. He fights in the style of his opposition. Amazing fight. Yes, he does. He can copy what you do and do it better than you. Yes, he can. We need to watch. We need Welch to turn into NAOYA. Hey, look now. If Top Rank would hire me as the promotional mouthpiece for NAOYA, I'd do wonders. I would. It ain't because I do favoritism. It's because of the fact that, brother, when you can encapsulate greatness, you're able to make the proper circumstance. How do you think Michael Jordan got to where he got? Was it because he was just a great player? He was pushed and marketed to the masses as this man is insane. Word of mouth goes a long way, especially when somebody can do what they can do. Don King, as much of a absolute wretch of a businessman that he was, and he was, but in that perspective, stealing money left, right, and center, lower than dirt as a promoter in the sleaziness that he did. Mike Tyson hates him to this day, and deservedly so. Every other box has about been run out the pasture because that butt has ruined him. But in terms of marketing, the man became one of the biggest super promoters in history. Became iconic with the sport because he could talk up anybody. Make them seem bigger, better, and grander than even what they really were. And if you were fitting the bill, all of a sudden your height got even higher because he was talking you up in a way that fed on the imagination of not just the opposition, but of the fan entirely. Not just the style, not just the flair. It is the essence of them. He could put into a painted picture rhymes and schemes and all that stuff. He made an event feel big. I at least can say that about him. At least. I can say a whole bunch more. But if I do that, all you're going to be hearing is this. That's all you're going to be hearing. And we ain't trying to go that far. Yeah. We ain't trying to go that far. We ain't trying to go there. We ain't trying to go there. But you get what I'm saying. But I would love to be a hype man. I would love to be the marketing piece. For the States, I would love to be the marketing piece for NAOYA. I would love to be one of the people that helps to foster intrigue and excitement in the masses of the world. For boxing as a whole, but if it was going to be just for one guy, I'm down for that. You need a picture of how good this brother is, come to me. Come to me. It's bigger than pound for pound. It's bigger than just he's a great fighter. He transcends the timeline of this sport. There ain't many that done that. Or he has the capacity to transcend the timeline of this sport. Also, Chino, he took on Tito traded it. Yeah, he did. He did. You know what he did. You know what he did. Tito, Mike Tyson, Adrian Broner broke again right now, or allegedly, reportedly, he ain't doing as well. Hopefully that's a lie, but if it ain't, last promoter he was under was Don King. And that brother, I don't even want to get into it because he gets me hot. Think about how he ruined Tyson. Systematically took his whole team away, added his own regime of personnel and trainers around Mike Tyson that didn't actually help him out or care about him in a way that Rooney and others actively did. Hated it. To this day, I hate it, but even still, I digress. What was I saying? See, you doggone it, you done made me forget. You done made me forget. See, you see why I don't talk about Don King? You see why I don't talk about that brother? You see why I don't like this man makes me forget everything I love, everything I cherish, because the rage, the ire that he did as a promoter that festers inside of me is completely, I see nothing but red. I see nothing but red because he is so low down, dirty shame in the way that he acts. It's a travesty. It's a travesty. And boxing let him get away with it. I hate it. I hate it to my core. I hate it. 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 But even still, what was I saying? NAOYA, mouthpiece, talking about him, being able to hype him up. I'd love to do it. I could do it. If anybody knows people, reach out to me. And hey, I can be the guy. I'll be the man to go through it throughout the land and completely put this brother on the pedestal that he deserves. Just like with Tank, just like with Canelo, just like with Crawford of recent, Anthony Lee Joshua, Tyson Fury. He, in a way, could be. I don't say this because of fandom. In a way, could legit be this generation's version of Manny Pacquiao. From the beloved nature around the globe. If, and my gosh, it's a big if, top ranking everybody else, just put the spotlight on him. Put him in commercials. Feature him in every regard. Talk about him consistently. It is not hard to talk about INOUE. Everybody compares Tank to everybody else and brings him up in every other conversation he doesn't even belong in. You can simply do the same thing for INOUE. You can simply do the same thing for INOUE. It is not difficult to inject him into conversations that even if he doesn't belong there, you just bring him up because. Collinsworth on Fox. No, it's funny. No, Collinsworth on NBC, who normally works in the Patrick Mahomes shows as the Patrick Mahomes games as the NFL announcer, NFL commentator. Brings up Patrick Mahomes. He brought up Patrick Mahomes when Brock Purdy made a ridiculous play. And he was like, this is Patrick Mahomes. Oh my gosh, da, 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 da. Brings him out every championship he gets. It's not difficult to inject greatness into other conversations if you really want to. People and businesses just don't want to. And it's a stupid thing because you got a cash cow right in front of you. I've heard boots more out of left field than I have about INOUE, unless INOUE's getting ready to fight. And everybody said that you can't really say anything negative about INOUE. There's nothing negative to say. Even LaShawn McCoy can't say nothing about INOUE. And people got a problem with the way that he views boxing in a lot of regards. But he can't say nothing. Nobody can say anything. But they don't attempt to make that, they don't attempt to make that consistent success something to be lauded over. But they do it for people that ain't got that same track record, like a Tank or like a Ryan Garcia, like an Anthony Joshua even. Tyson Fury even gets more talk about on a consistency basis. You can make somebody, and I'll leave you with this. Like I said, we got to go. We're almost 4 hours. We are at 4 hours. We do got to go, sadly. Sadly, we got to go. Unless y'all want to, we had a super chat goal. If we get 10 super chats, we had an hour to the show. Doggone it, we done added 2. We'll add another if we can get 10 people to give any amount. I don't care how much it is. But we gotta get out of here. But the last thing I'll leave you is with this. If you are looking at the world of boxing and you're seeing this landscape being hoarded by the same names that are being pushed throughout the masses, it's understandable because they deserve that level of hype in most respects. Not all, but most. But with that being the case, you can choose to make somebody a priority if you go and make them the priority. You can choose to make somebody the forefront of conversation if you make them worth talking about. There's a difference when they have to prove themselves versus when they're proven and you don't say anything. Or they're only brought up in specific instances. If you like a certain type of food, you're going to bring up that food every time the concept of food is talked about. You like a certain type of music. Whether you're a Drake fan or a Kendrick fan, even though Kendrick is better. Be clear, Kendrick is better. 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 But I digress. He is better. But I digress. I don't care who you like. You will bring them up every time just the concept of the genre comes about. It is not everybody. LeBron gets talked about as the face of the NBA right now, which he is still. He is. Getting ready to go. Getting ready to retire. Got about a year left, and he gone. Most likely next year is going to be his last year. But still, I'm going to hate that when that happens. Good gosh, Lord. I'm going to hate that when that happens. But even when you talk about him, People interject Michael Jordan. They interject Kobe Bryant. They interject Bill Russell. Even when the conversation isn't remotely. They interject Steph Curry when the conversation isn't remotely even about comparative production. They do it because they make an effort. It doesn't mean that people don't care. They will care. Part of the media is you can make people care about what you can tell. You can tell the timeline of this sport. That's why I talked about it's an ever-growing timeline. The entirety of this boxing game and sports as a whole is a continuous timeline of action, kind of like with Marvel. The main timeline of the Marvel universe can splinter off and whatever. You gotta reel it back in to make sure everything stays in line with how it's supposed to be. Our job on this channel: debate, discuss, give some facts, absolutely. Have opinions, have some fun arguing about this, that, and the third, absolutely. But ultimately, it's to tell the timeline of the sport correctly. So when something does happen, it can grow properly and put it in its proper context so nothing gets put out of place or nothing gets diminished in the grand scheme of the sport. With that being the case, we, or I, or you, anybody who does media, or even as a fan, has the capacity to control what the narrative of this sport is. That's just the fact of the matter. It can be used with great power comes great responsibility, and it can be used in the wrong way. Oh, it can. We've seen it before. Lord willing, I'm doing it in the right way. But the point is, when you talk about it, you can say something enough that it becomes the conversation. But you have to be willing to put in the effort to say it whenever possible. Bring it up when it is available. Sometimes be crash and crude and just go through and do whatever you need to do to push it in the conversation. Either way, it's a shame. It's a shame that that's how this has to work, but that's how it works. People can make INOUE the main topic. People can make Bam the main topic. People can make all these other stars on the same level or above one another if they put in the effort to talk. And they can make them larger than life in a way that, regardless of Saudi Arabia or America or the UK, they will be a deserved superstar above other stars wherever they go, if you put in the effort to make them that way. We've seen many people build up a facade of greatness when it ain't proven. But my issue is when it is proven and they getting the respect, that's where now you messing up the timeline. Give this man the shine that he deserves, because this is the brother who's really controlling what this narrative of the sport should be. That's how it should work. And hopefully I'm doing that job. Hopefully, and the Lord willing I am. If not, hey, put me on the right track. Let me see. Are you going to start sending out Richard Sherman? Just for certain people in the chat that can put people on timeout or kick them just in case someone gets disrespectful. What? You know what? I honestly, I've seen those wrenches on other things. I am learning all of this stuff about moderators, all this stuff about stinking memberships. Like I said, we just got monetized. I just understood how to put my bank stuff in so I can actually get paid from this. But I'm still trying to understand what all those different symbols and stuff mean, riches and stuff, memberships and stuff, what it actually allocates people to do or not to do. And probably again, next year we hunkering down because all this stuff kind of happened in an avalanche at the end of the year, which is a blessing, and I'm so happy that you all made it possible. But now that we're here, I got to actually sit down and start learning this stuff. So next year, early in May, early in January, we're going to start like looking at how to make people moderators, looking at how to make people members of this channel. Different tiers and different stuff that we can go through that if people want to join, they can have different perks and whatever so they can be more interactive and have even more show to delve into. I got to make sure if I'm going to have another podcast, how to good gosh, am I going to have a dedicated, am I going to have a This one's mostly boxing and everything else. I might have to make it so it's dedicated for specific sports throughout the week that members only can delve into and have as like the extra perks for the stuff. But regardless, we're going to figure it out. That's what I'm trying to learn. But I will say, as of what I'm thinking right now, with moderation, I want to make people moderators, and I love that you all are willing to come through and be like, hey, we want to keep this chat clean and keep everything all on the up and up. I loved it. However, I also want to make sure there's a balance to where we don't quell what people can say. That's why normally I'm in control of, I just delete stuff, stuff gets too awry. Or if people just start getting out of control, hey, I just don't address it. Straight up. They start spamming. You got one time for me to do something, then I go and I ban them if I got to, because, we ain't trying to, we want to open dialogue for discourse. Like I said, we want as much exposure as possible. We want nobody's voice to be quelled. We address stuff when it gets out of hand, or at least I try to. And if it gets too far, okay, then we got to do what we got to do. We don't want that freedom of, hey, this is the place where I can come through and I can be me. Not saying that you all would have a stranglehold or anything on that. Not saying that at all. But that kind of unpredictability allows people to come in. Hey, you can be crazy or you can act whatever, but then as you listen to the show, you kind of, oh, okay, wait a minute. This ain't like the other stuff. Hold on. Let me backtrack a little bit. Hold on. Let me actually start engaging with this person. And ultimately, they gotta stop. At least that's what I've seen be sometimes the effect on this channel. Sure, we debate, we argue, but that's all a part of the discourse. And I don't want to put it on the public to control the public, not because I don't trust you all, but I want that freedom to really still be expounded on. And I want y'all just to enjoy the stuff. And I want to, and if something gets out of hand, hey, I'll take care of it, absolutely. But you all just sit back and listen. Because most likely this crazy stuff is going to make some good content that y'all going to have some fun with down the line. But it's going to be, it leaves the door open for anybody to feel unabated. While still, I still keep the standards of the show. We know I do clean stuff. I'm not a person, I don't do all the cussing. I don't do all the I get loud and all that stuff, absolutely. But we don't try to get disrespectful from the standpoint of like talking about we may get crazy and something. I don't know why you think that way. That's ridiculous. This because of ... in the realm of debate. But beyond that, we rein it in when we need to rein it in. Because we want everybody's opinions valid. However, that freedom, I think, gives a real, I don't want to say breath of fresh air, but it allows for the public to kind of feel this is a community that I can be who I want to be. And with it, and once they see the parameters of this show, they start changing their tune a little bit to still be them, but naturally they kind of, quote unquote, get with the program of what this show is about. Okay, this cat, he ain't like XYZ. This ain't the boxing voice, or this ain't Showbiz the adult, or this ain't, Two-Tone or Southpaw or whatever. Again, this is not disparity. This is not me saying that this is against them. There's nothing against anything that they do. Be clear. I'm not starting beef. I don't want nobody coming out and saying, hey, brother, this young character saying that y'all, the Welch report saying that y'all a bunch of bums. I ain't saying, be clear. I ain't saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is each show has a different atmosphere and environment. And everybody molds to that same environment without even having to do anything. We can do that same thing here. I'm not saying our atmosphere is better or worse, but it's the best that I can make. And hopefully, people will like it. If they don't like it and they don't want to abide, we got to do what we got to do. But that freedom of natural kind of osmosis, per se, I think that's the right word. I think that's the right word. That natural osmosis, or that natural melding in, I think makes for a better audience. So I want to see if I can keep that up If not, we'll get y'all involved and we'll do what we got to do. If that's what the wrenches mean. So we'll find out. But at least that's how I'm thinking. But is that right there? Is that right or wrong? I'm not sure. But it's like I'm new to this, so I'm kind of working my way easy into looking at what I need to and what I don't need to do to try to get the type of show that I'm trying to make for you all, so your experience can be the best possible. Anybody coming in feels like, hey, this is home. It may not be my main channel, but I want to see what's going on here because I feel like I can be. I feel like family. I'm part of the empire, straight up. So hopefully that's what I'm doing. And if I'm not, like I said, we're learning. So we're trying. Is that going to be the best opportunity? We'll find out as things go on. Let me see. Southpaw keeps on saying NAOYA does not deserve credit. He's getting, well, like I said, I vehemently disagree because he's beaten people that are too good to ignore. And I am not trying to use Tank or anybody else as a disparaging footstool. But if we can't say Canelo over the past 5 years has done more than NAOYA, we can't. We can't even, with as much quality as Terrence Crawford has done over the last 5 years, we can't say he's done more from a quality standpoint than NAOYA. Or at least if it's comparable, you can't say that Crawford blows him out the water. And you'd have a good argument that NAOYA's done more. There has been too much now of a consistent greatness standard that if you don't think he's great now, you'll just never think he's great up until he does something that reaches your standard. Because by every other standard, regardless of the height, it reaches it. Or at least it's within the vicinity, at minimum, of even the strictest of quality in fighters and in legacy. So if you don't think that's the case, I don't know what to say. He's done more than Hall of Fame. He's done more than Timothy Bradley. And we don't disrespect Timothy Bradley. Huh? If Keith Thurman retired today, he's done more than Keith Thurman. He's done more than Errol Spence Jr. He's done more than Amir Khan, Sean Porter. He's done more than Dave Benavidez right now. Which is insane to say because Benavidez has been on a tear. He's done more than Bivol and Benavidez. And both of them have reigned over 160, over 175. He has done the similar work on par with Usyk, and you can even argue he's still done more. That's not me trying to say, oh yeah, he's better than all of them in terms of a conversation of diminishing. This is me saying those standards of greatness, you call them great. He's done more than Shakur, and he is great. He's done more than Devin Haney, and he is great. He's done more than Teal, and he is great. What else is there for him to do if you still say he is a detraction? You see, and I know I said the last thing was going to be the last thing. This is going to be the last thing. What we need, if you have a detraction against somebody, I need to start seeing, especially next year, a clear bar for what you have as what's great versus what's not. I don't want to hear fandom. I don't want to hear skill set. I want to hear a clear qualitative bar in what exactly you have, man, woman, or child, as a standard to make somebody great. What do they have to do, past or in the future, to qualify for that litmus test of deserving to be talked about in a manner that is worth celebration and praise of this man is legit or woman is legit? We gotta stop with the vagueness. We gotta stop with vagueness in the sport. Vagueness in boxing is going to be the thing that's going to hold it back still. Every time I talk, I attempt to give as much of a detailed barometer for what qualifies as a great accomplishment and or pound for pound fighter and or a great champion, all of that. I try to give the best clear-cut sentiment of what threshold somebody has to cross to be able to reach a certain pinnacle of greatness and standard for this game of boxing and the sports world as a whole. So there's no indication or there's no question as to what you have to do to cross that barometer, at least for me. So when it happens, guess what? He did this, this, and this. So there's no, well, all that I say is he accomplished what needed to be done. He deserves to be at this threshold. Plain and simple. But the vagueness is going to make it so that the goalpost can keep on being moved. If that's the case, nobody can score except for who you want to score. That's not boxing. That ain't right. We got to stop that. Not saying that you all in the chat are doing it, but the boxing world as a whole got to stop it. We're not saying everything's going to be perfect. We're not saying everything's going to be up here where it needs to be. But what it does need to be is a quality sentiment where the public is able to rationalize and realize that what you have as a standard, it's got to keep in some capacity. And if that's their standard, when somebody else matches that, guess what? They should cross into that same threshold that the person that you have that's actually in that threshold, they now have the same acclaim. Because if you don't do that, you're just holding the sport back and you're holding yourself back from giving respect and putting somebody in a proper place in the boxing ethos. Because when you just keep on moving the goalposts, at some point in time, guess what? It's going to be out of bounds and there's nothing you can do. At some point, nobody can kick that far, not even your favorite fighter. Not even your favorite fighter. Because you've extended it so much that even your own standards become out of reach, and that just ain't right. That just ain't right. Not at all. Not at all. Let me see. Matt Borges, hold on, we got paid again. Oh, wait a second. We got, oh, wait a minute, hold on. We got paid 2 times. Wait a second. I ain't got enough sounds. I don't have enough sounds. What about the money? Matt Borgerson with 2 $5 super chats. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for listening. We're so happy. You're late, but you're right on time. We were getting ready to get out of here. Again, we have well and good cooked what I was supposed to be 3 hours time slot on, but it is the last show of the year, so we're gonna go out with a bang. Hey, this has been great. It's been phenomenal. But let me see what you all gotta say, and thank you so much for the collective $10 super chats that you sent to me. And to the show, alms to the empire, as we like to call it, to give back and support on this channel. Thank you so much. But let me see what you got to say, Matt, and we appreciate you being back here. I feel like at this point, if someone is trying to discredit INOUE, they are just rage baiting and doing it because they want to stir the pot. INOUE is already the greatest bantamweight of all time, especially if he beats Nakatani. There will be no discussion at all. It's just facts. I mean, the only other brother that I think, now, please, correct me if I'm wrong. The only other conversation for that, I believe, at least for Japan, would be, was it the Fighting Harada? Was it Fighting Honda or Fighting Harada? If I'm saying his name incorrectly, I do apologize. But I think that's the only other dude that is in contention to be the best that this division has seen. So, but I would say he is, in my humble opinion. I'm there with you. And factually, statistically, and with the quality of competition. And again, it's only, 30-something fights. And he's had 30 fights. Over 30 fights. 20, now with this fight, 25 of them have been championship level, have been championship fights. 25 of his almost 30 fights have been championship fights. He's defended the Ring Magazine title. I think was it more or was it on par? Let me see. Hold on. Let me fact check this real quick. In a way, he's had the most consecutive world title fights in history. with 27. He's been in 27 straight title fights. And his record's with 30, 31 and up. He is broke. I believe he also broke. What do you put? What was it? Breaks. He broke Larry Holmes. That's what it was. I had to make sure I looked it up. He broke Larry Holmes' record of defending the Ring Magazine title 4 times in a single year. Larry Holmes did it 3 times in a row. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he tied. He tied Larry Holmes' record for the most times the Ring Magazine has been defended consecutively in a year. 4 times in a row. Again, wasn't done it since 83? Was it 1983? Was it 1983? Was it 1983? Yeah, it was 1983. He's got more title defenses than Floyd Mayweather. You understand that? Floyd Mayweather beat 23 world champions in his career. INOUE has had 27 straight title defenses. He's fought and defended his title 27 times. And he's only got 30, he's only got 30 fights in his career. That makes no sense. We're dealing with somebody who you can't detract from the brother. If you wanted to, you couldn't if you wanted to. Because it makes sense. And you're trying to rage bait. That's only because you just want to have fun. But even then, rage bait, I dare say you can't even rage bait with INOUE because there's nothing to rage bait about. The only thing is, this cat just wants to be funny. You know, if you say he's not the best fighter in the world, okay, fine. 1, 2, 3, okay, fine. Bumping down to 4, okay, now that's a little bit ludicrous. Absolutely. But in terms of saying he's just not that good, I mean, you can't really bring up anything. What you want to say, he got knocked down? Benavidez got knocked down. Canelo got rocked and beat by Babo. Floyd Mayweather got rocked against Sugar Shane Mosley. He should have lost against Castillo. Arguably should have lost against Mike Donna. We want to go there? We can go there. Tank really should be. If he had fought anybody that's actually on his level, he would have lost already. If he had beat Lomachenko, if he fought Lomachenko, we can say he would have lost. We can say he should have lost against. He's not even. We can say he should have lost against Lamar Welch. This ain't me. We want everybody else in the world right now. Barring Usyk and not Fury, Terrence Crawford, and Ben Rodriguez. Those are the only people you can't really demean. And even then, you can say Bam got knocked down by Estrada with a simple shot. Crawford got knocked down by Gamboa. Oh my gosh. We can nitpick if we want to, but it's ludicrous because it doesn't really edify anything because you can't even buy into that. Literally, there was a brother. In fact, there was a brother on Twitter that had gone through and had been detracting against INOUE for I don't know how many years. Going up into the PICASSO fight, he looked at one. He finally sat down and watched. I forget his name, but he finally sat down and watched one of the fights INOUE had done, and all of a sudden he completely switched his tune. Hey, INOUE, that's my guy. Straight up, that was it. The only thing that was stopping people from buying in INOUE was not watching INOUE. That was literally it. It's like One Piece. You talk about One Piece and it's too long, and you say, I don't want to see it. It's not that good. The only people that hate on One Piece are people that ain't seen One Piece. Once you've seen One Piece, you'll say it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. It never fails. Again, I'm an anime fan, so that's the biggest comparison. You say One Piece is bad. Only people that don't like One Piece have never seen One Piece. When you watch One Piece, you'll say it's the greatest thing ever. And every time, it never fails. When they see it, they say this is the greatest thing ever. It's plain and simple. Old and young. 80 years old to 10. Don't matter. That's what it's like with INOUE. And people just want to choose to be against it only because they ain't seen it. They can rage bait all they want. It doesn't really work because it's like you don't even believe that. And you're saying it. And we can see it on your face that you don't believe. Let me see. Truth. I just want the truth. What's going on? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in to the show. Bam wouldn't survive with Hernandez at 122. I mean, that's not a bad, that's not an outrageous thing to say. At least coming up from 115 to 122, you're doggone right that would be a dangerous sentiment. You better believe that'd be crazy. You better believe that'd be wild. If he did, if JoJo can't do it, or try to win a definitive performance, yeah, that'd be dangerous. That'd be dangerous. That'd be horrible. At least for now. Now, coming down the line, completely different story. But for now, yeah. Anybody who wants Bam and NAOYA and NAKATANI to fight, don't rush it. Especially after what you saw with NAKATANI. Don't rush it. Let him build up properly. So then, from the standpoint of weight, so when he does it, it'll be great. Also, good gosh, Matt Borges, I'm telling you, brother, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to miss your chance. But this is insane. I appreciate the $2 donation, man. It does my heart good. Absolutely. You keep on donating to the show. Anybody else who wants to, like I said, we got Cash App and PayPal. Links down below in the description if you'd like to support the channel. And hey, even if you don't, we also with the super chats, gifts and stickers and all that stuff. If you can give, if you can't, please, just sitting here and watching and liking the stream is enough for me, and just sharing the show with the globe means the world. Absolutely. But if you can give and want to give, hey, we got means to do so, and it means so much to help invest back into the show to make it bigger, better, and stronger, all for your viewing and listening pleasure. No question about it. Let me see. What did you say? I don't close that. Let me see. Hirata was only a 2-division world champion. He was, yeah, he only was. Now, it was a dominant, be clear, it was a dominant run as 2-division champ. But even he wasn't doing what NAOYA was doing. Again, we're getting to a threshold where if we see NAOYA is closer to doing something that Henry Armstrong has done. And Terrence Crawford, I got to start saying it now. He's close to doing something that only Terrence Crawford and Henry Armstrong has done, which is becoming a 3-division world champion, undisputed 3-division champion, than anybody else right now in the globe, which is ridiculous to say. That's how good he is. That's where there is a complete line of demarcation. That I'm like, Hirata, this is not a slight. This man is doing things that this division and beyond has rarely ever seen in boxing history, regardless of what weight class. That's how great this is. It speaks to the greatness of Hirata because he was indeed a dominant force and deserves everything that he's getting talked about. But it's not bad that NAOYA has looked to, in my estimation, pass him. Because it took a lot for NAOYA to do that. Because Hirata was great. A fixture, a giant in this division. No question. It's just, this brother has just done something that has, we gotta give it up. Right, respectfully so, we give up somebody who has rightfully taken that throne. And Hirata, no disrespect, the throne got taken in the most respectful way possible because the brother went through and did work that it was like, hey, it would be remiss to me not to give this up to him. He deserves it. People that are holding on to Hirata are like people holding on to Maidana when it talks about, I think it's Lionel Messi. Not Maidana. What's his name? Maradona. I'm sorry. No, I'm thinking of the boxer. No, Maradona. It's like people holding on to Maradona when talking about Lionel Messi. Not because Maradona ain't something that is insane of a talent. Be clear. But Lionel Messi has been the greatest footballer for the past 15 years in a way that has such a complete separation, has won so many titles, various leagues, La Liga, Premier League, and all that stuff. Goals and assists, has separated himself from many. Going up with the greatest striker that we've seen of this generation, arguably of all time, in Ronaldo, he has been able to be arguably just as good of a goal scorer with being also arguably the greatest playmaker we've ever seen. He has been so great And people were holding that he won, that Maradona won the World Cup and he didn't. Brother, with all due respect, Maradona, he got passed up by Lionel Messi years ago without the World Cup. With the World Cup, it only solidified it even more. But people holding on to stuff for a reason that it doesn't make any sense. It's holding back progress. I don't vouch for that at all. Let me see. He defended undisputed title in 4 different cities in 1 year, with supposed to be all mandatories. It's a crazy thing to do, and people still have him overrated. And mind you, this is with me wanting fighters to fight more often. I don't want him to burn himself out. I would love it if he stuck to 3 fights a year, because he was saying these 4 fights a year stuff, his body was hurting. It's a good pain, quote unquote, but his body, after that Ahmed Ali fight, he was like, man, my body, it's going through it a little bit. It's a good pain. It's what you're supposed to feel, but overworking, even with this type of work rate, it can be something. I wouldn't be mad if he doled it down 1 fight, 3 fights a year. Shoot, if he even did the average of 2 fights a year like other fighters, I wouldn't be mad, especially after this year. But he's still been doing all this stuff at such a high rate. It's like people that want to talk about it, it's a shame. Also, Matt, with another $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It means the world to me, absolutely. Let me tell you this: One Piece is good, but the first original 100 episodes are very difficult to watch. But they're remaking them, so okay, so it was. Now, I didn't find the first 15 were hard for me to watch. Once it got to episode like 25, okay, that's when I really started, clicking. Like, what was it? It might have been more than 15, but the chapter with the dog, the first instance of Buggy, and then going into Arlong. Like, those 3, kind of back to back to back. Like, they said it for me. They said it. So I would argue the first 25 are the most difficult, and then after that, you're hooked. After that, you get through a standard first season of a short anime, and you gut it out. The comedy starts to grow on you. The sentimentality starts to be more fervent. You'll love it. Again, that's how it was for me. That's how it was for me. I was like, my gosh, I expected to cut this deep. From the standpoint of the empathy, the sentimental things, the freedom that is worth fighting for type of identity. Like it hooked me quick. It took me 25 episodes. So for others, yeah, that first 80 to 100 might be a little bit of a slog. More comedy than action, understandable. But I promise you, even amongst that comedy, it will grow on you quicker than you expect. And once you start watching it, especially once you get into those first 50, as we're closer to that end of the 100, it starts getting good, man. I'm telling you, I'm a witness to it. It'll happen quick. Before you expect it. You done binge watched in 3 days. The equivalent of 8 hours of television. In span of a night. You'll be up till 8 in the morning. What happened? I don't get it. But man, it's worth it. Let me see. Still trying to make sure I'm trying to read everybody else that comes through. Let me see. He's salty about NAOYA retro. Oh yeah. You're talking about with Fight Buzz. Oh, Southpaw, excuse me. And he is hot about he is hot about that. I think he still has some animosity over the fact that he beat Fulton the way he did. Sure, I'm surprised he ain't mad about O'Shaquie Foster doing that to Stephen Fulton like he did at 130. But again, I digress from there. That's a whole nother reaction to that. I think when Harada gave NAOYA the trophy at the World Boxing Super Series, the throne started to pass him. I think it was fitting. I really do think it was fitting. Don't forget that Super Series was the best of the bantamweights outright that he went through. Like, everybody was matched up against everybody. You could not avoid. It's like when Andre Ward fought against the Super Series. You couldn't avoid comp. There was no way to duck any smoke. The last two were legit the best fighters in those divisions. Because you had to go through the other top 10 in the division. Or relatively so. So, yeah, that's about that's about how it went. Now we'll be mad at that. Let me see. He already lost to the African contender Segwa. Now I do have to watch that fight. I will admit I haven't seen that fight about Harada yet. I've seen some of the stuff, but I haven't seen that specific fight. I don't think I've seen, which is actually crazy enough. How have I not seen that? Or at least have I not? How have I not? Wait a minute. How have I not seen that fight? I'll look it up later on. But even still, there's been like there's a whole bunch. There's a whole bunch of qualities going through in regards to these careers. Also, let me see, Carrington gets hyped up. Now, Shushu gets hyped up, rightfully so, because of the fact that there is some talent with him. There is, absolutely there is. But it is, and he is a real contender at 126. I will not dismiss that. But the I don't want to say identity, the willingness of, the excitement of somebody, especially from the same city as Mike Tyson, coming up from the Bronx, I believe it's the Bronx, and really like, okay, this cat might have something in him, and he's got the confidence too, the bravado, and the skill set that, and I would love to see him get some more KOs, but even still, regardless of that, he still is working fervently. I see where the hype ensues. Now, I'm not overhyping him. Be clear. I'm not going to overhype him. I still think he struggles against the likes of Nick Ball. I don't care what anybody says. I still think he struggles with Nick Ball, let alone Espinosa. But regardless of which, he's in that running now of, okay, you are deservedly in that conversation for championship opportunities. Put up or shut up. Let's see what you can do. That's where I'm at with him. And that ain't no problem at all. He doesn't throw enough jabs. Yeah, that's nothing. He doesn't throw enough. He does not throw enough jabs. And if he did, it'd be a whole lot better. What's what Vinland Saga is great. You know what's crazy? I love Vinland Saga. I started Vinland Saga on a vacation, and I got through season 1. And boy, that thing was incredible. And I started season 2, but I had to put it down. Because if I didn't, I was going to be, I had a business I had to handle. So I had to put it down. I didn't want to. But I'm on season 2. And that show is one of the best, I forget when it came out. That show genuinely is one of the best works that you can ever see. I believe it's on Netflix. If you haven't seen it, watch Vinland Saga. Watch Vinland Saga. My gosh. That's such a good show. It's such a good show. Now let me see. I heard Americans say Gary Antoine Russell is more skilled than Inoue. So, no, he's not. But Gary Russell Jr., he's not more skilled than Inoue. But let me tell you something. This brother took a layoff of what was it, 2 years, 3 years? Because his father died and he had to go and run the gym that his father used to run. He came back and he looked like one of the 3 best fighters at 130. That's not hyperbole. Go back and look at Gary Russell Jr.'s last fight. Go back and look at Gary Russell Jr.'s last fight. And go back and look at Gary Russell Jr.'s last fight. That is off of a 2-year layoff. Training other boxers in the gym. Not training himself. Because he had to take care of his family business because his dad sadly passed away. What you saw him do was off of a 2-year layoff. And he came back looking like one of the 3 best fighters at 130. He looks so good. He could fight at 135 right now if he really wanted to. That's how good he is. I'm telling you, he's not in a way. He's his own other beast. He ain't better than him. But don't let that fool you. That brother, that cat, and he's older. He had to take years off of his prime. And he came back looking like he did in his last fight. Watch him. I believe it's on YouTube. Watch him. And he's real. He's real. We talk about 130. I believe it's 130 that he fights. Let me make sure it's at 130. Let Let me make sure he does fight at 130. So I'm not giving y'all any bad guys. Let me see. Super featherweight. Yep, 130. The last loss that he had was against Mark Messiah. That was 2022. Mark Messiah was seen as a touted, real, the next Pacquiao. At that point in time, 23-0 in his career. But at 130, coming back, knocked out Hugo Costanda. What was it, in 10th round KO? Wasn't it? Won every round. And he did it in a way that if anybody at 130 fights this cat, they're going to be in for a tough time, man. Gary Russell Jr., that brother, that's a bad man. That's a bad man. That is a bad man. I'm dead serious. That's a bad brother. Gary Russell Jr. is the most robotic boxer at 140. He literally smothers all his work. Ahmed Rhoda, he beat Rayo and was average contributor at best. Are we talking about the same wrestler? Hold on. I think you're talking about, hold on. Wait a minute, it happened again. Oh, it happened again. It happened again. It happened again. It happened again. You're referencing Gary Antoine Russell. That's we're talking about Gary Russell Jr. It's a common mistake. I understand. Let me help you out. This is Gary Antoine Russell. This is Gary Russell Jr., not Gary Antoine Russell. Gary Antoine Russell and Gary Russell Jr., both of them are black. Both of them got a big old beard. And both of them, the first and last names are literally the same. So it's like, I got them mixed up when I was talking. Gary Russell Jr. is the brother who is a bad man at 130. Gary Antoine Russell is 18-0, 17 KOs at 140. Or excuse me, 18-1, 17 KOs at 140. That's the brother who, what you're talking about, what's happening. That cat, they fight completely different. If he's robotic, Gary Russell slick as ice. Slick as black. I'm saying slick as black ice in Antarctica. You won't see. He's a bad man. He's a bad man. This cat is a bad man at 130. I'm telling you. But it's easy to get them confused. It is easy to get them confused because I did it myself, and it's. I think we started off the year talking about them too, and talking about whether or not it's which one's which. It's a shame. It's a shame. But I can't believe we still making that mistake, or at least I'm still making that mistake. It still happens though. My gosh, hey, I'm telling you, it's probably gonna keep on happening. Until one of them retires, it's gonna keep on happening. Hey, look, I hope and pray that we get Gary Antoine Russell versus Gary Russell Jr. at 140 or catch at 135. My gosh, ain't nobody gonna know who they talking about. Every pick is gonna be confused because everybody's gonna think they're picking the other guy because they'll keep getting them mixed up with each other. Oh, it's a shame. Oh gosh, it's a shame. Oh shoot! Oh, that's funny. Oh man, let me keep on reading what you all got to say. Let me see. Google man, what's going on with you? How you doing? Thank you for tuning into the show. So happy that you're here with us on today. Look, we are almost 5 hours in. We've got to wrap this show up. I want to keep going. It is almost 6 o'clock where I'm at. I want to keep going. I really do. But we got to let y'all sleep. Some of y'all got work tomorrow. Y'all can't be here all day. We got to get on out of here. Let me see. I'm trying to, but how you doing, Google? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. We're so happy that you was on today. Tyson, hey, look, if you're talking about Mike Tyson, Tyson's a phenomenal fighter. Tyson is incredible. Tyson one of the greatest of all time. And hopefully Tyson doesn't come back to boxing. I don't want to see that butt in the ring. I'm sorry. I do not. I want to see him coach. I don't want to see him back in the ring. Because, boy, that's going to be a shame. That's going to be a shame. Gary looked great. Gary looked great. Like how Ippo will if he returns from retirement. LOL. Yeah, look, hey, look. You've been keeping up with the manga, too. If Ippo comes back from retirement, oh, my gosh. Hopefully, he finally fights against Lopez and worked his way up to the undefeated pound for pound best in the world in the Ippo universe in that monk. Oh gosh, I want that fight to happen sooner, and potentially we'll see Takamura get the heavyweight and try to go for the titles. If we see him keep on that rise, it's gonna be exciting. Will that Dempsey Road get refined? Will he? Looks like he's stronger, better, even more physically capable than he was before he got essentially punched into retirement. When he got literally the blood splattered everywhere. The damage was done. It was. But boy, when he comes back, he's gonna be a monster. Anyway, he's gonna be a monster when he comes back to the ring. Hopefully, we see that take place. I was talking Gary and say yeah, see. Now you good. Matt, you good? It's happened to me. It's happened to me multiple times. I'm completely with you. You ain't messed up at all. I completely get it. I completely understand. I completely understand. Let me see. Matt Borgerson, thank you again for another $5 super chat. We appreciate it absolutely. No question. I mean, I'm telling you, this. I'm so glad you're being generous. And if anybody else wants to give, if you are capable of, and you think this show is worth the time, hey, we ain't gonna force you. We're gonna earn our keep and earn our way to some money if you can provide it. But if you don't, just leave a like on the stream and keep on watching, interacting, and keep on telling people and sharing this show. It means the world to me nonetheless. Like I said, we ain't holding you hostage. We just want you to have a good time. And we got Cash App and PayPal links down below, as well as means, super chats, gifts and chats and stickers and all that stuff. If you can support it. But if you can't, just being here and your presence is enough to make this show grand like it already is right now. So thank you so much. And Matt, thank you again for another $5 super chat. Gary Russell versus Oshaki would be a good matchup right now. I wouldn't mind it. Hey, look, I wouldn't either. I would not either. Now I want to see one more fight for Gary Russell before we see him go for the titles, only because he can be better than he was in his return. He can be better than he was in the return that he had at 130. He can. Yes, he can. That just takes a little bit of ring rust off, or the last vestiges of ring rust, until boom, he's able to go and be fully the Russell that he's been in. And also with the training, he's also seen some stuff more outside the ring. That would be phenomenal. Incredible. Oh, that would be sublime to witness for a fight. I would love to see that. Absolutely. And so, but again, one more fight. And then afterwards, then we can see him versus Oshaki. Because Oshaki looking like a killer, Russell can potentially make him miss. Unlike with Stephen Fulton. He got more speed in him. And he's better at being able to get on the inside if need be. He can give Oshaki a lot of run. Now, Oshaki looking like a real monster. He is. So, it'll be a tough test for Russell as well. But as a matchup, yeah, I'd be very down to see that fight. Oh, no question about that. No question about that. No question about that at all. That would be a great co-main event for a bigger card come next year. Hey, Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, if that fight got made, I wouldn't be mad. If we got Russell versus Oshaki at 130 on the undercard as the co-main event, I wouldn't be mad at that at all. That would be a phenomenal fight. In my estimation, that would keep the fans excited and be a legit quality answer question. But let me keep on reading. Love King, great show today. Hey, look, I appreciate it. I'm glad that you all are enjoying the show. Hopefully, we're keeping the conversation going. Let me see. NAOYA versus Ippo. Whoa. Ooh. You know what, crazy enough? At this point in time, I would have to put NAOYA. Right now, I had to put NAOYA. I would have to say NAOYA right now. Again, I need to see what NAOYA is at the same regard at this point in time as Ricardo Lopez is in the manga. He's at the same regard right now as Ricardo Lopez is in the manga. If we see Ippo come back and compete, get up to the level of Ricardo Lopez, okay, we got this is the issue. But right now, that's where NAOYA is. If we're gonna go real world, that's where NAOYA is. The scope, the grandeur, the quality, the almost untouchability, or the untouchable nature, excuse me. Like we see with Ricardo Lopez, he's a beast unlike any other in the manga. That's where NAOYA's at. He's high on the totem pole. He is. I'm not gonna lie. But when NAOYA comes back from retirement and he starts like dog walking people on the world level, okay, yeah, we got into the conversation. Right now it's NAOYA, but if Ippo can do some stuff, okay, I would love to see the comparisons between Ippo and NAOYA in a potential fight. And I think what would be 126. Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Oh, that'd be phenomenal. Oh, buddy. Oh, that'd be good to see. That'd be good to see. Anyway, but the Hajime Nippo, that'd be great. That would be oh so good. Real life, I'd travel to see that fight. If it was in real life, I'd travel to see that fight. Let me see. Also, thank you for another $2 super chat. Appreciate you, Mac Borgeson, for another alms to the Empire. Thank you for the support, absolutely. Gary Russell versus Raymond Ford for an eliminator. Now that's actually a really good idea. You know what? That's a really good idea. I didn't even feasibly think about that fight. That's a great fight that makes all the sense in the world right now. Both of them relatively long, both of them decently long layoffs. Both of them, I believe both of them are coming off of a win. Let me check. Let me check Raymond Ford's. We've had so much boxing this year. I'm trying to make sure I can keep track of everything going on right now. I know he's 18-1. Yeah, 18-1 in a draw. Lost to Ball. He didn't have a GD. Was his last fight a draw? No, last fight you didn't have a decision. You have going up against a Supernova. Abraham, that's who it was. Supernova. Abraham Nova. That's who he fought against and who he beat. Unanimous decision. And fought 2 times last year. Ranked, what is he ranked? BoxRec, he's ranked number 5. Number 2 in the world. I think Russell, Russell's ranked, number 9? Russell's ranked between 9 and 13? Yeah. Yeah, that's a fight that makes sense. Title contender versus returning title contender. Old versus young. Raymond Ford wins, he gets a shot at the title. Oshaki Foster. Russell wins, where he's back on the warpath to becoming a champion. From where he left off that when he had to leave. After the Messiah loss. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at that fight. I am not mad at that fight at all. I would be well and good. I'd love that. I would love that the Kingdom Come if that fight actually took place. So I ain't got no issue with that fight. That's a fight that makes sense in its quality. Let me see. Southpaw can't expect that NAOYA is. Southpaw can't accept that NAOYA is eclipsed Mayweather's records. Whew. Now, see, I feel like that's a deeper conversation for another day, and we are almost at 6 o'clock. As much as I want to stay, my gosh, if we don't go, I'm gonna be here till 12 o'clock, and I won't be able to give you I won't be able to give you a New Year's Day show. If I I won't be able to give you a New Year's Day show if I keep on talking like this. We got to go. We're almost at 5 hours, which I love, but my goodness, we got to get out of here. Let me see, but let me read these last couple chats, and then we do have to leave. We do got to go. But let me see. NAOYA might get to 126 belt before Ippo even returns, but when he beats Ricardo Lopez, would be epic, worth waiting another 10 years, LOL. And now, I'm going to say this, and this is a real thing. The manga of Ippo takes the real qualities of boxing and puts it in real life. Actually, relatively, like 1-to-1, which is one of the reasons why I love it. I just love fighting. But like now that I understand the sport, yeah, that's insane the way they actually take this, like the manga takes the sport incredibly seriously. That means, but even in returning, you can lose. You can lose. You can absolutely lose. Takamura is on the verge of losing. He can't lose. Even though he looks like an indomitable force on the world level. You got Miyata. He's already lost. We've seen struggle, pain, and strife. And a happy ending is not always the case. There's a real opportunity that we could see Inoue get to that level. And Ricardo still beat him. we could, like, with the way that Ricardo's moving, brother, Ricardo could get to that level. Inoue can get to that level. Legit be like, okay, yeah, I'm here. And I'm built to beat you. And he can still lose. It's entirely possible. It's so possible. It might not be the happy ending. It might not be the happy ending that we want to see. It might not be. It could. But there's a 50-50 shot that we can see this, that the last fight in Abel's career could be against Ricardo Lopez. And he doesn't get the job done. And it's also Ricardo's final fight. And he finally gets the worthwhile award he's been looking for. And he still beats Hippo. And they both walk into the sunset. It could very well be that case. I hope not. Not because it wouldn't be a bad ending, because I can understand it. But I'm like, hey man, I've done gotten attached to this, but I want to see him take on the world and win. I want to see when he does indeed end it, he gets the baddest dude on his resume. I'm the man that beat what's being touted as, hey, this might be the greatest fighter ever. It might be. How they propping up Ricardo, but if we're looking at like top 5, top 3 greatest in history, the way that he's been moving, they talking about him like the doggone Grim. They talking about him like the Undertaker. I'm so serious. They're talking about that brother like the Undertaker. Like, you can't do nothing with him. So, but let me keep on reading. Because he has more title fights than Mayweather. With less fights than Mayweather. I mean, maybe so. But like I said, the Mayweather conversation is a bigger one that we're going to be able to talk about on Thursday and Friday. Because we do have to get out of here. This time next year, Boots will be a top 10, no question. Lord willing, I hope. It starts with Virgil Ortiz and or Boachuk and or Idris Majimal. One of those 3 is going to start with. Because once he fight, if he beats one of them, mark my words, people are going to start putting him in pound for pound off of that one win. He gets a title beating either Fundora or Thurman or Xander Zayas. He's going to be in. It's only going to take 2 fights. It's only going to take 2 fights by this time next year for him to get in pound for pound top 10. By most people's accounts, it's going to be beating Virgil Ortiz and or Majimal for somebody of that top 7 to 5, and then winning a title against anybody. It don't matter who, anybody. And people will put him in the top 10. Whether they feel that what is deserved or not is a whole other conversation. But the conversation will be had if he does those 2 things. Lord willing, it happens, because boy, I want to see it take place. Gary Russell versus Susumi at 130 kid. Versus the Susumi kid at 130 for the WBA belt. Right now, Susumi right now, Russell takes that at this point in time. Right now, Russell's beating Susumi right now. That's not a slight. That's how good Russell is. He's beating Susumi right now, in my estimation. He's beating Susumi as of today. But give Susumi a couple more fights. Okay, we can have a closer affair in conversation. Now, I wouldn't be mad at that. But if it was today for the WBA title, yeah, no. Gary wins that. He wins that. Gary Russell is, he's underrated because he's been out the picture. But I'm just telling you from experience. Go back and watch some of his fights. I'm telling you, from a fan to a fan, to help recalibrate what he is like as a fighter. Go back and watch his fights. If you haven't seen him in a minute, go back and watch his last fight that he's been in. I promise you, that is a quality of opponent that's going to give everybody a world of hurt, rather a world of mental pain trying to deal with. That man, he is something special, man. He's something special. Let me see. I feel Dalton, Mike KO, Matias. Also, if I didn't say hi to Amin Roda already, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. We're so happy to be here with us on today. I feel Dalton, Mike KO, Matias. He very well could. Like I said, that's why I'm hesitantly picking the likes of Matias to win. But don't be surprised if I change my pick as that fight gets closer and closer earlier this year. But we're going to talk about it later on because we got to get on out of here because we've had a phenomenal show. But it's been 5 hours, almost on the dot. We got to go. This is almost as long as a stinking full-blown fight stream. Lord knows we got to leave and we got to get out of here. So we're going to be back on Thursday for our New Year's Day show covering the world of boxing and beyond. But thank you all for tuning in and listening. And with all of that being said, this has been a very incredible end of the year edition of the Welch Report with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. Thank you to everybody who came in and supported the year all year long. Y'all have made this show incredibly special. Y'all have made this year so phenomenal. We went from 1,000 subscribers to crossing the threshold of reaching the zenith of monetization, all with you and your support. We've done live streams left, right, and center. We've been able to come through and be a fervent voice in the world of boxing all throughout the day. It's been a pleasure, or all throughout the year. It's been a pleasure working with you all. It's been a pleasure hearing you all's thoughts. Thank you to everybody who not just has chatted over the years, but has chatted on today's episode. Y'all make this show special. You all make this show possible. I can't do this without you all. And genuinely, I don't take any of you all for granted, as you have made this year and a one to remember. Good times and bad. No matter how many people came in, you all made this show worthwhile. And I'm just here as a voice of reason. Not even a voice of reason. I'm just here as a voice in the ether, hoping to entertain. And you all coming back makes me want to keep on pressing and fervently go harder than I've ever gone through. And Lord willing, prayerfully, I've made your day a little bit better. I've made your year a little bit brighter. I've been able to give you some edifying stuff. And I've, if I can, made a difference in how your year went all this time. And I'm telling you, man, next year's going to be great. But come Thursday, we're going to have so many more plans, so many more things that we got in store. We're going to look to be big in every way possible. And again, it's all because of you and your support that we've been able to reach this far. We're going to reach even better all throughout the stars of the sports landscape and the world of media as a whole. All with you and your support. Also, Al Booker, thank you for tuning in. And you're late, brother, but you came in right on time, because no matter when you come through nonetheless, and we're so glad you showed up and you tuned in the chat. You probably been here for a minute. You just been listening to everything going on. But we appreciate all of you tuning in and supporting the show. If you can, please leave a like on the stream before you get out of here. Comment your thoughts and opinions on what you liked or didn't like about this show. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. Come join the empire if you haven't already. Rate us 5 stars on every podcasting platform imaginable. Also, be sure to go through and hit the notification bell so you know whenever we post right here on YouTube and on every podcasting platform imaginable, and so you can keep up with everything that we do right here on this channel. And please be sure to share the show with everybody that you know, so we can keep on building up this empire together. We're going to see y'all next year. So you have another show on Thursday. Be safe. Be blessed. I've been Jean-Luc Welch. Y'all have been wonderful. For the last time on the year, peace and love. We right here. Yes, sir. Ended this year off strong. Happy New Year. Happy holidays. Can't wait to see y'all on Thursday. Be safe. Be blessed. Peace and love one last time. And we're out.